A Leota's Garden by Francine Rivers.
Part 2. Chapter 12.
Leota swept the small brick patio. It had been months since it had been done. The air was fall brisk and made her bones ache, but she wanted the small area cleaned up before Annie arrived. It wouldn't do to sit around like an old woman all the time and let Annie and her friends do everything. Pausing, Leota straightened, admiring the work that had been done over the past month. The garden no longer looked unkempt and abandoned. The trees were pruned, bushes trimmed and shaped, vines thinned and tied to frames and trellises. And with one smile from Annie, that handsome young fellow who'd come with his sister had turned soil in the Victory Garden. He'd even mulched, then repaired the broken slats in the lattice. Smiling to herself, Leota leaned on the broom, resting while she looked over the potted plants set here and there on the small patio and retaining wall. Some desperately needed repotting, another lesson for Annie, if the girl was so inclined. "Grandma," Annie came around the corner. "There you are. When you didn't answer your doorbell, I figured you'd be out here." Leota felt warmth return to her bones as she looked at her granddaughter. Annie's blue eyes shone with love, and her smile lit Leota's heart. "You're early. Thank you."
Lord.
"Oh, thank you. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not." Leota looked at what Annie had brought, a pipe with twisting metal curling out in various directions. "What on earth is that?" As soon as she said it, she worried she had hurt Annie's feelings. What if it was an art project she had completed? Annie laughed. "Whatever you'd like to think it is." Heat rays.
Sound.
It's a metal sculpture. I bought it at a garage sale. Thank heavens. Someone's white elephant. No doubt. What are you going to do with it? Annie bit her lip. "Well, I thought it would look interesting in the garden. I have some rust-proof spray paints, yellows, oranges, and reds. It'll look like sun rays." Leota looked it over again, trying to rouse some enthusiasm. It was the ugliest thing she had ever seen.
Oh.
"Grandma,
I'm sorry.
I should have asked first. I can take it home." Leota laughed. Well, why not put it in the yard? The garden was no longer just hers anyway. It was Annie's as well. Why not let her play in it? "I think it has potential. You plant it in the middle of the lawn if you want." She'd been curious to see what Annie would do when given a free hand. If this was the first hint, Leota knew she was going to be in for quite a show. Arba Wilson's children were playing in their backyard. One paused to peer over the fence. "What's that thing?" "A garden sculpture," Annie said happily. "Would you like to come over and help me set it up?" Leota felt a flicker of irritation. She didn't want to share Annie. "Could I?" The little girl jumped off the fence and ran up the back steps. Mama. "Mama. The lady asked me over." "No. Not the old one." In less than 2 minutes, the little girl, her older sister, and her brother showed up in the backyard. Leota stood holding her broom and watching. After a few minutes, her irritation wore off. Their enthusiasm amused her. How long since she had had children in this yard? Wasn't that why she had planted the garden in the first place? To draw her children out of the house? Arba came down the steps and stood by the fence, watching while her children chattered away, and helped Annie dig a hole and set the pipe in it. "How are you, Mrs. Reinhardt?" Arba smiled at Leota pensively. The expression on Arba's face made Leota wonder if the younger woman thought she might sprout horns and breathe fire and smoke. Still breathing. Arba seemed nonplussed. Well, that's good. Leota shivered. The cooling air had sunk into her arthritic joints. I think I'll go inside. They aren't bothering you, are they?
Who?
My children. Land's sakes.
No.
Not as long as they're with Annie. They can come through the gate next time. What gate? Leota walked closer and pointed. Back there. Of course, you wouldn't know. Can't see it for all those overgrown privet bushes. Should have been cut back ages ago. My husband put the gate in 20 years ago. I had a good friend who lived in your house. She died back in '64. Her children sold the place. Has anyone else used the gate since your friend died?
No.
The next family had a baby and spent most of the time in the house. The couple stayed to themselves. Never saw much of them.
Though.
They screamed at each other night and day. Even had the police over there once to keep them from killing each other. There've been a dozen families in and out of that house over the years. And most didn't even bother keeping the place up any more than you do. I guess they figured since they were renting, it was the landlord's responsibility, but he never bothered either. That's why your lawn is all weeds now, and the rest of the garden looks the way it does. Arba's smile had disappeared. I work. Mrs. Reinhardt. I work very hard. By the time I get home, I'm too tired to spend time weeding and cleaning up a yard. An hour a day, and you'd feel the better for it. There's something about working with the earth that pours the energy you used up in an office back into you. Leota leaned on the broom for support and looked at Arba squarely. At least it did for me. I worked in an office for years. Took a bus and walked. Her joints were beginning to ache more deeply. And I know you work, Arba Wilson. Your children are always on their own, except on weekends. Arba's shoulders stiffened. If they're bothering you, just tell me. Mrs. Reinhardt. I'll make sure they don't do so again. Someone could bother them. Arba stilled, a worried look filling her face. Has someone been bothering my children? Not that I've noticed. And I've been watching them. They play very nicely by themselves. But they're out front where anyone could see they're not supervised. There are some bad elements around these days. Arba looked distressed. I don't have any choice. Mrs. Reinhardt. I wish I did. Every dime I make goes to rent, food, utilities, car expenses, and medical insurance. I don't have anything left over. Their father should help with expenses. Their father? Arba gave a hard laugh. The court's gotta find him first. Did he run off? He's probably in LA unless he's in jail again. I'd rather scrape by and then have him back in our lives. We don't need his kind of help. Mrs. Reinhardt. He put me in the hospital once and broke Niall's arm because he got in front of the television while his father was watching some sorry football game.
Oh.
No wonder Arba had such strong feelings against the man. Who could blame her? Got any relatives who could help you? A sister on welfare. I don't want my kids growing up thinking it's all right to sit back and let the government take care of you. Good for you. What about a babysitter? Costs too much. I need financial assistance. And I don't want to start down that road. Then tell them to play in the backyard. They'll be safer there. Leota couldn't take the cold anymore. Or they could come over sometimes and watch my television. As long as it's not that MTV. She turned and started up the back steps. Each step was agony, her knees aching clear through the joints. She started to open the door and stopped. By the way, what are their names? Kenya, Tanisha, and Niall. Well, for heaven's sake. Why on earth did you name them after African countries and a river in Egypt? So they'd be proud of their heritage. That's why. You want 'em proud the Africans were selling their own people to slave traders? Some heritages are best laid aside. I beg your pardon? You heard me clear enough. My husband went off to war and ended up in Germany, where his folks came from. He carried that ugly baggage for the rest of his life. Would have been better for everyone if he'd moved on in his life instead. The old impatience filled her. When your children are over here on my place, I'm going to call them Carolina, Indiana, and Vermont. They're free, same as the Israelites. And they're Americans. You make them proud of it. She slammed the screen door behind her. That grandma of yours is something, Arba said to Annie. I haven't figured out what. Is she always like that? Annie held the pipe while the children filled in the hole around it. I don't think she meant to offend you. It was the first time she had heard Grandma say anything about her grandfather that gave her some insight into him. She hoped she could encourage her to talk more.
Oh, don't you worry about it.
Arba laughed. Old folks just get cantankerous sometimes. She looked toward the house. I like her. So do I. Annie barely got the words out around the sudden constriction in her throat. Was she crying?
But why?
And why this sense of impending doom? The children finished pounding down the soil around the pipe. Is it gonna hold? Annie. Niall gazed up at her, wide-eyed. I think so. She tested it with a gentle push. Then a harder one. It held fast. She stood back, looking at the metal sculpture now secured in the flower garden. Good work. You guys. The children scrambled to their feet and stood back with her. Come on home now, Arba said, stepping back from the fence. Maybe we'll see Aunt and her granny in church Sunday. Thanks for your help, you three, Annie called after them. Smiling, she gave Arba a wave as she headed for her car. She took out a small overnight bag, 2 plastic bags of groceries, and a large covered birdcage. She came up the driveway and in the back door. Setting the cage on the kitchen table, she left her overnight case on the floor and put the groceries on the counter. She opened the refrigerator and put away cheese, eggs, hamburger, zucchini, mushrooms, red jacket potatoes, and 2 quarts of milk. She left a loaf of bread, a package of bear claws, a tin of sweetened coffee, a small box with 20 bags of sampler teas, and a tin of cocoa on the counter, and headed into the living room to check on her grandmother. She was sitting in her easy chair, a knit afghan over her legs. She looked pale. Are you all right, Grandma? I'm fine. Just cold. Annie took one of her hands. It was icy. She rubbed it. What do you say I fix you some hot chocolate? That would be nice. But I don't have any. I brought some. Annie hesitated when she saw her grandmother was shivering. Why don't I build a fire first? I haven't had a fire in years. If you'd rather I didn't.
Oh.
No. I'd love it if you did. I always enjoyed a fire. But it got to be too much trouble setting it up and cleaning out the fireplace all the time. And I ran out of wood. The matches are there on the mantel behind your grandfather's picture. Annie looked at the old picture. Her grandfather had been a very distinguished-looking man. He must have had blue eyes. They were so pale in the picture. The bluest I'd ever seen. And blonde hair. Like gold. Striking a match, Annie drew aside the screen and lit the yellowing newspaper crumpled beneath cut branches and an old Presto log. Everything was so dry, the fire caught quickly. I don't know anything about him. Mother never said much of anything about him. When her grandmother didn't say anything, Annie decided not to press. I'll put the water on. I made some tuna salad this morning, her grandma called to her. If you're hungry, it's there on the top shelf of the refrigerator. Help yourself. There's a can of chilled peaches. 2. Did Corban come by this week? On Wednesday. I imagine he'll show up tomorrow again. He figures he'll get more information out of me when you're around. Annie laughed. He thought he was being subtle. As a steamroller, anyone with half a brain could see through that cock and bull story. If something happened to me, they'd be looking through my little telephone book under in case of emergency numbers and calling your mother or your uncle. Or you. By the way, did you bring that parrot with you? The one you said had a nervous breakdown. He's in here. Is he any better? Let's have a look at him. He's eating again. She took the cover off Barnaby's cage and carried him into the living room. I'm glad you said I could bring him over.
Grandma. Susan's totally freaked out about him.
She's convinced now that he's eating that he's punishing her with the silent treatment.
Oh.
He's a pretty thing. He's a rainbow lory. Some birds are gregarious. Maybe he'd get better with a mate. Raoul paid $500 for Barnaby.
Grandma.
At that price, I'm afraid he's destined to be single. $500 for a bird. That's more than I was ever paid in a month. What did this fellow do for a living? Sell dope. Annie laughed. He's a policeman. Well, he should have gotten himself a German Shepherd. Would have been cheaper, and he could have taken him along on the job. Why don't you put Barnaby on that table by the front window? To the left of the door? There's plenty of light there. Maybe he'll like that. Annie set the cage down carefully. Barnaby twitched once and remained still. He used to pace back and forth on his perch and talk all the time. Raoul used to leave the television on day and night to keep Barnaby company. Her grandmother got up and turned the television on. Any particular station? Annie grinned at the bird. He doesn't say. Her grandmother smiled and selected a PBS concert. That might soothe his ruffled feathers. Annie went back into the kitchen. She had wondered how her grandmother would take to Barnaby, but she could hear her grandmother talking to him and smiled to herself. She hoped Grandma Leota would keep Barnaby when they offered him. Annie had read that pets added years to a person's life, and she wanted her grandmother around for a long time to come. Who knew? Barnaby might be just what she needed. She brought the mug of hot chocolate into the living room and set it beside Leota. The fire was crackling. Are you warming up? Yes. Thank you. I should be stayed outside so long. Work used to keep me warm enough. But standing around leaning on a broom doesn't get the blood moving. Why don't you go and paint that metal sculpture while I take a little nap? Grandmother Leota's eyes drifted shut as she finished talking. And with a worried glance at her still white face, Annie headed for the backyard. When Annie finished, she stood back, admiring the effect. The red, orange, and yellow streamers of metal flowed out of the gray pipe like a starburst of color in the fall garden. Some of the leaves on the fruit trees were beginning to turn as well. A clematis was growing close by, and Annie curled several tendrils around the base of the pipe, thinking how pretty it would look if the vine grew to partially conceal the metal. She put the cans of spray paint back into the plastic carrier, then set it on the floor just inside the back door. Grandma Leota was asleep, her recliner tipped back just enough to elevate her feet and not interfere with her view of the television set. The concert was over, and actors spoke with English accents. Annie guessed the program to be an Agatha Christie murder mystery. Barnaby was picking at the food in his bowl. He had become very neat since the incident, as Susan called it. If her grandmother liked Barnaby enough, Annie had decided she would take the stand from the trunk of her car and set it up so the cage top could be removed. Annie carried her case into the spare bedroom. She hung up the dress she planned to wear to Sunday worship service, then took out her sketch pad and pencils. For the rest of the afternoon, she made studies in black and white. Serenaded by the droning white noise of the television, she drew her grandmother's face as she slept in the big chair. She drew her veined and delicate hands. Later, she made quick sketches of the fireplace and mantel, Barnaby on the table by the window, the lamp on her grandmother's side table with the doily, Bible, and reading glasses. When her hand began to cramp, Annie set her sketchbook and pencils aside and went into the kitchen to start supper. She found a bowl in one cabinet and seasonings in another. She mixed a meatloaf. After washing her hands, she turned on the oven and searched through the lower cabinets for a baking dish. Pressing the meatloaf into it, she slid it into the oven. Washing 2 red jacket potatoes, she put them in a pot of water and set them on the stove to be turned on later. She would slice and steam the zucchini while the potatoes were boiling. The telephone rang. Annie stepped into the doorway as her grandmother answered. Turning away, she took 2 plates and silverware out and set the small kitchen table for 2. Annie, her grandmother called. Would you mind if Corban came by for a while this evening? Supper will be ready in an hour.
Grandma.
There's plenty for one more. She waited a moment and stepped into the doorway. Did he say yes? He's on his way. Annie added 1 more setting to the table, 2 more potatoes to the pot, and went to join her grandmother in the living room. She sat cross-legged on the couch and set her sketch pad and box of pencils on the side table. I didn't intend to sleep so long. Her grandmother moved as though to work the kinks out of her shoulders and back. I'm not much company for you. I enjoy your company. Grandmother. Awake or asleep? Leota lowered the chair so that her feet were on the floor again. She pushed herself up, stood for a moment, then began stepping from one foot to the other. Are you all right, Grandma? She marched slowly in place. I'm at that age when I have to get the circulation going before I take any long treks. Where are you going? To the bathroom. Then to the bedroom for a sweater. I can get your sweater for you. I know you can. But I'll get it. If I don't move around a little bit, I'll grow right into this chair and have to be buried in it. The thought made Annie shudder, and she pushed it away quickly. No point in getting morose. Grandma was going to be around for a long time. Annie greeted Corban at the door when he arrived. Good evening, Mrs. Reinhardt, he said formally as he entered the living room. I think we've known each other long enough now that you can call me Leota, she said from her chair. Where's your notepad? I left it in the car. His mouth tipped ruefully. You seem to clam up when I have it in my hand. How does your girlfriend feel about you spending your Friday evening over here with me and my beautiful granddaughter? Grandma. Ruth's in the city with some of her friends. Girls' night out. There's a march tomorrow morning. A political demonstration. They'll be in the front lines. He didn't look happy about it. Dinner's ready, Grandma, Annie said, hoping to save him from explaining further. Corban helped her grandmother from the recliner. You're learning, Leota said, smiling up at him. Annie saw he was put off by the compliment. So defensive. Lord, what can we do to soften his heart and help him relax enough to show himself? He's like a box turtle, pulling in tight, waiting for the hammer to fall. Annie followed them into the kitchen. When they were seated together, Leota looked at him. Would you like to do the honors? Honors. Pray. He blushed to the roots of his hair. I don't pray. Don't or won't. Religion's never been a part of my life. It hasn't played a big part in mine either. Faith, on the other hand, is everything. Grandma held out her hands. Annie reached across the table to Corban, so they joined hands in a circle. Corban looked decidedly uncomfortable but resigned. Grandma Leota lowered her head. Annie did likewise, closing her eyes. "Father," her grandmother said solemnly, "bless this food to our body's use, and bless the hands that have prepared it for us. And help us, Lord Jesus, to minister to this poor heathen boy."
Amen.
Annie pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. Her gaze flickered to Corban, whose face was even redder. "Thanks," he said grimly. "You're welcome." Her grandmother spoke without the least hint of humor. She offered him a bowl. Squash. Rain pattered the roof as the three of them ate together. Grandma Leota paused and looked out at the backyard. "That thing looks good out there." "It'll be the only color until spring." Corban glanced over. His brows flickered. "Well, that's certainly different." Annie didn't know whether that meant he liked it or not, but it didn't worry her. "More meatloaf, Grandma."
No.
"Thank you,
Dear.
I don't usually eat this much. I have to watch my girlish figure. You know." She gazed out the rain-slicked window. "There are quite a few bare spots left for you to fill, Annie." She smiled at Corban. "And you,
Too.
if you've the imagination for it." "Fill with what?" he said. "Whatever you have to offer." Corban looked out at the yard and back at them, obviously at a total loss. "I was thinking about bowling balls," Annie said. "What are you talking about?" Corban sounded faintly frustrated. "Bowling balls," Annie repeated. "They come in all colors. I bought 2 a few weeks ago at a garage sale. One yellow, one marbled pink and red." "What for?" She shrugged.
Oh.
"I don't know. They were pretty and didn't cost much." He gave a gruff laugh and speared a piece of potato. "Sounds like shifting junk from one place to another." "For heaven's sake, Corban." Grandma scowled at him. "Weren't you ever a little boy?" Annie sensed her grandmother was coming to her defense and was touched. "I've been thinking they might look interesting in the garden. Are you game? You do whatever you want out there. Honey, that garden is more yours than mine now." Alarmed, Annie put her hand over her grandmother's. "It'll never be mine."
Grandma.
"That's your garden. I won't change anything if you don't want." "Nonsense. Hush now and listen. A garden is only yours as long as you seed, weed, cultivate, water, and prune. A garden needs lots of tender, loving care. You go out there and enjoy it. The Lord knows it's been neglected too long. Just watching you work and put yourself into it gives me pleasure past describing. So you go ahead and bring the bowling balls and anything else you want." Annie bit her lip, feeling the ache grow. Was her grandmother giving up? She didn't want to take over the garden. She wanted to come alongside her grandmother so they could enjoy it together. She had so much to learn. There were so many things her grandmother could teach her. "Oh, Lord, give us time.
Please give us time."
Grandma Leota patted her hand. "Don't look so distressed, Annie." She gazed out the window once more. "It never belonged to me anyway. I had so many hopes and dreams while I was out there." Her hand tightened slightly. "It's lots of work. You don't realize at first. You have to soften the soil with hoeing and fertilizing. Then you plant the seed and water and weed, all the while watching and hoping for growth. Then you have to protect the seedlings from vermin and prune when things grow too fast and wild. Sometimes they get away from you altogether. Sometimes they die, and you don't know why. But then others flourish so that everyone can partake. That's the whole point, don't you see? Bearing fruit, carrying the sweet aroma. Her eyes grew moist. Those trees back there that you two worked on should bear fruit this year. She let go of Annie's hand. If they don't, cut them down. Annie's heart ached. There was again the feeling that her grandmother was speaking less about what was outside the window and more about what had gone on inside the house. The tears pricked, hot and heavy. She felt Corban looking at her, perplexed. Did he feel nothing about what Grandma had just said? Or was it that he just didn't understand? Did Grandpa like gardening too? Her grandmother blinked and looked down at her plate. There wasn't much of a garden when he went away to war. Mama and Papa Reinhardt started it, but everything Mama planted withered and died. After I came to live with them, the outside chores fell to me, and it seemed I had a knack for gardening. After a short while, it was no chore at all because I loved being out there in the open air and sunshine. Right from the beginning, that garden became my place. I worked all day, you see, and when I get home,
Well,
the garden was a refuge where I could work out my sorrows and frustrations and have joy poured back into me. Did Mother help you? Sometimes Eleanor would come outside. I hoped she'd love it the way I did, but she never seemed to take to it. She became very close to your great-grandmother, you see, so she stayed inside most of the time. Eleanor was just a baby when I moved in here, and Mama Reinhardt took over rearing her and your Uncle George when I went to work. Mama Reinhardt never approved. Corban pushed his plate aside and leaned forward on the table. Approved of you? Or of you working? Both, I suppose. She didn't understand. Those were hard times. Our country was at war against Japan and Germany. Papa and Mama Reinhardt were German immigrants, both with thick accents. It didn't matter so much with Mama. She wouldn't have worked outside the home anyway. But no one would hire Gottlieb Reinhardt. He was a professional man, an engineer, and it hurt his pride terribly to be looked upon with suspicion. He never talked about the discrimination. It's not like today when everyone is shouting about being discriminated against, but it was a blow to his honor and integrity. He wasn't angry. He was ashamed. Mama didn't know about any of this until years later. How could she not know? Grandma. He was a very quiet man, honey. He didn't whine or complain. Every morning he left the house and stayed away all day, dipping into savings when no paychecks were forthcoming. She thought he was going to work. For months he would look for a job, pounding the pavement, knocking on doors, offering his experience and knowledge. After a while, he gave up. He would go down to Diamond Park and sit on a bench and read. Annie saw the tears in her grandmother's eyes. He was too proud to tell Mama Reinhardt no one wanted to hire a German. They were both naturalized citizens. Not that it mattered. People were afraid and suspicious. She smiled sadly. I didn't know until a few weeks ago that they had their citizenship. I found their papers with some old letters. So, you moved in with great-grandma and grandpa to help them out financially? Oh, I wasn't so high-minded and altruistic as that. I needed help myself. Papa was worried they were going to lose the house. He wrote to Bernard about the situation, hoping his son could help him. Bernard wrote to me. I was barely making ends meet by myself. And Bernard thought this was an answer from heaven for all of us. He thought it would be a good way for me to get to know Mama better.
2.
And I would have someone to watch over George and Eleanor so that I could get a job and help out until Papa found something. There were plenty of jobs with so many men gone. Just none for Germans, you see. So I came to Papa and talked with him about it. Papa said to move in with them. And I did. I found employment that same week. And that didn't hurt his pride? Corban looked skeptical. Papa knew I'd worked before marrying Bernard. In fact, I'd worked much of my life, just as most people did back then. He didn't tell Mama the full situation, and it wasn't my place to do so. Things were bad enough between Mama and me without my rubbing her nose in the fact that I was the one paying for the roof over her head. She had been against Bernard marrying me in the first place. I was trying to keep peace, not declare war. Mama Reinhardt didn't know what was really going on until Bernard came home from the war. And by then, it was too late. Too late. Corbin frowned. The words hung in the air. For the children. I've had a lot of years to think things over. And I know most of our troubles go back to that time. Annie felt her grandmother's pain. She took her hand between her own. Her grandmother looked at her sadly. It was unfair, really. You have to see Mama Reinhardt's side of it. All during those war years while I was working. Mama Reinhardt didn't know I was turning the money over to Papa. She just thought I didn't care about my children. She thought I was just looking for a way to pass George and Eleanor off on her so I could have a carefree, fun-filled life of my own while Bernard was off fighting the war. Papa never told her otherwise. He was too proud, I guess. Too hurt.
Too ashamed.
The damage was being done to the children more than anyone, and I didn't fully understand. I was caught up in my own resentments and frustrations. Mama Reinhardt loved George and Eleanor in her own way, but she said things, hurtful things about me. And being so young, they believed everything. She sighed. I look back now and see that all my actions seemed to make it look like I didn't care about them. I did work all day, 5, sometimes 6 days a week. Then I'd go to church on Sunday. It wasn't the denomination Mama and Papa had belonged to in Germany. So Mama would stand in the bedroom doorway and tell me I was going against everything Bernard would want. Was that true? Of course not, but it was what she thought, and it made things difficult on the children. They were spending so much time with Mama, their loyalties were being pulled toward her. And I made it worse. I held my tongue most of the time and nursed my grievances against her. Thankfully, I had a good friend, Cosma. She was a dear. We worked together. Her husband was in the service, too. Sometimes she and I would volunteer at the USO. We'd serve coffee and cookies and dance with the soldiers. She shook her head. I'll never forget one night when Mama Reinhardt waited up for me. She called me names in German. I didn't know what they meant, but I saw the look on her face and heard the tone of her voice. She gave a soft, humorless laugh. I lost my temper and called her an old battle axe. She said she was going to tell her son everything about me when he got home, and then I would be out of her house. Papa was up from bed by then and got between us. I thought he'd tell her the situation then. I hoped and prayed he would. But he didn't, Corbin said. His eyes dark. Not entirely. And I didn't dare. Why not? She deserved it. She shook her head slowly. When you smash someone's pride, Corbin, you make an enemy, not a friend. He shrugged. She was already your enemy. Papa wasn't. He was on my side. That might have been part of Mama's animosity. He said he couldn't tell her yet. But he would. I knew it was best to leave it to him and wait. Did he tell her? Annie's heart ached for all her grandmother had endured. Eventually, she pushed her plate away. Annie saw that her hands were trembling. This is so difficult. You're only hearing things from my side, and I can see you taking offense for me. But things are never so simple. You must try to understand and not hold anything against Mama Reinhardt. She reached out to pat Annie's hand. She's family, you know. Her blood runs in you, as well as mine. Think of it from her side. I was unlike anyone she knew. I was very independent, very modern, very American. She smiled sadly. She was against your grandfather marrying me because of that. She thought Bernard would be happier married to a girl more like those from their homeland. Leota laid her supper utensils on her plate. I think when I moved into her house, she was convinced I would try to take over everything. So she fought me from the start. She didn't want me cooking or cleaning or doing anything in the house. When I went off to work, that just verified what she thought about me. I didn't understand her any more than she understood me. She had difficulty with English. In fact, she and Papa spoke German to one another most of the time. I just stayed out of her way as much as I could. It's pretty hard to do in a small house. So, I worked in the garden. I thought it would give them time alone together, and I hoped it would give me time alone with my children. But it didn't work out that way. Annie knew her mother hated gardening more than anything else. And now she knew why. Mother had never understood that Grandma Leota was extending an invitation to her. She'd always referred to the garden as a place of labor rather than a labor of love.
No. It didn't work out that way.
Things seldom happen the way we plan. What happened when your husband came home from the war? Korban said. Did he get everything straightened out? We had a whole new set of problems. She held out her hand for his plate. You're finished? Annie saw how her grandmother's expression changed subtly. Grandma Leota didn't want to talk about Grandpa Bernard. The pain was all too clear in her eyes. Memories too painful for tears. Korban must have seen it.
Two.
Yes, he said slowly and handed her his empty plate. Best meal I've had in a long time. Annie was thankful he didn't press her grandmother with more questions. She smiled at him when he glanced at her. Grandma Leota took his utensils and put them on her plate. Then she carefully slid his plate underneath her own. She held out her hand to Annie. Annie didn't want her to stop talking about the past. She needed to know everything in order to understand her mother. Were you ever able to make peace with Mama Reinhardt, Grandma? Years later. She sighed, her hands resting on the table. It's hard to explain. I think she knew it was my salary that saved the house because Papa signed it over to Bernard as soon as he came home from the war. But it wasn't until years later, when Papa was dying, that he told her everything. Her eyes had grown moist. That's when she changed toward me. She blinked and was silent, and still a moment. I knew she was sorry. I understood her better by then, too. We reached an understanding. We loved one another as best we could. Toward the end, I think we both put the past completely behind us. Taking a deep breath, she let it out and pushed her chair back from the table. After all was said and done, she was the only company I had after your grandpa died. Annie felt the anguish of that quiet statement. Both women had been alone in the end. She knew the fullness of that. For her mother had wept bitter tears when great-grandma Reinhardt had died. I would have gone to see her if my mother hadn't still been there. Filled with pity and a sense of shame she couldn't define, Annie rose. I'll do the dishes. Grandma, you can put them in the sink for me. But I'll wash them. I need to stand up for a while and do something. Annie relented. She knew it was her own nature to step in and try to take over the chores, but doing everything for her grandmother wasn't merciful or kind. Grandma did need to get up and move around and do things for herself. More important, she needed to know she was useful. There would come a time when more care would be needed, but this wasn't it. Not yet.
Not now.
Setting the plates and utensils in the sink, Annie stepped aside. The dishes are all yours, my dear. Would you like me to dry?
No.
We'll leave them in the rack. It's supposed to be healthier. Korban, why don't you get another bundle of wood and stoke the fire? I'll join you two in the living room when I'm finished. Annie understood. Her grandmother was asking for a few moments to be by herself. She glanced at Korban and saw he, too, understood. He rose and headed into the other room. Annie put her arm around her grandmother's shoulder and kissed her cheek. I love you, Grandma, she said, embarrassed by the thickness in her voice. I love you very much. Her grandmother looked up at her, her blue eyes full of tears. I love you.
Too.
And whatever your mama may have told you, I love her.
Too.
Always have. Always will. Korban put cut branches on the fire. Annie was behind him, stroking the small parrot. I didn't know your grandmother had a bird. Barnaby belongs to my roommate's friend, but she's hoping Grandma Leota will adopt him. And you're hoping, too, aren't you, Barnaby? Turning her head, she smiled at Corban again. The sweetness of it caught him off guard. Susan and I haven't enough time to spend with Barnaby. She stroked the parrot again. And birds need company. Corban was disturbed by his reaction to Annie. Looking for a distraction, he picked up her sketch pad. Is this yours? She glanced at him, and her eyes flickered with embarrassment. Yes, she said simply, and looked away again. He wondered if she was worried at what he might say. Surely she didn't think him such an ogre that he would slam her work? Do you mind if I look them over? He was determined to show her he could be kind. I suppose not. I was practicing. The first sketch surprised him. These are very good. And he was amazed how good. You really think so? She looked so vulnerable. Did she really have so little self-esteem? He caught himself, remembering a similar look on Ruth's face when they were first dating, though he hadn't seen that look since she moved in with him. There were times when he wondered if Ruth had ever really been vulnerable, or if it had all been a ruse. Even as the thought came, he felt guilty for it. Ruth had been trying harder lately, though he had sensed a hardening beneath the surface smiles. Was it his attraction to Annlyn Gardner that made him see Ruth Coldwell in a different light and question her feelings for him? What about his own motives and feelings? Did he dare scrutinize his own behavior? Mouth tight. He sat on the old sofa and flipped through more pages. How long have you been studying? I just started classes at the Art Institute. But I've always loved to draw. He studied one page. Do you know what you're going to do with it? As a livelihood. I mean. She straightened slowly, whispering to the bird before answering Corban. Oh, I don't know yet. Right now, I'm learning the fundamentals. What's your passion? The Lord. He glanced at her. There hadn't been the least hesitation or embarrassment in her response. Had he heard her rightly? I beg your pardon? Was she some kind of religious zealot? She didn't look the part. She seemed to consider for a moment. She smiled and shrugged. I want to paint things that will glorify God. Landscapes? That sort of thing. And metal sculptures I buy at garage sales. Or walls. She laughed at herself. Whatever. The Lord will let me know in His time. She wasn't a ditz. She was just plain weird. Her face was lit up, her blue eyes shining as though lit from the inside. He thought she was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, including Ruth. Even if she was a little nuts, he couldn't help but smile. Unlike Ruth, who kept him off-center all the time, this girl made him feel comfortable. And curious. You weren't kidding about the bowling balls, were you? No. I wasn't, she laughed. Visitors could imagine them to be dinosaur eggs. Don't you think? Her laughter wasn't forced or flighty. It was full of warmth and spilling out of her, and it was contagious. He grinned. I hadn't thought of that. If I spot one at a garage sale, I'll buy it for you. How's that? You go to garage sales? Not often. She gave him a dubious look. Ever? Come on. Corban. Be honest. She reminded him of her grandmother, nailing him on every white lie. Okay. Once or twice. Out of curiosity. But I'll start looking around. I promise. I mean, I didn't realize people sold such valuable items as bowling balls. Anything else on your wish list? An old tennis racket, maybe? Some golf clubs?
She grinned.
Well, let me think about it for a minute. She sat on the other end of the sofa and crossed her legs Indian fashion. Yes to the tennis racket and golf clubs. I have some ideas how I could use them. But I'm more interested in old wash buckets and watering cans, birdhouses, ceramic animals, pots, and big rocks. That sort of thing. How's that for a start? Do you think I'm a Rockefeller?
Bargain.
Keep track. I'll pay you back. Just don't go whole hog. I was kidding.
And
His mouth tipped. Money's no problem for me. She tilted her head slightly, looking at him with a strange expression. I think it must be more of a problem than you realize. Frowning slightly, he looked away from her intense scrutiny. He flipped another page in her sketch pad and tapped the drawing. This is really good, and the sketch of Leota Reinhardt's hands was so real, he could see the paper-thin quality of her skin, the veins, the wedding ring that had become part of her finger, the short nails. They were hands that had worked hard, yet held a quality of grace. I'm sorry if I was out of line. The apology was quiet and utterly sincere. He let out his breath and looked at her again. Having money has its drawbacks. He thought of Ruth again. It would be nice to know where he really stood with her. He never remembered her being so offensive and defensive before they started living together. Or was it when they started sleeping together that things began to change? He wasn't sure anymore. He just knew something wasn't right. Something dark was working beneath the surface, something deadly that was eating away at the relationship he had hoped to have with her. He stared at Anne's drawing and marveled at the detail, and leaned over to look at what he was studying. Her hands have always struck me as beautiful. Don't you think so? There are so many women now who have soft hands with long, silk-wrapped nails painted in pretty pinks and reds. But my grandma's hands have such character. She was right. He thought of Ruth and the time she spent on her hands and nails, and her hair and her body, even her feet. She'd sit and sand her heels and rub in expensive lotions. Everything about Ruth was practiced, right down to the voice lessons. Ruth was a work in the making. The sound of the exercise video played in his head. He laughed under his breath as a thought came to him. What? And glanced at his face. Curious. I was just trying to imagine your grandmother doing a workout in front of the TV.
And laughed. Oh,
How she laughed. He loved the sound of it. He loved watching her face. She made him laugh.
too. Oh,
Man. It felt good not to have to worry whether she would take offense at his mirth. What are you two cackling about? Leota said from the doorway, a dish towel over her shoulder. I thought you were going to let the dishes air dry.
Grandma.
You just wanted to be rid of us. This old mare is not completely out to pasture. Corbin grinned at the old woman, enjoying the moment. Do you work out, Leota? With barbells? You mean? She gave him a droll look. Not lately. Anne laughed harder. Add barbells to the list.
Corbin.
Wouldn't they look great in the yard?
Grandma?
We could lean one upright against the fence and train a baby rose vine around it. Most people buy exercise equipment and let it gather dust in a corner anyway. If you find some barbells, you can bring them over and plant them.
With that,
Leota went back into the kitchen. Corbin turned another page in Anne's sketchbook. Where'd you get these designs? He studied the intricate swirls and curls, the sort of patterns he imagined he could find in a Moorish palace.
oh,
That's just doodling. She got up and headed for the kitchen. Just doodling? Corbin watched her, his gaze starting at the thick fall of long, curly, strawberry blonde hair tied back at the nape of her neck and dropping down over her lithe form. She was thinner than Ruth, but definitely curved in all the right places. She dressed carelessly, a short-waisted pink sweater, worn blue jeans, and old tennis shoes. Ruth wore Levi's, too, usually with a white t-shirt, black leather belt, and tan blazer with a gold pin on the lapel. She wouldn't be caught dead in jeans with grass and dirt stains on the knees and a torn back pocket. He turned the last few pages of the sketchbook, admiring Anne's work, then set it aside as the two women joined him again. Leota settled herself. Gripping the arms of her chair, she pushed so that the chair tilted back and the footrest was raised. She looked tired and pensive. She caught him studying her, sighed, and closed her eyes. Did she think he was going to start an interview? Anne sat on the sofa and took up her sketch pad. Corbin hoped she would start drawing again, so he could watch how she worked. Instead, she put it aside and focused on him. How long have you been doing volunteer work? Couple of months. He glanced at Leota and saw she had one eye open and trained on him. Okay. Your grandmother is my first assignment. Corbin has such altruism. He's going to change the world for the better. Just ask him. He blushed. Leota was smiling at him. Resigned. He looked at Anne and confessed. I needed a subject for a paper I'm writing. Your grandmother is it? Much to her disgust. Leota chuckled. In the beginning, that was true. But I'm beginning to enjoy your August presents. Thanks a bunch. She closed her eye. Doesn't take much to get your dander up. Does it? Look who's talking. Good for you. She folded her hands on her lap. Don't let me get away with anything. Corbin decided to take up the challenge. I'd like to hear more about your husband. He saw the muscles of her face tense slightly. Or had it been a wince? You said there was a whole new set of problems when he came home. What sort of problems did you mean? Delayed stress? Family? Job. Leota sat silent. He was sorry he had said anything. What an idiot he was. He could feel her silence. She was so still. He wondered if she was gathering strength for a blast of temper. She was probably going to tell him to march himself right out of her home and not darken her doorstep again. But when she slowly opened her eyes, she looked at Annie, not him. Bernard Gottlieb Reinhardt had the tenderest heart of any man I ever knew. And that is why life became so difficult for him. He felt responsibility for things he had no control over. A look of anguish filled her face. She closed her eyes again. Why had she made such a point of her husband's tenderness? Corbin looked at and saw tears trickling down her cheeks. Did she know what her grandmother was talking about? He looked back at Leota and grimaced inwardly. He really was a jerk. He was beginning to hate the whole idea of doing a term paper and using Leota Reinhardt as part of his research. Leota tipped the chair up so she was sitting with her back straight, hands on the armrests, feet flat on the floor. I suppose it's time, she said softly. Corbin sensed from her expression that she had made a decision and was now determined to go forward with it, no matter how much it hurt. Oh. Why couldn't he have kept his mouth shut? The first time I saw Bernard, I was with a friend at one of the dance halls downtown. Bernard came in with several of his friends. He was the sort of young man that young ladies notice right away. Tall. Handsome. He was blonde and had beautiful blue eyes. He wasn't 3 feet inside the door of that hall before he was surrounded by women. He paid them no attention. She smiled. I love to dance, especially swing, and I never lacked for partners. Bernard just stood and watched me all evening. He never asked you to dance. Grandma. She chuckled. He didn't know how. And he had too much dignity to want to learn in front of everyone. So, how did you meet him? The band took a break. I was out of breath and hot from dancing. Bernard was standing near the refreshment table. The evening was more than half over, and all he had done was stand and watch me. He had a glass of punch in his hand and was sipping out of it. He smiled at me and lifted his glass. So I took the bull by the horns. I walked right up to him, said I was thirsty, and held out my hand. He blushed when he gave me his glass. I drained it, handed it back, and asked him for more. Grandma, and said, laughing, I'd never have courage enough to do something like that. Most ladies wouldn't think to do such a thing. I was always one to go after what I wanted. Besides, I figured if I waited for him, I'd be old and gray before he said a word to me. There were rumors of war, and life didn't seem so certain. Then again, maybe that was just my excuse for being so brazen. I didn't want to miss the opportunity. I had never seen Bernard at the dance hall before. Seeing as he didn't dance, I figured it was unlikely I'd ever see him there again. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say. One look at your grandfather, and I thought the risk of complete public humiliation was worth the chance he might ask me out. Obviously, he did.
Oh.
He did better than that. He asked me to marry him. Right there in the dance hall? That night. Well, later. In the rumble seat. Corbin laughed. He couldn't help himself. It was a side of Leota Reinhardt he would never have imagined in a million years. She turned her gaze upon him like a marksman ready to fire. He fought to regain control. Sorry, a rumble seat.
Of course you are, she said dryly.
I can guess what improper notions stampeded through your dirty little mind. Have you ever been in the rumble seat of a car?
No.
Ma'am. His lips twitched. Obviously not. It's a small space, a very small space, too small to carry on anything improper. I assure you. Especially when the car is in motion with the wind blowing in your face and the car bouncing over every bump in the road. And don't give me that cheeky grin of yours. Just getting even. Whose car was it? One of Bernard's friends. Can't remember his name, but he knew my friend and asked if we needed a ride home. The dance ended late, and we were waiting for the bus when they drove up. I wasn't in that seat 2 seconds when Bernard put his arm around me, leaned down, and said someday he was going to marry me. What did you say? Grandma. I said, how about next Wednesday? It's my day off. Of course. I thought he was joking. When he took me out the next evening, I realized he wasn't. It gives a new definition to whirlwind romance. Corbin grinned even more broadly. 1 week. Actually, it was almost a year, and most of that time was spent trying to change his mother's opinion of me. You see, Bernard went home that first night. His folks had been worried and waiting up for him. He told them he had met the girl he was going to marry. By the time he spilled out the whole story, they were convinced I was, well, not the sort of girl anyone would want for their only son. A girl who danced with all the young men at a public hall and drank from a stranger's glass and accepted a proposal in the back of a car. She smiled sadly. A Jezebel. She rubbed her thighs as though she ached. I didn't understand them, and they didn't understand me. Until Bernard went away to war, we had very little to do with Mama and Papa. Bernard would visit them on Sunday afternoons after church. I fixed dinner for them a few times, but, well, Mama Reinhardt was a very good cook. And I was a new bride who had lived on tuna casseroles, corned beef and cabbage and potatoes. She smiled in amusement. Mama Reinhardt was not impressed. Corban felt anger stirring inside him at the hurt Leota must have felt. Sounds like an old bat to me. I think that's probably what you thought of me in the beginning. Leota gave him a pointed look. Wasn't it? Now that you mention it, he conceded with a wry grin. Maybe you still do. Didn't anyone ever teach you to respect your elders? Yes, ma'am. Now that's one of the things I like about you.
Corban.
Your impertinence. Leota's eyes were twinkling. And Corban found himself liking her, really liking her for the first time. She must have been something when she was young. So you didn't have them over for dinner often, he said, hoping to get her back on track. Once a month we suffered one another's company. I liked Papa right from the beginning, but Mama would sit and watch and not say anything. When she did, she spoke German to Papa, and he would translate. Didn't she speak English? Not very well. Language was another barrier between us. English isn't any easier to learn than German. But over the years, we learned to talk to one another. More toward the end. Did Mother learn to speak German? Your mother and Uncle George spoke German at home until their father returned from the war. After that, German was never spoken in the house again. Annie's eyes widened. Not even by Papa and Mama Reinhardt? Not in Bernard's presence. Corban waited, knowing whatever Leota had to say wouldn't come easily. He could see the tears welling in her eyes as she sat silent, gathering her thoughts. She blinked, her hands rubbing and rubbing at her thighs. She looked gray and old. Vulnerable. As though she were drowning in painful memories. Mama's loyalties were put to the test when Bernard joined the army, she said finally. She and Papa both had brothers and sisters with families still in Germany. I remember both of them saying what a madman Hitler was. They would read the daily newspapers and grieve over every word that was said about Germany. Some editorials called them bloody Huns. The Reinhardts had been receiving letters ever since leaving Europe, and the later ones were filled with glowing praise for the Führer. Of course, Mama and Papa wrote right back with the truth. Then the letters stopped coming. She leaned back, her hands still. I was with Bernard when he told them he had enlisted. Mama Reinhardt wept. I'd never heard crying like that before, wailing like her heart was being torn from her. Papa told Bernard if the war turned in America's favor and he ended up in Germany, to try to find and save whatever kin he could. She fell silent then. Corban bit his lip, giving her the chance to begin again. When she stayed silent, though, he couldn't hold back the question. Did he make it into Germany? Yes. So much pain in a single word. Corban had never realized it was possible to communicate so much in one word. Annie sat still and silent, eyes flooded with tears, seeming to feel her grandmother's suffering as though it were her own. Bernard made it to the town where Mama and Papa Reinhardt had lived. The unit he was with destroyed it. She blinked, not looking at either of them. He awakened one night after a recurring nightmare. He told me the men had gone mad, he among them. They killed everyone they saw. They wanted to wipe that town off the face of the earth. Corban couldn't believe he'd heard right. He leaned forward. Why? She looked at him bleakly. Just before they came to the town, they had freed a concentration camp. Bernard said the smell was beyond describing, dead bodies stacked up like cordwood. The town was close by, close enough to have known what was happening, close enough to have been supplying the soldiers there. Bernard never got over what he saw and what he did about it. She closed her eyes. She was trembling. Annie started to weep. She left the couch, knelt at her grandmother's feet, and put her head in her lap. Leota stroked her hair slowly. Your grandfather said, when the rage in him died, all that was left was shame. Shame for what he had done, but more shame for the blood that ran in his veins. Did Mama and Papa Reinhardt ever know? Annie said tearfully. Bernard never spoke a word about it to anyone but me, and he only spoke to me about it one time, when it poured out of him against his will. It was like a cancer eating him up inside. Oh, his parents both knew something horrible had happened in Germany. Something so terrible their son could never speak of the war. Perhaps if he had talked about it, he wouldn't have suffered so. Korban couldn't imagine what the man must have felt. How did he cope with what happened? He came home, went back to work, and tried to get on with his life. Papa signed the house over to him, and he and Bernard built the apartment behind the garage. Mama moved in grudgingly, feeling I had stolen her house from her. She was filled to overflowing with resentment. She blamed Bernard's depression on me, saying in no uncertain terms that a good wife would be able to bring her husband out of it. She just didn't understand, and neither did I at that time. She sighed. Our squabbling must have made things worse on your grandpa. And your mother and George were afraid of their father. They didn't remember him, of course, since they were so young when he went away. After he returned, Bernard was given to bursts of anger in the beginning. He was a fine craftsman, but he'd work for a while, then lose his temper and get fired. He lost one job after another the first 5 years he was home. Afterwards spread. He couldn't get full-time work. That just made him feel worse because then it had to be me working to pay the bills. He'd lapse into long silences. He always did such wonderful work. He built the lattice in the backyard. And he did those cabinets in the kitchen and that built-in china hutch back there. Beautiful work. But all he could get were odd jobs. Eyes moist, Leota went on quietly. In the evenings he would sit in front of the television and drink until he fell asleep.
Oh.
Grandma, Annie murmured, holding her grandmother's hand between her own and rubbing it gently as though to bring warmth into it. He was a good man, but broken up inside. Leota's mouth trembled. And I never knew how to put him back together. Her lips curved in a humorless smile. Like Humpty Dumpty. Shattered. Korban didn't know what to say or do to ease her suffering. The long silence made him uncomfortable, pointing out his ineptitude. The silence of 10 minutes was unbearable to him. How had she borne the silence of years, especially knowing the cause of it? It's not just Germans, Leota said as though he had spoken aloud. That's the thing of it. I tried to tell Bernard that, but he'd never listen. Look what the Japanese did to the Chinese during the rape of Nanking, and to anyone who ever fell into their hands during the war. Look at what the white man has done to Native Americans. Look what the Africans do to one another. We have the holy wars in the Middle East, jihad against us, the genocide in Southeast Asia, and the Soviets splintering and aiming warheads every which way. Here in our own country right now, you feel the tide turning against Christians. They're being maligned and blamed for all kinds of things.
No.
There's nothing new under the sun. I remember thinking back in the 60s, when the Watts riots were going on, that what happened in Germany could happen here. And then the AIDS epidemic hit. It'd be so easy for the tide to turn against those who are poor and sick. She shook her head. No, it's not Germans. It's mankind. It's our own sin nature growing and taking control and ravaging the world. But Bernard would never listen. He would never accept God's grace and mercy. He knew there wasn't a way on this earth to undo what he'd done. And he wasn't willing to let God wash it all away with the blood of Christ. Not until the very end. So he suffered. And he made everyone around him suffer right along with him. Annie shook her head, her expression filled with a sorrow that pierced Korban's gut. When she spoke, her voice was choked with tears. I don't think Mother knows any of this. Grandma. You're right. She doesn't. She and George were too young to understand what was going on. They believed what they were told. I always thought to keep to myself what I knew until I died. But lately. She looked at Corban, her eyes clear and bright, pensive. Sometimes you have to tell the truth, no matter how hard it is. Even when it doesn't change anything. People seem to make the same mistakes over and over again. Corban felt a heaviness in the pit of his stomach. Leota Reinhardt was trying to teach him something, and for the life of him, he wasn't sure what it was. It helps me understand Mother a little better.
Grandma.
There's so much she doesn't know. Maybe if she did. She has to want to know. Sweetheart. The soil has to be softened before planting. Watering has to be done before a seed takes root. She touched Annie's cheek tenderly. How an old woman rambles on when she has such a kind audience.
Now.
How about some of that herbal tea? Annie rose, leaned down to kiss her grandmother's cheek, and went into the kitchen. Leota looked straight at Corban then, challenging him in some way. He sensed that she was trying to make him see past himself. What is it, old woman? He wanted to cry out. Say it straight out.
Tell me.
I want to know. I want to see. I want to understand. She smiled. An irritating little smile that told him she wasn't going to make things easy for him. All she said was, I have hope for you. Corban Salsek. She waited another moment. Then she rose stiffly from her chair. Turned the television on to a game show. Sat again. And leaned her head back. With that, she closed her eyes and said not another word for the rest of the evening. Chapter 13. Nora walked the mall. The Christmas store was open, but she walked past disgusted. It wasn't even Halloween, Thanksgiving a distant 6 weeks away, and yet soon the holly and Santas would be cropping up like weeds in every store window. Every year Christmas came earlier, bringing with it an inner sadness. Why was it Christmas always depressed her? No matter how big the tree, how bright the decorations, how frenetic the festivities, she felt alone and lonely. Pausing by a toy store, Nora remembered the excitement of buying presents for her children when she was younger. Michael had loved Lego toys from the time he was old enough to stack blocks. Over the years, she had purchased more and more complicated and expensive collections of the connecting plastic blocks. Where were they now? Stored in the garage in case a grandchild might someday want them? Or had Michael taken them with him when he moved away? She couldn't remember. The dolls in the store window reminded her of shopping for and the frustration that went along with it. One Christmas, she had stood in line to buy a Cabbage Patch doll for her precious daughter. When the store announced there was no more stock available, she had forked over $200 to a lady who had purchased 3. Greedy witch. When Annie had opened the pretty package and seen the doll, she had said a quiet thank you, nestled it back in the box, and placed it under the tree. Don't you like it? Every little girl wants one of these dolls. You have no idea how difficult it was to get one for you. It's nice. Mommy. Nora hated being called Mommy. She had reminded Anlin over and over to call her Mom or Mother. Mommy was for babies. And had taken the doll to school with her. When she returned without it, Nora had been angry. She had been so certain and had lost it and wondered how she could be so careless. Do you have any idea how much that doll cost me? $200. I should have just bought you one of those cheap Raggedy Ann dolls. Then, to make matters worse, Anlin had cried and confessed she hadn't lost it. She had given it away to a little girl who had received only a puzzle for Christmas. Standing at the toy store window now, Nora remembered how furious she had been over that. And why shouldn't she have been? She had waited for hours, paid a ridiculous price for something every normal little girl wanted. And what did her daughter do? She gave the gift away as though it meant nothing to her. Just as I mean nothing to her. Tears pricked Nora's eyes as she stood gazing through the glass into the toy store. All the things I've done for my children, and do they appreciate it? They don't care one iota about me or my feelings. All they care about is themselves. When did Michael last call me? On Mother's Day last year? Oh, and calls, but always from Leota's. Why does she keep asking if I'd like to come over for tea? Just to hurt my feelings? Just to let me know how much time and love she's expending on my mother? Mother and both know I don't want to go over there for tea, or anything else. She bit her lip, the tears welling, her throat tight and hot. Her children were both so selfish. Did they know how cruel they were? I should cut them right out of my will. That would wake them up. And it would serve them right, too. They've abandoned me. I should abandon them. In fact, I should leave a letter to them and have the attorney read it aloud, telling them why I've cut them off. That would make them sorry. That would make them writhe with guilt over how mean they'd been to her. If she had some fatal disease like cancer and she suffered for months, maybe they'd feel sorry then. Maybe Fred would be sorry.
2.
She drew in a shaky breath and let it out slowly. Problem was, she was healthy. Physically. She had kept her weight down, exercised, eaten right. And yet she had just been to the doctor, wanting to know about the palpitations and stomach aches and headaches. She was dying. She knew it. Even her bones ached. She must have cancer or something worse. She had gone through a battery of tests. Medical technicians had taken blood, made her drink barium, and done x-rays. When nothing was found, she insisted the doctor order an MRI. Today she had gotten the results. I can find nothing wrong with you, Nora. His diagnosis: stress, which was causing psychosomatic symptoms. He suggested a psychiatrist. Furious, she told him she had been in counseling for years and it had done no good. Her life was worse now than it had ever been before. She'd burst into tears and said she wished she were dying. She wished she did have cancer. Then they'd all be sorry for the way they've treated me. The doctor had talked with her for some time, encouraging her to check herself into some kind of care facility in the Santa Cruz Mountains, where she could rest, talk with a counselor, and reevaluate her life. He thinks I'm crazy. She pressed a hand to her temple.
Well,
maybe she was. Maybe she was headed for a nervous breakdown. If she was, it certainly wasn't her fault. Nobody loved her. Nobody had ever really loved her. Not even her own mother. God.
Why?
I don't understand.
I've tried so hard.
I've done everything right. And it's all gone wrong. Nothing I do turns out the way I want. 2 men I loved ended up hating me. 2 children I've borne don't even want to talk to me. Maybe I've always loved others too much. I should have been loving myself more instead of pouring time and money into my husbands and children. I should have been taking care of myself. She turned from the store window and walked on, passing other ladies wandering in the mall. Some had children in strollers. Some were walking with friends, and others sat on the pretty benches watching people pass. Nora paused again, looking in another window crowded with gift items. Why shouldn't she shop for herself? Why shouldn't she buy something if it would make her feel better? Hadn't she always purchased little gifts to cheer others up? It was time she cheered herself up. Entering the store, she wandered among the displays, picking things up and setting them down. She spotted something in a distant corner. It made her smile. The item was cute and utterly impractical. It was also expensive considering what it was, but she liked it, and that was all that mattered today. It was time to pamper Nora, instead of Nora pampering others. She had plenty of cash, but she decided to put the item on a credit card. Fred always gave her an allowance, but she figured he owed her this much after his reticence of late. She made her purchase and left. The warm, fuzzy feeling passed quickly. By the time Nora reached the parking lot, she wondered why she had wasted $50 on a stuffed bear. What would Fred say when he saw the bill? Of course, it wouldn't say bear on the debits. It would just list the store. Sitting in her car, Nora took the bear from the bag and stared at it, hoping to resurrect the faint pleasure she had felt when she saw it in the first place. Maybe she had been thinking about future grandchildren. Her eyes welled, and tears spilled over. If her children ever did have babies of their own, maybe then they'd understand how she felt. They would know what a good mother she had been. They would know how she'd sacrificed for them. Maybe then. A sudden picture filled her mind. Leota on her knees in the garden. Leota looking toward the house. Tears running down her cheeks. Where was I? Why didn't I go out to her? Nora shut her eyes tightly. I was helping Grandma Reinhardt. That's what I was doing.
I was always helping Grandma.
She said she didn't know what she'd do without me. Anger stirred again. My mother never helped. All she ever did was take care of her own needs and wants. She never cared about anyone but herself. Yet the picture remained. Along with it, another memory flickered. She could almost feel Grandma Reinhardt's hand on her arm.
9.
Your mama thinks it is fine to waste time planting flowers. But I have work to be done. You be a good girl and help with supper. Nora's anger seeped away, leaving confusion and anguish. Stuffing the teddy bear in the shopping bag, she tossed it into the back seat. Jamming her key in the ignition, she started the car. And then it surfaced again, the loneliness she had tried all her life to escape, the loneliness she wanted so desperately to press down where it wouldn't be recognized. It welled up so strongly that she gripped the steering wheel. She could hardly breathe through the pain of realization. Tears blinded her. I have a husband. I have children. And still, I'm alone. Fred was home. His car was parked in the garage when Nora pulled in. She was filled with dismay and guilt at the sight of it. She had wasted the entire afternoon wandering in malls, window shopping. All for what? To feel better? She felt worse. Now Fred was home early, and she had no idea what to fix for dinner. Had she taken anything out of the freezer this morning? Probably not. Who thought about dinner when the doctor was going to tell you that you were dying of some dreaded disease? Taking the bag with the bear in it, she got out of the car. She unlocked the side door from the garage into the house, letting out her breath slowly, trying to prepare herself for anything. As she entered the kitchen, she saw an open box of pizza on the counter. 2 slices missing. Fred was sitting in the family room, watching the evening news, a glass of wine on the side table. He'd changed from his suit and was wearing khaki slacks and a navy blue sweater. He always dressed nicely, even when lounging around the house. He was one of those men who grew more handsome with the years. Please, God, don't let him stop loving me the way Brian and Dean did. Please. Fred looked at her, eyes troubled. What did the doctor say? Is that why you're home early?
I was worried about you.
It's pretty late. She set her purse on the counter. I had some shopping to do. Her mouth trembled. A gift. She didn't tell him it was for herself. What's the diagnosis?
Oh.
I'm fine. Nothing wrong. I'm healthy as a horse. The doctor thinks I should be committed. His mouth tipped. You might think about it. Nora burst into tears, covering her face. She stood in the kitchen sobbing. She wished she were dead. She should drive into a tree or off a cliff into the ocean. Then her children would be sorry for treating her so badly. She felt Fred's arms slide around her. He drew her close. I love you, he said softly. You drive me crazy, Nora. But I love you. She clung to him and sobbed harder, thinking of all the ways she had neglected him lately. I don't deserve you.
No.
You don't, he said with a hint of humor. Just got lucky, I guess. She drew back slightly and smiled up at him through her tears. What would she do without him? She remembered the harsh words she had spoken only yesterday. She thought of the account he had lost because of her forgetfulness. You forgive me everything. He was the kindest man she had ever met. His gentle spirit had been one of the things that attracted her to him. We need help, Nora. We can't go on this way. A niggling fear coursed through her. She could hear some inner bell tolling the death of another marriage. Kindness before the killing blow. You were the first woman I ever loved, Brian had said the night before he walked out on her. The note he left behind was the last thing he ever wrote to her, including child support checks. How a man could manage to disappear so quickly and completely, she had never been able to understand. Dean hadn't been so nice about it. If you have anything to say to me, do it through your lawyer. Nora shriveled inside. I can't go through it again.
God, help me.
I can't. Whatever Fred wanted, she would do. She couldn't bear to fail again. She was so weary of the fight, sick of life, sick of herself. Maybe you're right, she said meekly. What do you think we should do? Start by meeting with the pastor. He doesn't like me. She withdrew from his arms and turned away. I went to him a couple of weeks ago asking for help. And she put her arms around herself. He said I wasn't a Christian. Why would he say a thing like that? Didn't he believe her? Well, he didn't say it straight out. He implied it. What did you say to him? I reminded him how long I've been going to that church and how much money we've given, and then I left. I meant before, Fred said quietly. To give him that impression. I don't remember. Fred didn't say anything. He didn't have to utter a word. She felt ashamed and embarrassed and defensive. Her emotions were so muddled. She didn't want to think about Pastor Bernie. She didn't want to think about what he said. What she said. She turned back to Fred. Maybe if we go away for a weekend. To San Francisco. Or better yet, Carmel. We could get off by ourselves. Just the two of us. It's just the two of us now. Nora. Hurt spread through her, gripping her heart. You needn't remind me that Anne's left home without so much as a kiss goodbye. She turned away. That was cruel, Fred, and after I've had such a horrid day. She rubbed her temple, feeling the beginning of another headache coming on. I called Amlin this morning. She said she was on her way to art class when what she really meant was she didn't want to talk to me for even 1 minute, she said bitterly. She didn't even give me the chance to tell her how sick I've been and all the tests I've endured. All to find out there was nothing wrong with her. That it was all in her head. Stress. And who was to blame for that? Fred took her shoulders. Annie's grown up. Nora. You can't make her come home and be your little girl again. I wasn't trying to do that. He let go of her. Weren't you? As long as she was here, you could tell her what to do. She has to learn to stand on her own. She turned. That's not true. I've never tried to run her life. You didn't try. Nora.
You did.
The poor girl couldn't breathe without you telling her how much air she could take in. How can you say such a thing? All I've ever done is love. For as long as I've known you and Annie, you've been running her life. Control. Nora. That's what it's all about with you. Isn't it? I have to tell you, I was proud of her when she finally stood up to you and left. Nora stared up at him, stunned. Proud. Yes. Proud. Defensive anger welled up inside her. You just didn't want her around anymore. Isn't that what you really mean? You were jealous of our relationship. You never did understand how close we were. She wasn't your child. She was mine. She saw the look on his face and knew her words were like daggers in his heart. Let them be. He had hurt her first. The sooner Annie was out of here, the sooner you thought you'd have me all to yourself to do whatever you want whenever you want. As the torrent of angry words poured from her mouth, part of her was screaming. Why are you doing this to him?
Stop it. Stop it.
Yet the flood came pouring down, drowning them both in her bitterness. How many words did it take to do irrevocable damage? Silence reigned between them for a full minute before Fred spoke in a weary voice. When have you ever done anything someone else wanted? Nora? I'm always doing for others. I've done everything for them from the time they were babies. You can't understand how I feel because you've never had children of your own. I wanted them, Nora. But you weren't willing. Don't throw that in my face now.
Fred.
How could I think about having a baby when Michael was in college and Amlin was consuming so much of my time? She heard her own words echo and saw the expression on his face. I love Annie. That may be, Nora. But you love yourself more. You love yourself above everyone and everything. She stared, bereft. How can you say that to me after all I've done for them? When Annie left, I was devastated. You know I was.
Oh.
I know. Everyone knows. But the truth is you were devastated for all the wrong reasons. You thought you were in control. You had her future all laid out. Years ahead. She wanted to go to college.
No.
Nora. You wanted her to go to college. All I've ever heard is how much you wanted to go, and never had the chance. I always wanted to ask. What stopped you? What are you saying? That I should go to school now. It takes guts to live your own life. Doesn't it? Nora? All you've ever done is tell others how to run theirs. All you've ever done is bully your children into living for you. She was furious. How can you say such cruel things to me?
He sighed.
I'm saying it because it's the sorry truth. And it's about time you hear it from someone who loves you. Love? Is that what you call this? You don't know the first thing about love. He went back into the empty family room and sat down, eyes straight ahead on the droning television. Have you ever asked yourself why your son never calls or comes home? Michael was the first one you drove away. No. I take that back. Maybe it was Brian Taggart. Pain swept through her. I hate you. She was weeping again. You've never faced the truth about anything. It's not the truth. Michael cares. About what? Picking up the remote. Fred changed the channel. Himself. Came the betraying thought. She rebelled against it. You don't know my son the way I do. I know his mother. That's enough. Fred turned up the volume. Trembling, Nora snatched up her purse and went upstairs. Tossing her purse into a wing chair, she yanked off her camel hair blazer and went into her closet to hang it up. She was still shaking violently. She sat on the edge of the bed. Fred's words kept ringing in her ears. It takes guts to live your own life. You thought you were in control. He's wrong. Look around you. Raising her head, Nora looked at the elegant Ethan Allen furnishings, the expensive draperies, the faint, peach-colored walls with original oil paintings and signed prints she had purchased from an exclusive San Francisco gallery. She had picked out everything herself, sparing no expense. How many thousands of dollars had she spent doing this room exactly the way she wanted it? Had she ever asked Fred what he might like? She had done every room in this house the same way, including Michael's and Anne's. She had poured blessings lavishly upon her children. They had only the best. The best schools, the best neighborhood, the best clothing, the best toys, the best lessons, the most affluent church, the right friends. To what purpose? To what end? It takes guts to live your own life. I sacrificed for them. She heard a still, small voice questioning her. Did you, beloved? I did. I did. I wanted Michael and Annelyn to have a better life than the one I had. I wanted to be there for them the way my mother never was for me. I wanted to give them everything I ever wanted. I wanted love. Nora covered her face with her hands, and her bitter weeping drowned out the quiet, beckoning voice of the very thing she sought. Ruth came out of the bathroom and stared at Corban, her face ashen, her eyes red. Guess what? She held out a white, plastic object. What? He peered at it, baffled. Her eyes were burning with anger, boring into him with dark accusation. What is it? A pregnancy test. What do you think it is? She thrust it in front of him. It's blue. See? Positive. She uttered a foul expletive. He could feel the blood running out of his face. His body was going cold, then hot. I thought you were on the pill. I am on the pill. Not that birth control should be my sole responsibility. That's not what I meant. He tried to stay calm. He tried to think. How far along? 2 months. 3. I don't know. I didn't even think about it until I started throwing up a few days ago. She threw the test into the trash beside his desk and cursed again. Jessie said I might be pregnant. So, I thought I'd better find out. Corban didn't know what to say. A baby. The first thought that came to him was how had he managed to get himself into this mess, and how was he going to get himself out of it? Over the past few weeks, he had come to realize he wasn't in love with Ruth Coldwell. In fact, he wasn't sure he liked her all that much. Their affair had started in lust, pure and simple. Well, maybe not so pure. He had begun to wonder about Ruth's feelings within the first few months of living with her. Her motives had become pretty clear. She had needed someone to bankroll her living expenses while she went through school on scholarships. She liked his apartment, his car, his bank account. pretty simple to figure out once ego was out of the way.
Well,
Now things weren't so simple. Stop looking at me that way, she said, angry and distressed. What way? Like I planned this pregnancy. I know you didn't. Darn right I didn't. The last thing I wanted was to get pregnant. She looked down as though she couldn't even bear to touch herself. I've already gained 2 pounds. She burst into tears. Why did this have to happen? Everything was so perfect. Perfect? He could feel the perspiration beading on his forehead. His heart was pounding. His stomach was in a knot. Ruth was pregnant with his child. He looked at the plastic test in the trash and felt a rush of heat through him. Was it shame? Fear? Wonder? He couldn't even begin to assess the feelings stirring in him. He had to think, but she was pacing like a caged animal. He wanted to quiet her, to calm her. We'll work it out, Ruth. She stopped and glared. Work what out? What we're going to do. He stood up and went to her. This isn't just your problem. You know. We're in it together. Her shoulders hunched slightly. I can't believe this is happening, she said bleakly. I've been so careful. Corbin drew her close when she began to cry. He had never seen or heard Ruth cry. He didn't think she could. It'll be all right. He rubbed her back, as though she were a frightened child. He the adult. He took on his new role of comforter willingly, if not eagerly. The panic was passing, the possibilities rising. He felt strangely protective. People have had babies before us and made it through school. She went rigid in his arms. You're not suggesting I have it, are you? She drew back from him. Don't even go down that road. Corey. He went cold inside at the look on her face. Why not? You'd be done with the school year before. No way. Her eyes were hot. Are you out of your mind? He frowned. I graduate in June. Well, I don't. She turned and walked away, sitting in the chair on the other side of the room. Crossing her legs Indian fashion, she gripped her knees and looked at him coolly. What about grad school? You're going to graduate magna cum laude. You've already had an interview at Stanford. I still have another year. You could transfer. Yeah.
right.
And who's going to pay my tuition? Santa Claus? My scholarship is here. I can't go off to whatever college I want. I don't have a trust fund. She was firing all her guns at him, and he didn't like it. A coldness seeped into him. How had he ever gotten involved with this girl? Her eyes flickered. Could she see what he was feeling? Was it written on his face? She looked away again and bit her lip. It was a little late to hold her tongue. She looked at him again, troubled. We always agreed, Corey. First things first. Graduate from college then. Then what? He wondered now. Had they ever really discussed the after part? He felt sick inside. He knew he couldn't make any promises about financing her education, especially at Stanford.
A baby. His baby.
He thought about the choices before them. Look, he said cautiously. I haven't decided to go to Stanford. There's nothing wrong with staying here in Berkeley. You want to go to Stanford, and you know it. Don't tell me you don't. If you stayed here, you'd resent having to change your plans.
No.
I wouldn't. Get real. Her face was rigid and pale. I've missed 2 classes this week because I was too sick to go. I think they call it morning sickness. Only I'm sick until past noon. How many classes do you think I can miss and still keep my grades up enough to hold on to my scholarship? He knew what she was thinking. He had listened to all the arguments for abortion and agreed with every one of them. Up until this moment, he had been pro-choice. Now, he wasn't so sure. This was his child she was talking about. Something on the elemental level had shifted inside him. All the rhetoric didn't seem to matter. All the rationale, the justifications, the excuses. Plain and simple. He felt sick at the thought of her having an abortion. I know it's not the best time. He chose his words carefully, but we can figure things out. If you don't want to keep the baby, we can give it up for adoption. I can't believe it. You're really suggesting I have it. She sprang up and paced again. This isn't a trophy we're talking about.
Corey.
This is my life. I know, Ruth, but it's my child. She stopped and glared at him. I can't believe you said that. It's not a child yet. Don't call it a child. Spare me the feminist manure. Ruth. We've both had physiology and anatomy. I swear I'll take care of you. I'll pay for everything. I'll take responsibility. I'll even marry you. If you want. Thanks for the romantic proposal. She turned away, hugging herself. Shame gripped him. Crossing the room, he put his hands on her arms. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. He caressed her arms. Ruth, I'm sorry. If I could undo things, I would. I know this wasn't planned. I know how much your education matters to you. I wouldn't ask you to give up on it. Just sit tight for a few days. All right? Let's think things over. Let's weigh all the options. Isn't that what choice is all about? Knowing there are options. He felt her muscles relaxing. She let out a shaky breath. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Corey. Corbin leaned down and kissed the curve of her neck. So am I. He wondered if they were afraid for the same reasons. You there? Leota shouted from her front door. Leave those children alone, or I'm calling the police. The two teenagers bullying Arbo Wilson's children shouted obscenities at her and took off down the street. She came out onto her porch. Come on inside, you three. You're sitting ducks for any little hoodlums out there on the sidewalk. Didn't your mother tell you to play in the backyard? She held the door wide open for them. Go on into the bathroom and clean yourself up, Vermont. My name ain't Vermont. It is when you're in my house. Now, get going. The two little girls were crying. She closed the screen door, latched it, closed the front door, and double-locked it. You two come into the kitchen with me. She took 2 dish towels from a drawer and wet them with tap water. She gave one to each and told them to wipe their faces. What did those 2 boys want anyway? They wanted Niall to let them in the house. Niall stood in the doorway, a wet cloth pressed over his eye. You're a brave boy. Don't call me boy.
Oh.
For heaven's sake.
Fine.
You're a brave young man. Do you like that better? Now plant your tailbone in that chair and cool off. Why should I? Keep standing in the doorway, and I'll give your cookies and milk to the girls. Niall sat. Mom'll wonder where we are. Kenya wiped tears from her cheeks. Leota patted her shoulder. She'll know. Honey. I told her you 3 were welcome here. You can consider this a safe house. Carolina. You sit there. Indiana. You can have my chair. What time does your mama get home? 6, Indiana said. She's picking up Kentucky Fried Chicken tonight. It's her favorite, Niall said with a jerk of his head toward Kenya Carolina. She gets it, 'cause it's her birthday today. Your birthday.
Is it?
How old are you? 7. Well, I'm 12 times 7. So, what does that make me? 84, Niles said in a split second, adding, old, brave, and good at math. Looks like you have a fine future ahead of you. Unless you let your lips start moving before your brain's in gear. Indiana giggled. You talk funny. It's called English, honey. I don't know Ebonics. Leota put the icing-covered animal crackers on a pretty porcelain plate. By the time she poured 3 glasses of milk and set them down, the cookies were almost gone. Tunish Indiana had saved 3 for her. The Wilson children were polite. They said thank you. Even Niall Vermont, who had put the wet rag aside. His eye was going to be swollen shut by the time his mama arrived. She took the 3 cookies from Tunish's hand and gave one to each of the children. One bag of cookies cost $3.89. On sale. No wonder Arba Wilson had to work such long hours. Leota couldn't help wondering how many buckets of chicken the poor woman would have to buy in order to fill up these growing children. 6 o'clock was still 2.5 hours away. Resigned, Leota went to her pantry. The 3 children ate 2 cans of fruit cocktail, 6 slices of bread, and 3 slices of American cheese before they were full. Leota stopped counting up the cost. The truth was, she enjoyed having them in her kitchen. They relaxed and chattered like little magpies. She had the feeling that now that they were refueled, they'd be running like Energizer bunnies. Would you like to watch television? Anything to keep them calm and quiet. And inside where they were safe. The children followed her into the living room. Unfortunately, talk shows and soap operas seemed to dominate the schedule. Too bad I don't have any children's books. I could read to you. I have a book, Tanisha said. I got it from the school library. It's in my backpack. She was out the front door, and gone before Leota could call her back. Concerned those bullies might still be around, she went out on the front porch and waited. Tanisha ran up the driveway and around to the back of their house. Leota heard the screen door slam. A minute later it slammed again, and the girl came running back down the driveway with a book in her hand. Leota watched her come up the steps. Did you lock the back door? Yes, ma'am. Panting, she handed Leota the book she had checked out. The Wind in the Willows. Leota smiled. Well, we'll see how far we get before your mama comes home. A few minutes after 6, the doorbell rang. Leota couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Before their mother was even in the door, the girls were recounting the trouble on the sidewalk, the snack of animal crackers, fruit cocktail, bread and cheese, and the adventures of Mole. Arba tried to shush them, looking embarrassed and uncomfortable. Worse, she looked scared. She tipped Niles' face up and inspected his eye. Then she looked at Leota. Thank you for stepping in, Mrs. Reinhardt. I hope they haven't been too much of a bother. You can call me Leota, and they've been perfect ladies and gentlemen. As soon as she had started reading, they had gone quiet as little mice. A pity she wouldn't get to finish reading the story. She'd been enjoying it. Resigned, she took a piece of junk mail from her side table, tucked it into the book, and closed it. Don't forget your book, Indiana. Tanisha took it and held it against her chest. Would you read some more tomorrow? Arba Wilson winced.
No. Don't.
She ran her hand tenderly over her daughter's neat cornrows. Mrs. Reinhardt has more important things to do. Like what? Leota said bluntly. Arba's eyes widened. You wouldn't mind? I'd like to hear the end of the story. Indiana grinned broadly at Leota and then up at her mother. Can we? Mama? Please? Carolina snuggled against her mother. Please? Can we? Can we? A smart woman knows when she's defeated. Leota managed to restrain her smile. Tomorrow was Wednesday. Corbon Salsek would be coming over to take her shopping again. She had better write up a new grocery list. She needed to lay in supplies. Chapter 14. Annie flew up the stairs, unlocked the apartment door, and tossed her backpack onto the sofa. Grinning, she picked up the telephone and punched in her grandmother's phone number. She paced as she waited for her to answer. "Hello," came the mellow greeting. "Grandma, I've got the greatest news. You won the lottery, and you're going on an around-the-world cruise." Annie laughed. "Something better than that. My art professor has a friend with a gallery here in San Francisco. One of my paintings is going to be hung in his gallery. On a wall. For sale. My picture? I mean..."
Oh.
Grandma, I didn't expect something like this to happen in a million years. Well, for heaven's sake.
Why not?
Anyone with half a brain can see you have talent. How she adored her grandmother. "You've never even seen my paintings."
Grandma.
"You have no idea whether I have talent or not." "Of course. I know. I don't have to see anything to know. It's in the genes. Your great-aunt did those wonderful renderings. Great-grandma Reinhardt was an artist with her embroidery needles. And your mother was a master seamstress by the time she was 16. Mother? You're kidding, aren't you?" She had never known her mother to pick up a needle.
No.
"I'm not. I didn't even know she sewed. Any mending that needed doing went to the French laundry." "Oh my."
Yes.
She started sewing her own clothes when she was 13. She made the most beautiful things. She'd go down to the most expensive stores and see what was popular. Then she'd buy remnants at one of the big fabric stores downtown and make copies with her own ideas added. She even finished the edges on all the seams, just like those exclusive shops do. She had a real knack for it. She got so good at it she was making her own patterns from tissue paper she bought at the 5 and dime. Grandma Leota didn't say anything for a few seconds and then added quietly, "I wonder why she stopped sewing." Annie wondered as well. "I've never seen Mother make anything. If that isn't the strangest thing. Why would she quit doing something she enjoyed so much? She probably didn't enjoy it." Grandma. Truth to tell, Annie couldn't think of one thing her mother had ever enjoyed. According to her mother, even shopping was a chore. Everything in life seemed to be just another burden. Why did she feel that way? "Eleanor spent hours on that old treadle machine in the bedroom," Grandma Leota said. "It belonged to Grandma Reinhardt. She used it for mending. She showed your mother how it worked. In fact, I think that's how your mother started, by doing the family mending. When she was 16, she said she wanted a brand new sewing machine. I would have given anything to get her one, but there wasn't money at the time." Grandma Leota was rambling again. But Annie liked it when her grandmother remembered the past aloud. Annie had learned more about her mother in the past few months than she had in her entire life of living with her. It was hard to picture Nora as an eager teenager designing her own clothes. Eleanor always seemed to be enjoying herself when she was sewing on that ancient machine, but then again, you can't judge by me. I've been told I don't know anything about anyone. Except myself, of course. She made a little sound like she was clearing her throat. "How much is that painting going to be?" "Painting? Your painting in the gallery. The one you called to tell me about. How much are they going to ask for it?"
Oh.
"I don't know."
Grandma.
I was so excited. I didn't even think to ask. "Any chance I could see it before you sell it? I could ask for it back for a few days and bring it over this weekend." "Unless you have other plans." "Not unless you count plucking the hairs from my upper lip as plans." "But don't get it back. Take a picture of it." You should keep an album of pictures of your work, noting who buys each piece.
Oh,
And,
Annie.
before I forget, do you have any books around your place? Children's books. I have a box of things I brought from home. There might be a few in there.
Why?
Arba's children have been over here the past few afternoons. They come after school, and I read to them. They've even started bringing their homework here, so they can do it at the breakfast nook table. And now they're bringing friends. 2 little Mexican boys from down the block and a Vietnamese boy from across the street. Can't remember their names. Tom, Dick, and Harry. I call them. You're reading to 6 children? I'm halfway through Robinson Crusoe, but they don't seem much interested. The language is too old-fashioned for them. Carolina brought me some books yesterday. Children's horror stories. If you can imagine. I've never seen such book covers. Horrible things. She said all the kids are reading them. No wonder the world is going mad. I'll stop by the library. Just bring anything that will keep them interested until Arba gets home. I don't want the children getting restless and tearing my house down around my ears. At least they're bringing their own snacks now. I thought they'd be eating me out of house and home after the first day. I've never seen children put so much food away as those 3 Wilson children. Annie could imagine. 3 growing children were undoubtedly hungry after a long day at school, and her grandmother's Social Security check probably didn't stretch beyond feeding herself. Annie smiled at the picture of her grandmother reading stories to 6 children under the age of 9. No small task. She could help her grandmother's literacy efforts by picking up some peanut butter, jelly, and a few loaves of bread. And a couple of gallons of milk. Maybe a bag of apples and a bunch of bananas as well. I have some good news, too, Grandma, Leota said. Barnaby's eating just fine. Even tossed some seed on the floor today. Still hasn't made a peep. Great. I'll tell Susan. She'll be relieved. Do the children like him? They leave him alone. Anyone even approaches that bird, and he has his beak open and ready for attack. Arba calls him Jaws.
Now.
Listen. Honey. We'd better hang up. This is costing you only a couple of cents. Grandma. A penny saved is a penny earned. Laughing to herself. Annie shook her head. I'll see you Saturday morning. Grandma. Not Friday this time. Do you have a date with that Sam fellow on Friday? Nope. I'm working at the restaurant. A pity.
Such a nice young man.
And handsome, too. Annie laughed. And dangerous. I love you. Grandma. I love you.
Too.
Honey. Annie called her father with the good news, but he wasn't available, so she had to leave the message with Monica. She knew it was unlikely her father would receive it. Monica always seemed to forget to pass messages along. Annie punched in the numbers for home, then pressed the off button before the telephone had time to ring. She sat with the telephone pressed against her forehead for a moment, praying silently that her mother would rejoice with her. She knew it was a lot to expect, but she wanted to share her good tidings with all those she loved. Besides, if her mother heard the news from someone else, it would just give cause for more hurt feelings. Taking a deep breath, Annie pressed the numbers again and waited, counting the rings. She was trembling slightly, hoping, just this once, that their conversation would be pleasant. Someday her mother was going to have to accept the fact that Annie was no longer a child. She had to find her own way in life.
Oh.
Mother. Please. Just this once. Gaines residence. Mother. It's Annie. I just called to share some wonderful news with you. The only good news I need to hear is that you decided to be sensible and come home. Annie steeled her resolve. One of my paintings is going to be in a San Francisco gallery. For sale. How did that happen? Annie hesitated. Well, my professor told me he was so impressed with it. He showed it to a friend. How nice for you. Her voice was so dry. Annie wished she hadn't called. How old is this professor of yours? What tack was this? 40. 45. I don't really know. What does that matter? Mother, all you have to do is think about it. Amlin, do you really think a first-year art student is going to have a painting shown in a San Francisco gallery? Those galleries show paintings of well-known artists. I should know. I've been in them often enough buying paintings for this house. If you ask me, that professor wants something from you, and I can guess what it is.
Annie hadn't asked.
All the excitement and joy she had felt was gone, along with the heady taste of confidence. He's married. Mother, do you think that makes a difference? He's happily married.
Oh.
Is that what he told you? You're intimate enough with him already that he's telling you about his personal relationship with his wife. Why do you twist things? I'm not twisting anything. I was young once. Men in power positions are always hitting on stupid girls who are so starry-eyed they can't think straight. Use your head. Amlin. Annie wiped the dampness from her cheek. Aren't you going to say anything? What would you have me say? Mother, you want the truth, don't you? I've always told you the truth about everything. You've never even seen my painting. And yet. Her mother sighed dramatically. Well, I suppose now you're going to feel sorry for yourself. Something inside Annie ruptured, leaving anger and sorrow in its wake. I'll leave that to you. Mother. She pressed the off button and put the telephone back in its cradle. Within seconds, it rang again. Annie ignored it. The answering machine clicked on. Stop pouting and pick up the telephone, Anne. I've really had enough of this childishness. She kept talking until the machine clicked. Annie leaned over and turned the machine off. The telephone started ringing again. It rang 10 times before it stopped. Within a minute, it started ringing again. 15 this time. When it finally stopped, Annie sat down and wept. It would take a miracle for her to have the kind of relationship with her mother that she longed to have. She was battle-weary. The telephone started ringing again, and went on and on. Her mother wouldn't stop until she answered. Picking up her jacket, Annie went out the door. Nora fumed. The longer the telephone rang, the angrier she felt. How dare Emlyn not answer? Leota was to blame for this. Nora's nails pressed painfully into her right palm as she waited for her mother to answer.
1, 2,
3,
4.
The click sounded, and she didn't even wait to hear Leota's voice. What have you said to my daughter to turn her so against me? Excuse me? It was a man's voice. Heat flooded Nora's face. Had she dialed a wrong number? She slammed the phone down. Trying to calm herself, she took a deep breath and pressed the numbers carefully. It was answered on the first ring by the same male voice. Belligerent this time. Who is this? Is this Leota Reinhardt's number? Yes. It is. Who's calling? Who are you? Korban Salsek. If it's any of your business. Now I'll ask you the same question. Again. What impertinence? Nora Gaines. And it is my business. I'm Leota Reinhardt's daughter. Pleased to meet you. I guess.
Hold on.
I'll see if Leota wants to talk to you. Nora went hot all over while he muffled the receiver. She couldn't hear anything and wondered at the pause before her mother came on the line. Eleanor? What's wrong? Don't Eleanor me. Mother. What lies have you been telling Anlin? Silence reigned for several seconds. I haven't been telling her any lies.
What are you talking about?
She hates me. That's what I'm talking about. Of course. She doesn't.
Oh.
Yes.
She does.
And it's all your fault. I know it. She spends all her time with you and never comes home where she's wanted. She's wanted here, Eleanor. Just as you are. There's a lie right there. You never wanted me, and you're just using my daughter to hurt me. Is this the same old territory, Eleanor? Because if it is, I'll tell you once and for all. It's hogwash. Nora felt herself blushing hotly at the rebuke. What did you say to me? Only once in all her years had she ever heard that cold, steely tone in her mother's voice. And that had been aimed at Grandma Reinhardt. You heard me, Eleanor. I said hogwash. I should have said it to you a long time ago instead of letting you go on like a spoiled brat. If you want to have things straightened out and put right between us, you should come for tea sometime. You've been invited often enough. Nora jerked as the telephone was slammed down in her ear. She stared at it. The line was dead. She couldn't believe it. Her mother had hung up on her. She'd never done that before. Fear gripped her. How does it feel to be alone? I am here, beloved.
Turn to me.
Voices warred in her head. Sometimes there was a chorus of them, ranting, raving, fanning her pain and anger. And then the quiet one would prod at her conscience, making her twist in discomfort, impelling her to cry out for help. Come to me, beloved. What help have you ever gotten? She let the louder voice drown out the other. You've never been able to depend on anyone but yourself. I'm not to blame. Eleanor, her mother had once said, someday you're going to have to stop laying the blame for everything at someone else's door. Quick tears came at the memory. Her mother had said it to her the day she had come to tell her Dean Gardner had filed for divorce. Shutting her eyes tightly, Nora remembered Dean's parting words. The only good thing that ever came out of our marriage was Annie. She had gotten back at him for that by winning custody when the court supported her charges of abuse. She'd dedicated herself to making sure Anlin didn't grow up to be a dreamer like her father. She had sacrificed. You lied. She had given up her own dreams. You took vengeance. Like your mother is taking vengeance? Nora remembered her mother standing in her bedroom doorway. She remembered being angry about something. She had gotten up from the sewing machine, come over, and slammed the door in her mother's face. She could still remember Leota's expression. Stunned. Hurt.
Confused.
Why was she remembering that now when her own pain was so great? So that you might know. Know what? Know that nothing had been right between her and her mother in years? She didn't want to listen to the voice whispering that she was the one in the wrong, not just about her mother, but about everything. Yet it was that voice she was beginning to hear more loudly than her own, like a steady rain upon her head, impelling her to find shelter from the harder storm to come. If I had a daughter like that, I'd disown her. Corban felt his anger deepen at the sheen of tears in the old woman's eyes. He was so mad he was shaking. If Nora Gaines had been standing in the middle of the room, he would have told her in no uncertain terms what he thought of her. He had a 5-letter word that fit her to a T. Don't judge. Leota gave him a hard look. How could Leota defend her? What gives with her? Anyway, she thinks I was a lousy mother. Leota sounded so weary. And in some ways, I suppose she's right. Corban sat on the sofa and leaned back. He thought about Ruth. So quick in wanting to end her pregnancy. What sort of mother would she be when she wanted no part of the baby she was carrying? His baby. Leota Reinhardt hadn't been that kind of mother. He'd bet. What did you do that was so wrong? I worked, closing her eyes. She put her head back. And when I was home, she fell silent. Corban wished he knew what he could say to make her feel better. But no words came. Would you mind going to the grocery store without me? She said quietly, her voice quaking slightly. I don't feel up to it today. No problem. She looked ready to cry. He supposed she just wanted time to herself without him sitting in her living room and being a witness to her shame and grief. The list is on the kitchen counter. She reached down for her purse, tucked in a pocket on the recliner. Unsnapping the old metal clasp, she took out her wallet. When he came back, she handed him 2 $20 bills. Will that be enough? Should be. He tucked the bills into the front pocket of his jeans. She opened the coin purse and took out her front door key. I had 2 copies made. One for Annie and one for you. He took it, knowing full well the trust she had just placed in his hands. He never expected to be so touched by a gesture. He gave a nod and held the key in his fist. Put it on your keychain before you lose it, she said, and snapped the purse shut. She kept it in her lap, both hands on the top. Taking his keys out, he did as she said. Are you going to be all right, Leota? I'll be fine. She rubbed her right arm as though it were aching. I'm just a little tired is all. I won't be long. Don't hurry. And while you're out and about, you might think kind thoughts regarding my daughter. That's not going to be easy. Easier if you remember she's Annie's mother. And Annie has grown up to be someone very special. Corban smiled wryly.
Touché.
It was the first time since coming to Leota's house as a volunteer that he'd done her errands on his own. He gathered all the items on the list, pausing to feel and smell the tomato and thump the honeydew melon the same way Leota did. On his way to the checkout, he had an impulse to buy her a little something, and he knew exactly what it would be. Backtracking to the produce area, he added one more item to the basket and paid for it out of his own money. When he let himself into the house, Leota wasn't in the living room. Leota? Where are you? Are you all right? The bathroom door opened, and she appeared. Her hair damp around her forehead and temples. I'm fine. I was just washing my face. Her eyes were puffy and red. I'll put these things away for you. He headed for the kitchen with 2 laden paper sacks and 1 small, plastic-bagged item dangling from his arm. When he finished putting Leota's groceries away in the refrigerator and cabinets, he folded the paper bags and tucked them neatly into the box Leota had set on a back porch shelf. He shoved the wadded plastic bag into a 5-gallon, blue and white speckled soup pot next to it. Leota liked to diaper the paper bag she used for garbage. Keeps them from leaking. Ruth had made fun of him when he started doing the same thing at the apartment. Digging in his pocket, Corban pulled out the receipt and changed you Leota, and then picked up the item he had purchased. "Your change, ma'am," he said with ceremony, "and a little something for me to you." He leaned down and presented her with a small flowering plant in a pretty, porcelain teacup on a saucer. Her soft word of surprised pleasure put a smile on his face. She put the change on her side table without counting it and took the gift from him. The cup rattled, and she nestled it tenderly in her lap.
"Oh, my
African violets." "Thank you,
Corban."
they're lovely." "My pleasure." Leota. Never had his money been better spent. He liked the warm, fuzzy feel. "Bernard gave me violets once. It was such a long time ago." When she looked up at him again, he saw a little girl-lost look in her eyes. It surprised him, as did the empathy that seized him. He felt close to tears and embarrassed by the inexplicable, heightened emotions. He didn't welcome these feelings. Maybe they had more to do with Ruth and the baby. Whatever it was, he felt Leota's pain. He couldn't get away from it. He couldn't get around it or past it. For the first time in his life, Corban felt someone else's anguish as though it were his own. He had heard of people dying when they lost hope, and Leota looked like she was losing hope where her children were concerned. If not for Annie, her life might as well be over. Her hand was trembling as she touched the petals of the pretty, lavender flowers, and he hurt for her. Is this what it feels like to care about someone? It was the pits. It made him uncomfortable. It made him feel vulnerable and ineffective. Worse, he didn't know how to stop it. He didn't even know when it began to happen. Sometime in the past month, he had stopped thinking of Leota Reinhardt as a subject for his project and had begun to see her as a friend. Feisty, straight-shooting, funny, irritating, enigmatic, challenging, endearing. "Don't you have a class this afternoon?" she said. His mouth curved ruefully. "At 2. She looked pointedly at the mantel clock. "Well, you'd better get moving now or you'll be late." So much for warm, fuzzy feelings. If he stayed, she'd lecture. Is Annie coming over Friday? He hoped so. Leota always came to life when Annie was around. Sweet, uncomplicated little Annie. She definitely had a way about her. Unlike Ruth. She was deep, treacherous water. "Saturday," Leota said. "She has to work on Friday. Maybe I'll drop by. Why don't you bring your girlfriend this time?" "I'd like to meet her." She tilted her chin slightly. "I'm sure Annie would, too. I'll ask her. What's her name? By the way, Ruth." As if he needed the reminder. Sam was waiting on the stoop of the apartment building when Annie returned from her walk. She went hot from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. They had had a date at 6. He stood as she came closer. "Oh, Sam. I'm sorry." To add to her embarrassment, she burst into tears. "Hey, I'm not mad. I was just worried." "Are you okay?" No. She wasn't okay. She was miserable. "Why didn't Susan let you in?" "She did, and then left for work. I came out to get something out of my car, and the door swung shut behind me." He picked up a bouquet of flowers wrapped in pink cellophane. They were wilted. How long had he been waiting for her? "What time is it?" She dashed tears from her cheeks and dug in her jacket pocket for her keys. 8:30. "Oh, Sam." She unlocked the door and pushed it open. "Why did you wait so long?" "I'll give you 3 guesses. And the first 2 don't count." She glanced back over her shoulder and wanted to cry harder at the look in his eyes. He was making no secret of the depth of his feelings. She liked him so much, but she couldn't seem to get through to him that the Lord had other plans for her. I drove all the way up here from San Jose, Annie. I've been working extra hours, saving my money for weeks, just so I could take you out to a fancy dinner at the top of the mark. 7 courses at least. I even borrowed this great suit from a friend. I swear the guy models for GQ. I bought flowers. Just the right mix of red for passion and white for purity so you won't think I'm out to ruin you. He wagged the bedraggled flowers at her. And then I get here, ringing the doorbell with my heart throbbing in my throat, and what do I find? My sister. He put a hand to his heart.
You forgot all about me.
I'm mortally wounded, Annie. I should sue for damages. I'm sorry. She sounded like a broken record. She couldn't stop thinking about her mother. Lord, I don't want to be cut off from her. But it's so hard to walk your path and please her at the same time.
He tipped her chin.
His eyes tender. When are you going to stop feeling guilty about everything? Annie? Like anything you do is going to change people from the inside out. He took out his handkerchief. Here. Thanks. Anytime. You'll notice that handkerchief is monogrammed. Christmas gift for my mother.
Keep it.
Every time you blow your nose, you'll think of me. Annie laughed. She couldn't help it. That's better.
Come on.
Let's go upstairs. It's the least you can do after standing me up. She opened the apartment door and let him in. I'm going to wash my face.
Sam.
Make yourself comfortable. Annie went into the bathroom and turned on the tap. Leaning down, she cupped her hands and scrubbed her face several times with cold water. Blindly reaching for the towel, she pressed it over her eyes. She glanced in the mirror and saw her hair was a wind-blown mess from her long beach walk. Hanging the towel back in its place, she raked her fingers several times through the mass of strawberry blonde curls. Grimacing, she gave up and went back into the living room. Sam's jacket was folded over a bar stool. He was standing at the window, his hands shoved into his pockets. Can I fix you some dinner? Sam? Dinner should be here in 45 minutes.
Salad.
French bread. Eggplant parmesan. How does that sound? I love eggplant parmesan. I know. Susan told me. He turned around and faced her.
So.
Are you going to tell me what happened? She raked her fingers through her hair again. Nothing. Everything. She let out her breath and sank into the overstuffed chair. She drew her knees up against her chest. This was the best day of my life. And one of the worst. Your mother called. She looked up. His eyes were hot. She could see the tension in his shoulders. And she knew his anger wasn't aimed at her. I don't know what to do about her, she said softly. I could tell you.
Oh.
I know. She rested her forehead on her knees. Everyone has an idea what I ought to do about her. Tell her off. Cut her out of my life. She raised her head and looked at him. She's my mother.
Sam.
I love her. I'd like to know what made her the way she is. So you can fix her? His tone was flat. Forget it, Annie. It's a God-sized job. He came closer. Take it from someone who is just as egotistical and self-centered and destructive as your mother is. The harder you try to make things right with her, the worse they're going to get. He gave a sardonic laugh. Honey, my parents had to give up and throw me out of the house before I came to my senses. If they hadn't had the guts to do it, I don't even want to think where I'd be right now.
Dead, probably.
She knew what he was talking about. She had lived through that time with Susan's family. She had seen his mother cry and his father pace in frustration. Susan had given her a daily, blow-by-blow report. Your family prayed for you, Sam. All the time. And I prayed for you, too. His eyes grew moist. Maybe that's all you can do for your mother. He came over and sat on the couch. Leaning forward, he clasped his hands between his knees. You've got to have boundaries, Annie, or people will walk all over you. Even Jesus had boundaries. He didn't let anyone stop him from doing what he came to do. He had to get away from the hordes of people who were always demanding things of him. They thought they could tell him what they needed and what they wanted. Everyone had his own agenda. Left to ourselves, we're hellbound. Right from the first breath, our agenda is in opposition to God. The only one you can work on is you. The tears came again. Sam, I know that. That's why I left home. I knew if I stayed one more day, I'd end up giving in and giving up. If I'd stayed, I'd be out east at Wellesley right now, majoring in business or political science or something that would give me something in common with some future CEO or senator. I'd settle for Mom's dreams for me instead of finding out what God's plan is. She unfolded herself from the chair and rose. She was restless. I suppose to most people, I made the biggest mistake of my life. You did what you had to do. You left. If you went back now, you'd find nothing changed. You can't make people change. Annie. I know that in my head, but every time my mother and I talk, my heart breaks for her. I know I'm where I'm supposed to be. It's not just a matter of being happy. I feel sure of being on the path God made for me. I don't know where exactly it'll lead. But sometimes I have this feeling of wanting to run down it, knowing Jesus is at the end of it. I wanted to tell Mom that today, but she wouldn't have understood. I was so excited about what happened, but she couldn't understand. He leaned back. Wouldn't. You mean? Couldn't. Wouldn't. What's the difference? There's a big difference. And you know it. She looked at him in defeat. One of my paintings is going to be offered for sale at a well-known gallery. It was like a reaffirmation from God. Susan told me, you're on your way. And your mother isn't happy about it. She thinks the professor is coming on to me. His brows rose. Is he? He gave her a slow, predatory grin. Would you recognize the warning signs if he were? She gave him a dry smile. Sam. I knew your libido was in overdrive when I was 12. He grinned wickedly. And I knew you had a major crush on me. He loved teasing her about it. Her heart had raced every time he was around. Her insides would go all fluttery whenever he looked in her direction, even if his expression was one of utter disdain. Little sister Susan's pesky friend, Annie. He still made her heart race a little too fast for comfort. I've grown up, Sam. He sighed dramatically. Oh. For the good old days when Annie Gardner carried a torch for me. What goes around comes around, as they say. Now I've got a major crush on you. And you forget all about me and leave me cooling my heels on your front stoop. Serves you right. You were less than kind in the old days. I was stupid. He rose, and her heart did a flip. She hoped he wouldn't make a pass at her. Not now, when she was feeling vulnerable. He must have sensed her need for distance because he paused, studying her face, the devilish smile gone from his. So, where's this painting that's going to make you rich and famous? Hardly rich or famous, she said, standing and heading for the kitchen. She told him the name of the gallery near Union Square. When he asked about the painting, she described it briefly. The buzzer sounded. Saved by the Bell. Annie? She could tell he was trying to read what she was thinking. I'll take care of it. He opened the door and went out. Annie opened a kitchen cabinet and took out plates and glasses. The silverware was in a drawer in the counter. Since she and Susan had no dining table, she set the coffee table and tossed a pillow on either side so they could sit comfortably on the floor. Sam returned and set out the styrofoam containers while Annie filled 2 tall glasses with ice water. The small apartment was quickly filled with the mouth-watering smells of good Italian cooking. She breathed in the wonderful fragrance of basil, tomato, and garlic. I'm glad you didn't leave, Sam. The way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. They sat down, and he held his hands out to her. Shall I do the honors? She put her hands in his and bowed her head. He said nothing for a long moment, his thumb lightly brushing the back of her hand, sending tingles up her arm. Lord, for what we're about to receive, we thank you. And, Father, keep my thoughts pure, would you please? And put up hedgerows of thorns around me, if I even look like I'm going to step out of line. In Jesus' name, amen. He raised his head and shrugged. I thought I should mention the last part to the Lord, just as a safety precaution. She waited. He leaned forward slightly, just looking at her. She could feel the heat come up in her cheeks again. She cleared her throat softly. The thing is to obey. Sam. I'm trying, he said softly. It would help if you let go of my hands. I can't use my fork otherwise. Spoil sport. What do you say you recline on the couch, and I peel grapes for you? Not on your life. He loosened his hands enough for her to gently pull away. The food was delicious. The company exactly what she needed.
Sam told her about his week.
He made her relax and laugh again. You've got me hooked on garage sales, he said dolefully. My apartment was beginning to look like Sanford and Son with all the junk I've been picking up for Leota's garden.
Sorry.
Junk to me, treasure to you. You'll be delighted to know you are now the proud owner of an old wheelbarrow, a wash tub, a watering can, and another bowling ball for your growing collection. It's just an ordinary black one this time, but I'm on the lookout for the unusual. All in my car, even as we speak. I spotted a hedgehog yesterday. Couldn't resist the little guy. A hedgehog. She laughed as she gathered their dishes and took them into the little kitchen. Sure. He rose to follow her. You know, one of those metal dudes with a brush on his back. You sit him on your back porch and use him to scrape the mud off your boots. Or that's what the old gentleman said. His house had a sold sign on it.
Said he was downsizing.
Must have been a CEO at one time. Knew all the lingo. I almost bought you a skiff, but I couldn't fit it in my car. It was only $10 because there was a hole in the bottom of it big enough for a shark to swim through. He picked up the dish towel. You wash, I'll dry. I'll do the dishes later. She took the towel from him and tossed it on the counter. Put a hold on all future purchases. Would you? Please? Unless you plan to keep them for yourself. What do I owe you for the loot you have now? His mouth curved slowly as he ran a finger lightly over her cheek. She pinched him on the underside of his arm.
Ouch.
He drew back in surprise. I was only going to suggest a little kiss. Fine. She stretched up on tiptoes and gave him a sisterly peck on the cheek. She felt Sam's hands at her waist and put her hands against his chest. She could feel his heart pounding. Sam, she said with a catch of her breath. She leaned back slightly, but he didn't let her escape. His eyes were so dark. Don't be afraid of me.
Annie.
I'm not playing your feelings. I swear I'm not. I'm not afraid of you. You're afraid of something. He cupped her face tenderly. Is it this? He leaned down to kiss her. It was the lightest of kisses, almost chaste except for the look in his eyes when he drew back and the quick response she felt. Oh, Annie. He didn't hold back the second time. She felt his hands in her hair, then gliding down her back, pressing her closer and closer into dangerous territory. Territory she knew she wasn't to enter. Sam. Stop. She was trembling. I love you. If you love me, stop. Annie. She held the distance strongly enough that he let her go. When he reached out to touch her face, she drew back another step and shook her head. Tell me you don't feel something. Annie. You know I do. You can trust me. I trust God. Sam. And this isn't part of his plan for me. How do you know that for sure? Your heart's racing as fast as mine. Tell me it isn't. How could she explain to him when she didn't fully understand herself? It'd be so easy to give in, Sam. To forget everything for a little while and just let it happen between us. Like so many girls she'd known from high school. Friends who'd lived fast and loose, thinking they'd never bear the consequences. Girls who lived for the moment and would pay for a lifetime. But it wasn't just that. There was something more to it, something beyond her comprehension. I'm not asking you to go to bed with me. Annie. Feeling her face going hot again, she started to turn away. Sam stopped her, reaching out to tip her chin back so their eyes met. I wouldn't let it go that far. Better to be frank. You wouldn't mean to. He searched her eyes. His gaze dropped to her mouth. He shut his eyes, then let out his breath softly. Okay, you're right. He opened his eyes and looked at her for a long moment. I can't help wondering. He seemed to shake himself inwardly. Turning away, he went around the kitchen counter and took his jacket from the back of the stool. I'll drop the loot off at your grandmother's Saturday afternoon. Is that all right? Her throat tightened. Sam. Don't you dare say you're sorry. Annie. His eyes blazed with the intensity of his feelings. If you do, I'm going to throw patience to the wind and carry you into that bedroom. She could see he was hurt and troubled. The old Sam was struggling with the new Sam. Tension filled the air for a few seconds, then he sighed and gave her a self-deprecating smile. You were right to put the brakes on. If you'd given me an inch, I would have wanted to go the whole mile. He closed the door softly on his way out. Jesus. Keep him strong. Annie prayed.
And me, too.
Chapter 15. The doorbell rang while Annie was in her grandmother's kitchen. She had a tray of just-baked Whole House cookies in each hand and couldn't run to answer it. I'll be there in a second. Grandma. She closed the oven door with her foot and dashed for the counter. I've got it. Honey. Annie heard children's voices at the front door. Trick or treat. Leaning back, she looked through the doorway in time to see her grandmother raise both her hands and give a shriek. Annie laughed at the pretense, fully aware her grandmother wasn't the least surprised by the ghosts and goblins on her front steps. She and Grandma Leota had been preparing for the children all day. Giggles came from the flock of children clustered on the steps. So now you've done your tricking, Grandma said, unlatching the screen door and pushing it open. Come on in and have a treat. Annie heard the screen door slam and the front door shut firmly. Smells like heaven in here. Arba was standing in the kitchen doorway while the children's voices jabbered excitedly in the front room. Caramel apples. Popcorn. Cookies. Hot chocolate. I think you've thought of everything. Girlfriend. I hope so. Annie grinned. You can help serve. She slid the last of the cookies onto a cooling rack. No need. Arba pressed herself against the door jamb as Niall squeezed past her, followed by his sisters and Tom, Dick, and Harry, or, as their mothers called them, Duwion, Jorge, and Raoul. The children paused long enough to receive Annie's nod, and then descended on the treats like ants over a mound of brown sugar. Nothing like Halloween to bring out the greed in children, Arba said. One of Tunish's friends called this afternoon. Her parents were taking a vanload of children up to the hills where the rich folk live. She smiled sardonically. They figured they'd get better pickings up there. Some of them go to several neighborhoods and use pillowcases. They end up with enough candy to last an entire family for a year. I'm glad your children decided to spend the evening with me and Grandma Leota. Well, I'm sorry to say, not without persuading, Arba said sotto voce. I'm warning you, girlfriend, they want ghost stories. You start telling them some nice, little hunky fairy tale, and they're going to turn mean. Real mean. Her dark eyes twinkled merrily. And there are more of them than there are of us. Annie leaned close. Don't worry, Arba. I've got a story that beats anything they've seen or heard on television or in the movies. She could hear her grandmother talking with the other ladies in the next room. Grandma Leota always raised her voice when she was speaking with Juanita Alcala and Lynn Sansoning, as though speaking louder would help the two women understand English better. Arba ladled hot chocolate into mugs and set them on a tray. Annie sprinkled marshmallows on top and recruited the children to help. Come on, you guys. Grab some of the napkins, Niall. Raoul, you bring the tray of apples. Tunisha, bring in the cookies, please. Jorge, there's a Tupperware container full of damp washcloths over there on the table. You can carry that while Kenya takes care of that bowl of popcorn. Story time is about to start. Hustle. Grandma Leota settled comfortably into her recliner while Juanita and Lynn Sanson sat on the sofa. Arba took the overstuffed chair near the hallway that led to the bathroom and 2 bedrooms. Put all the goodies close enough to reach, Annie said, smiling as the children scurried into position. They settled down quickly. Sit close together because it's going to be very dark in here in a minute. She gave little Kenya time enough to scoot back so that she was against her mother's knees. Then she went into the kitchen and turned out the lights. Squeezing around Grandma Leota's recliner, she stood in front of the fireplace. Ladies, please turn off the lamps beside you. The only illumination came from a small light left on in the bathroom and the glow of the streetlight through the front curtains. Everyone ready to listen to a true story? A horror story? Niall's eyes were wide and eager. I'm going to tell you how evil came to be in the world and who brought it. Annie stood in front of the fireplace. The mantel was lined with carved, unlit pumpkins. No fire had been set in the fireplace. That would come later, as the story was told. As would time for roasting marshmallows. In the beginning, before the earth and heavens were made, there was only God. Everything was formless. There was no day or night. There was no sun or moon. No stars in the sky. There were no flowers or trees or birds. There were no fish or animals. There weren't any people. Everything was darkness. Everything was stillness and silence. She waited for several seconds. Too bad the sound of the freeway could be heard from a block away.
Oh, well.
It was as quiet as it was going to be. And then the Lord said, "Let there be light." And there was light. She lit a long match and touched the candlewick inside the first pumpkin. God separated the light from the darkness and made day and night. He separated the waters so there were seas and there was an atmosphere around the earth. He spoke and the waters rolled back and dry land appeared and mountains rose. He made the sun and the moon and the stars so we would have seasons and signs in the heavens to tell us when something very important was happening. The candlelight glowed through the carvings of sun, moon, and stars on the pumpkin. God spoke again. And there were fruit trees and every kind of vegetation. He spoke and the oceans teemed with living creatures from the smallest plankton to the great sea monsters that live in the deepest parts of the ocean. He spoke and there were beasts upon the earth, tigers and bears and rabbits and mice, elephants and lizards and frogs and grasshoppers and ants. And everything was good and perfect and beautiful. She lit another pumpkin that had animals, fish, and birds carved around it. They looked as though they were running. swimming, and flying round and round. When all was ready, when plants were making air to breathe, and animals and birds and fish were bringing sound and movement, the Lord bent down and took dust from the earth and formed a man. He made the man in the image of himself. And then he breathed into the man's nostrils the breath of life. He took this man and placed him in a garden he had prepared. God brought all the creatures he had made before the man and let him name them. They belonged to the man in the same way you belong to your mothers and fathers who named you. But there wasn't a creature anywhere suitable to be a helper to the man. So the Lord made him fall asleep. He took a rib from the man's side and made a woman for him. She was bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh, and they were perfect for one another. She lit the third pumpkin, and a man and woman holding hands were illumined. The man's name was Adam, and his wife's name was Eve, and they lived together with God in the Garden of Eden. Life was perfect. What's so scary about this? Niall snorted in disgust. I've heard this story 100 times in Sunday school. It's boring. Annie hunkered down. She lowered her voice and continued. God also made other creatures called angels and seraphim and cherubim. These creatures were to serve the Lord God, to worship and praise him, and to minister to all the men and women who had come from Adam and Eve. One was very beautiful. In fact, he was the most beautiful creature God created. His name was Lucifer, and he became so proud of his beauty that he thought he was as good as God. Not only that, he thought he should also have the power of God. So he fought a war in heaven and God cast him out, along with those angels who sided with Lucifer. 1/3 of the angels in heaven fell to the earth. She lit another candle and falling angels shone. They're still here. And they're still warring against God. Lucifer goes by other names. Terrible names. Names you know and fear: Satan, Beelzebub, serpent of old. And his helpers are called demons. Kenya climbed into her mother's lap. Arba patted her shoulder. Satan, appearing as a serpent, slithered into the garden God had made for Adam and Eve. The serpent spoke to Eve, saying, "Has God said you shall not eat of any tree in the garden?" Now God had told them they could eat of any tree in the garden but one, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Eve was confused by Satan's question and said God had told them they could eat from any of the trees except that one, and they weren't even to touch it or they would die. The evil one said, "Surely you won't die." Satan lied to Eve and told her if she ate from the tree, she would be just like God. Eve thought that sounded wonderful, so she went and looked at the forbidden tree. It was very beautiful, as was everything in God's garden. And she wanted what Satan said she could have. So she took the fruit and ate it. She was stupid, Niall said. Annie turned the pumpkin around so they could see the candlelight shining through the carvings on the other side, a woman holding something out to the man. Then she gave the fruit to her husband, and he ate as well. Adam knew better, but he did it anyway, and with that single act of disobedience, sin entered the world and brought death with it. Leota watched the faces of the children as Annie wove Bible stories together in one long stream of God's love from the beginning. Annie changed her voice and expressions and gestured dramatically to bring the stories to life. Her granddaughter held the children's attention like the Pied Piper. Is Satan real? Little Harry's almond-shaped eyes were uncertain. Annie nodded solemnly. Yes, he is real. I'm not making any of this up, do we own? Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Satan isn't a devil with horns wearing a red suit and carrying a pitchfork. He's a real spirit being who roams the world like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. And his demons help him. Satan is the father of lies and a murder. No good comes from him. Lynn Sanson looked distressed, and poor little Kim, her daughter, looked ready to cry. She got up from the floor and crawled into her mother's lap. Lynn Sanson glanced at Juanita and Arba and then at Leota, clearly uncertain as to what she should do, stay and listen or leave. Leota figured it was the constraints of politeness that kept her in her seat. The woman seemed very shy, and Leota doubted the little lady could stand to bring attention to herself. So she sat, clutching her daughter to her, listening to Annie talk about things that clearly frightened the woman. Weon leaned forward. What happened when God found out? He was very sad and very angry, but he still loved Adam and Eve. So he made the first blood sacrifice. He killed an animal and made clothing from its skin for Adam and Eve. Then he made them leave the garden. Ever since that time, people have had to work very hard to make a living. We have pain and sorrow. We're afraid. We hurt one another in all kinds of terrible ways. We're all just like Adam and Eve. We have a sin nature now, even when we know what's right. Sometimes we do wrong, and it only takes one little sin to make you a sinner. Adam and Eve couldn't be with God anymore, not like they had been in the garden when he walked and talked with them face to face. Kim snuggled closer to her mother. Does God hate us? Too. Oh, no, sweetheart. God loved them still, and he loves us, too. He's our Father, and he wants us back again very much. Right from the beginning, God knew we would make bad choices. So he had already made a plan to provide us with a way back to him. And he promised that to Adam and Eve after they sinned. He would give us a Messiah. Leota loved the way Annie said the word Messiah. She made it sound mysterious and wondrous. With Annie's encouragement, the children repeated it. Messiah, they said in the same tone as Annie. The clock chimed 7, but none of the children noticed. They edged closer, listening as Annie told them about Cain murdering his brother, Abel. How evil became rampant in the world until God decided to destroy everyone but Noah and his family. She told them about Abraham and his sons, then about Joseph in Egypt. They sat quietly through Moses and the deliverance of the Israelites and the giving of the law. The law was good and perfect and given by God, but it was also a terrible burden. People needed the law to learn to obey God again, but the law also taught the men, women, and children they couldn't obey, every one of them. There were so many laws about so many things, no one, not a single person, could keep them all. Some didn't care, but others wanted to please God. The problem was if you broke one law, that made you a lawbreaker and a sinner. And the punishment for sin is death, the children said when she pointed to the pumpkin she had lit illuminating a skull and crossbones. And the people cried out, Oh, Lord, when will the Messiah come? She smiled at the children. Say that with me. Oh, Lord, when will the Messiah come? The children echoed, following her lead as she pointed to another pumpkin illuminating her carving of a man with his hands raised to the heavens. Hundreds of years passed by, and there were terrible wars and famines and droughts. Death and Satan never take a holiday. The people would follow the laws and try to be good, and then they would forget again and be very, very bad. God would send men called prophets to call them back to him. I am your father. I love you.
Come to me. Come to me.
Sometimes the people would listen and repent. When they didn't, their enemies would come and take them captive and drag them away from their homes and make them slaves. And then the people would cry out again. Oh, Lord, when will the Messiah come? Leota noticed Lynn Sanson was even saying it now, right along with her daughter. And Arba and Juanita. 1,000 years passed. And another 1,000. And more. When God knew it was exactly the right time, he sent an angel named Gabriel to a young girl named Mary and told her she was going to have a baby, and that baby was going to be God's only begotten son. Jesus. The Messiah. What's begotten mean? Kim peered out at Annie from the safety of her mother's arms. It means that God was going to place that child inside Mary. Instead of a man being the father of Jesus, God was going to be his father. Mary was confused, too, Kim. She asked Gabriel how she could have a child when she had never been with a man, and Gabriel told her that God himself, the Holy Spirit, was going to overshadow her, and she would become pregnant. And that's what happened. God saw to everything, even to providing Mary with a godly husband named Joseph. He was a carpenter. Leota leaned her head back and closed her eyes. She was exhausted. Maybe it was helping Annie carve so many pumpkins, or the excitement of having company fill the house. Still, it felt good to have the house full of children. Children had seldom come to the house when Eleanor and George were young. Mother Reinhardt had never encouraged it, feeling two were enough for her to handle. This was the way Leota had dreamed her house would be, filled with friends and neighbors. When Joseph and Mary reached Bethlehem, Mary was ready to have Jesus, Annie went on. They couldn't find a place to stay. They finally had to go out to a stable, which was probably nothing more than a cave in a hillside outside the town. Mary and Joseph were so poor all they could do when Jesus was born was wrap him in some cloths and tuck him into some hay in an animal's feeding trough. She lit another pumpkin. But an amazing thing happened as soon as Jesus was born. A new star shone in the heavens. It was a sign from God, who had made everything in the universe, that he had sent the Messiah at last. Sadly, not very many people even noticed that star. Maybe they were inside their houses and didn't pay any attention. But men who studied the stars noticed it in the heavens. In fact, some of them followed that star right out of their own country. They knew it meant that someone of great significance had been born, a king or a god, and they wanted to find him and worship him. They didn't know Jesus was the King of Kings and the God, the only God, the one who had created everything that ever was or ever would be. Leota leaned back, listening to Annie's voice as she talked about the angel's visit, about King Herod butchering babies, about Mary and Joseph fleeing to Egypt. Egypt, the land of sorrows. Out of Egypt God would call the Messiah. Is Egypt only a country, Lord? Or a state of mind? How long was I in Egypt before you sent Annie to bring me over the rivers of self-pity into the promised land of plenty? I am so full, Jesus. 2 fulsome days with a house overrun by children. And yet I still crave more. I long for my own children to come home to me. Is this how you've felt all through the centuries since the beginning of time? I want to cry out to Eleanor and George and weep. Why are they so stubborn? Why won't they turn to me? Why won't they seek the truth about anything? Sometimes, though she hated to admit it, Leota wished she'd never had children. Do you ever feel like that, Lord? And yet, if I hadn't had Eleanor, I wouldn't have this sweet, unsullied young woman in my life now. I wouldn't be able to sit and hear your story told all over again from the lips of someone who adores you. I'd be all alone, waiting to die. Maybe all the sorrow was worth this bit of precious time. Leota had a daughter who despised her, but from Eleanor came this granddaughter who had become the apple of Leota's eye, her comfort in her old age. But for how long? Lord? She's so young and so beautiful. I've seen the way Sam looks at her. And even Corban is beginning to have that look in his eyes, despite his attachment to another. How long before Annie becomes bored with an old lady who is getting more decrepit by the day? Crucify him, they all shouted. Annie's raised voice made Leota start. The disciples ran away in fear for their lives. The Jewish leaders were afraid of losing their positions of power in the church. The Jewish people were angry because Jesus wasn't the warrior Messiah they wanted. The Romans were afraid they would lose control of the world they had conquered. They wanted to keep peace at any price. Even if it meant killing an innocent man. Everyone took part. Even you and me. Though we weren't there. We sinned just as they all sinned. Satan must have thought he had won the battle when Jesus died on the cross that day. He must have celebrated when they took Jesus' body down and took him away to be buried. Jesus was a young man, only 33. And he didn't have a tomb prepared for him. They had to lay the only begotten Son of God in a borrowed tomb. And those who had loved him lost all hope. They hid themselves away and wept. Oh, how Satan must have danced at Jesus' grave. Leota closed her eyes against sudden tears. Is that what's happened to me, Lord? Have I lost hope? Have I lost sight of who you are? Was I beguiled away from believing that you love me and all your promises remain? I have felt so abandoned, but did that mean I was? I look at Annie now and know you heard every prayer I ever said. Not that you answered many. At least, not where Eleanor is concerned. Then again, I suppose she has something to say about how she lives her life. Lord, why did you curse us with free will? Why didn't you strike down Adam and Eve and start over with another perfect pair? Or would it have ended the same way yet again? We always seem to make wrong choices, then have to live with the misery of them. I tried to do what was right. Oh, God, I did. You know how hard I tried. Was I wrong? If I was right, why can't my children see it? And if I was wrong, why can't I? The old clock on the mantel chimed once. 8:30. Annie was acting out a lament, her voice filled with all the desolation of an old prophet, when, "O Lord, when will you send us a Savior?" Leota's heart echoed the cry. I know you are the Savior, Lord. But oh, Father, the enemy is so strong. He chips away at my armor, looking for chinks, for just enough space for a fiery dart to slip through and send me crashing down again into the pit of despair. He tore my family asunder before I was aware, and by the time I was, their hearts were so hardened I couldn't reach them. Maybe if she'd fought harder and longer, but she was hurt and angry and withdrew, like a dog licking its wounds. Just like the disciples before God breathed the Holy Spirit on them. Oh, God, that you would give me the confidence to speak truth. Maybe if they knew the whys and wherefores of my choices, they might have compassion. Eleanor is caught in a web of lies. And I'm sick of it, sick unto death of the recriminations. It was Bernard's story to tell, but he was too ashamed to speak. Or was it pride that kept him silent, Lord? Is that what binds us tighter than chains? Cursed pride. My own most of all. Jesus arose. Annie's voice was infused with joyful excitement, and the children clapped. Death could not hold him in the grave. Satan and all his demons could not destroy him. He arose. And he is still alive to this very day. Anyone who believes in Jesus will never perish, but have everlasting life with him. Those who believe will shed their bodies and join him in paradise. Death, the grand adventure. Easy for the young to think that when the years stretched out ahead of them, the young felt they had all the time in the world. They felt immortal. Leota turned her face away. Death drew closer each day. She could feel it approaching. Sometimes she was so afraid her heart would pound. Other times, she felt perfectly at peace with it. Not that there was much she could do to stop its arrival. The unknown was so disturbing. It was all well and good to know the promises, but the uncertainty remained. What would it be like to die? It reminded Leota of being pregnant with George. She knew the inevitable end. She would have a baby. There was no escaping. She was on a train going full speed ahead. Waiting and wondering about the destination had frightened her. Bernard had reminded her of how many millions of babies had been born before theirs was conceived. What good was that sort of comfort? She had never had a baby. Would she suffer terribly and scream and cry and make a complete fool of herself? Would she die? And so it was now in her old age, with time speeding on. Maybe she would go to sleep in her bed one night and wake up somewhere else come morning. Wouldn't that be nice? To die in her sleep, unaware of what was happening. Yet she knew that kind of death wasn't for her. She sensed it. Was it the increasing pain that warned her death wasn't going to be so easy? Or was it the result of all the wasted years of waiting and hoping? She had the feeling God was going to make her face the grim reaper head-on. She let her mind drift back to the day when George was placed in her arms. Oh, How her breasts had hurt those first weeks he had nursed and she had bonded with him. The mere sound of his cry would bring her milk in. She would hold him close and gaze at him as his small mouth worked, drawing his nourishment from her body. And it had been the same with Eleanor. How Leota had loved dressing her daughter up and showing her off to the world. Before Bernard went off to war, they'd bring the children into bed with them in the morning. Oh, how they'd all played and laughed, snuggling close together. "Papa needs your help," Bernard had written. Would she have done differently if she had known how 4 words could change her life forever? I wanted to do the right thing.
Lord.
I went in with rosy glasses, thinking we would all work together for the common good. Mommy. Mommy. The voice was as clear as the day Leota had heard it. It was Eleanor crying out, struggling in Mama Reinhardt's arms. Her little arms stretched out to Leota, her eyes wide with fear. Mama Reinhardt had held little Eleanor firmly, glaring. She said something in German. Leota never knew what the words meant, but it had been enough to see the look in her mother-in-law's eyes and be held to silence for the sake of Papa's pride. "I'll be back this evening, Eleanor. Grandma Reinhardt will take good care of you." Eleanor's cries still rang in her ears. Mommy. Anguish had filled her until she thought the weight would crush her heart. She had wept all the way to work that morning, and every morning after that for the first month. Grandma? Gentle fingers brushed her hair. Leota opened her eyes. The lamp was on. The room was empty. Leota shifted in her chair. The children are gone.
Oh.
God. I've lost them. I lost them years ago. But it feels like yesterday.
Yes.
They left about an hour ago. They'll be by tomorrow to say thank you. I think the evening was successful.
Don't you?
Grandma. Tears blurred her vision. I missed it all. I missed all the important things in their lives because I had to work. I had to keep a roof over our heads and bread on the table. I miss going to my children's school plays and baseball games and parents' nights. I didn't get to chaperone dances or sit in the auditorium for the band performances or stand on the street corner and watch them in the parades. I didn't get to watch them grow up. Oh, Father, I missed everything. You sacrificed out of love for them. Annie knelt beside her chair and took her hand. Are you feeling all right? Grandma. I miss the children, she said in a choked voice. They'll be back tomorrow. I miss them so. Annie looked so worried. Leota was annoyed with herself. She must sound like a demented old woman. Better to keep silent than concern her sweet granddaughter with things the dear girl couldn't change. Better to push the pain down deep inside again and try to keep it where it wouldn't show. Who wanted to be around someone who moaned and grieved over the past. Yet the anguish was so close beneath the surface.
And she had so little time left.
Time enough to be alone again. Time enough to be abandoned one last time. With a shuddering sigh, she sat up. Well, now that I've had my nap, I guess I'd better transfer my old bones to bed. She brought the recliner fully upright and allowed Annie to help her stand. I'll be fine now, dear. I can manage. I'll see you in the morning. She leaned heavily on the cane Annie had given her, trying not to wince as she walked slowly toward the hallway to the bathroom and her bedroom. Grandma? Annie came to her. She put her arms around Leota and held her close for a long moment. When she drew back, there were tears in her eyes. I love you.
Grandma.
You know that, don't you? I love you very, very much.
Oh.
The sweet balm of those words. Grateful. Leota cupped Annie's cheek and looked into her eyes for a long moment. Blue eyes. Beautiful. Baby blue eyes. Just like Eleanor's. I love you,
2.
my darling. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Leota knew what she meant. God sent you to me at just the right time. She kissed her cheek. Everything will work out.
Grandma.
I know it. God won't let us down. No, he won't. Leota wanted to give back the same comfort Annie was trying to give her. Annie needed to know her words had made her feel better and that her grandmother's faith was strong enough to withstand anything, whatever was to come. Leota did believe God wouldn't let her down. For the time it took her to use the bathroom, change her clothes, and slip into her bed, she held tight to that promise. Then the darkness closed in, and the doubts danced on her heart, and the old sorrows welled up as she faced the truth. God never lets you down. But people do. Corban entered the apartment, wondering why all the lights were out. Where was Ruth? She was always home by this time of the evening. He flicked the switch and crossed the room, putting his book bag beside his computer. He had a lot of reading to do if he was going to catch up. He had become so focused on reworking his paper on elder care that he was behind in philosophy. He'd have to work harder and stay up later for the next week to get back on track. He thought he heard a cat mewing softly and realized the muffled sound was coming from the bedroom. Frowning, he went to the doorway and peered in. The light from the living room shone in enough to show him someone was in bed. Ruth. He clicked the lamp on. Turn off the light. Her voice was filled with tears. Turn it off. He did as she asked. What's wrong? Are you sick? He came into the room and sat on the edge of the bed they shared. When he touched her leg, she drew both up close against her chest, weeping harder. Ruth? What's happened? Fear gripped him. Is it the baby? There is no baby, she choked. His stomach tightened until he hurt.
Did you
have a miscarriage? He said slowly,
his heart pounding.
She pulled the blankets closer around her. I told you I couldn't have it.
Corey.
I told you, but you wouldn't listen to reason. He stood slowly and stepped back from the bed. She began to sob. They lied to me. They said it wouldn't hurt. It hurt so much I passed out. When I came to, I was in a room with 6 other women. I asked for something for the pain, but the woman said it would cost another $50. Can you believe anyone could be that insensitive? Emotions surged up inside him, hot, violent. He had to get out of the room. He had to get away from her. He went out into the living room and stood with his eyes tightly shut.
He wanted to smash something.
He could hear Ruth. No quiet weeping anymore, but loud, choking, anguished sobs. For whom? The child she had killed? His child. Or for herself, because it wasn't as easy as she wanted it to be. Corey. I need you. Grabbing his jacket, he went out the door, slamming it behind him. He walked down the block, passing the corner coffee shop where he liked to sit with friends. Someone called his name, but he kept walking. He didn't care which direction he went. He wanted to run. He wanted to get as far away from Ruth Coldwell as he could. He found himself on the campus. He kept walking, passing by buildings where he had taken classes over the past 3 years. He saw the stadium and went around it, continuing upward until he found himself on Tightwad Hill, where people who wouldn't pay the price of admission sat to watch university football games. Body weary and spirit spent, Corban paused, staring out over Berkeley and across the bay to San Francisco. The lights were beautiful. Everything looked crisp and clean up here. Nevertheless, he felt tears gathering in the backs of his eyes, his throat closing tight and hot. Annie lived over there somewhere. He wished he could call and talk to her. He wished he could ask her what he should do now. He'd get arrested and hauled off to jail if he did what he wanted. He hunkered down and raked his hands through his hair. Why had Ruth done it? He had told her he would take care of her. He told her they could work things out. Weaving his fingers tightly at the back of his neck, he kept his head down and his eyes closed. "Jesus," he whispered. Beyond that,
He didn't know what to say.
up to a few weeks ago, he had been pro-choice. Funny how things could change so fast. He hadn't understood what it would mean when he had no say in whether his own flesh and blood had a right to live or not. "This is my life," Ruth had said. Even if it cost the life of his child? He dredged up all the philosophical discussions he had had over the past few years. None comforted him. "Jesus," he whispered again. And the tears came. Ruth was wrapped in a blanket and lying on the sofa when Corban unlocked and opened the door. "Where did you go?" She peered at him. "For a walk. It's 11 o'clock. You've been gone 4 hours. Her face was white. Her eyes puffy from crying. Her hair was matted on one side, as though she had spent most of the time curled into the fetal position on their bed, just as he'd left her. He couldn't look into her eyes. "I needed to think. Don't you think I thought about it? That's all I've done for weeks. I had to do it."
Corey.
"Try to understand." "I'm trying. But I'd rather not talk about it right now. If you don't mind." She turned her face away, and he saw her swallow convulsively. "I've worked too hard to throw it all away." She looked back at him again, eyes glistening with tears. "And so have you." She could cry an ocean of tears and not touch his heart. "Not now. I have a right to my own life." She pulled the blankets tighter. "And so do you. One of us would have had to give up our dreams. And I knew it would be me in the end. That's always the way it is. The woman has to give up everything. Is that what your friends have been telling you?" "I would have been giving up plenty," he said tightly. "And you never would have let me forget it either. Would you? We could have worked it out. Not in this lifetime." Her bitterness fed his wrath. "You never gave yourself a chance to find out. I didn't have to wait. I knew what would happen. It's what's always happened to women. You agreed with me a few months ago. I was wrong." She sat up slowly and waited. Corban knew she wanted him to look her in the face, but he couldn't. She let her breath out slowly. "Even if I wanted to undo it,
Corey.
I couldn't. It's too late."
She had seen to that.
His child was dead. He looked at her then, in loathing, and saw her emotions flickering across her features. Shame, sorrow, confusion, a desperate appeal. She buried her face in her hands and cried again. Pity stirred within him. Who was he to cast stones? Hadn't he been all for abortion until a few weeks ago? Sighing heavily, accepting his share of the guilt, Corban went to her. "I'm sorry, Ruth. I'm sorry you did this terrible thing. I'm sorry my child is dead. I'm sorry we're both going to have to live with what you've done." He touched her hair and sat down beside her on the sofa. "I should have given you more support. Maybe if he'd been around more, making plans for their future instead of trying to finish his classes. It would have been easier," she said, misunderstanding him completely. She turned to him, weeping, her fingers clinging to his shirt. He could feel her whole body shaking violently against him. It took all his will to put his arms around her and give her comfort. Chapter 16. Anlin called me last night and said she's planning to have Thanksgiving in Oakland, Nora said, pouring coffee for Fred. "She's spending the holiday with my mother instead of with her family." She set the cup down hard, annoyed that he hadn't looked up from his morning newspaper. Did you hear what I said? I heard.
Nora.
I know about it already. What do you mean? You know. Annie called last Wednesday and mentioned the idea to me. It sounded like a good one. Nora steamed. Where was I while this was going on? As I remember, you were shopping. He lowered the newspaper enough to look her in the eye. You said you were going to get a head start on Christmas this year.
She remembered now.
She had purchased a power suit in cornflower blue silk for her daughter. It had cost $300, not counting all the accessories, shoes, purse, scarf, gold pin with pearls, she had purchased to go with it. She kept imagining how stunning Anlin would look in the ensemble. Blue to match her eyes. Now Nora wanted to take everything back. Why should she give Anlin anything when the ungrateful little wretch betrayed her at every turn? She glared at the newspaper Fred had raised like a shield. Why didn't you say anything to me about this before now? She wanted to rip that paper out of his hands and tear it to shreds. Sighing, Fred folded the newspaper abruptly and glanced at her, his brows drawing together in irritation. Because Annie said she would call you back and talk to you herself, which she has now done. He spoke through tight lips. Besides that, I have no intention of getting into the middle of this ridiculous situation between you and your daughter and your mother. Ridiculous? She controlled her urge to scream at him. I could use some support. Fred. She was proud of the cool timbre of her voice. You're the one who declared war. Nora. Long before I was in the territory. I've chosen to remain neutral. That's as good as saying you're on Anlin's side. Or my mother's. He closed the newspaper and tossed it on the table the same way he would toss a gauntlet.
His eyes sparked.
What's wrong with Annie doing Thanksgiving at your mother's this year? It's an act of kindness. Kindness? Is that what you think? She gave a brittle laugh. She knows very well I want to have Thanksgiving here. In our home. My mother knows that, too.
Why?
So you can complain again about how much work it is for you, and how no one ever appreciates what you do? Or so you can exclude your mother for another year? She caught her breath, and heat rose into her cheeks. My mother can come if she wants. How magnanimous of you, he said dryly. That's not fair. I've invited her before. She's the one who's always chosen to stay away. Last I heard, your mother didn't have a driver's license. Has that changed? Did you ever once offer to pick her up or arrange a ride for her? Her skin went cold. She can arrange her own ride. He shook his head, gazing at her sadly. Michael treats you the same way you treat your mother.
Did you ever think about that? Nora?
You taught him well, didn't you? Quick tears came to her eyes. Michael loves me. Not so anyone would notice. What a cruel thing to say to me. Her mouth jerked. I've been married to you for 5 years. Nora. And I've never heard you say one kind thing about your mother. And the few times I've had the opportunity to meet Leota, I've found her to be charming. Yes. Charming. Charm is deceitful. And beauty is vain. He stood up. I'm going to work. He took his jacket from the back of the chair and picked up his briefcase. When you and Annie figure out where we're having Thanksgiving, let me know and I'll be there. Unless, of course, I've been uninvited. She held back tears of resentment. Maybe I'll just go away for that weekend and have Thanksgiving all by myself. That'd make everyone happy. Wouldn't it? There's a thought. He left the room without a backward glance. The quaking started inside her. Would her family be happier if she went off by herself and left them alone to celebrate Thanksgiving any way they wanted and with whomever they wanted? Thanksgiving at her mother's. Thanksgiving in a cramped, pre-war cottage surrounded by rundown houses in the middle of a ghetto. How delightful! Nora picked up Fred's coffee cup and carried it to the sink, dumping the contents before she put it and the saucer into the dishwasher. She ran water to wash away the coffee. What did Anlin know about stuffing and baking a turkey?
Nothing.
The only thing Nora had ever had her do for Thanksgiving was go to the florist and pick up the centerpiece, then set the table and help with cleaning up the dishes later. Last year, George and his family had come for dinner. His wife, Jean, had brought 2 homemade pies, one pumpkin and the other mincemeat. The pies had been SOSO, certainly not of the quality Nora could have made. The scoops of whipping cream she had put on each slice had helped. Annie had spent most of the day babysitting Mitzi and Marshall, while Jean got in Nora's way in the kitchen. Typically male, George and Fred hadn't lifted a finger to help. They'd been too busy watching a football game. Anlin fixing Thanksgiving dinner. What a fiasco that would be. Fred's words made her conscience squirm. It was true she hadn't made any arrangements for her mother in the past. Then again, George could have offered to swing by in his fancy Mercedes and pick her up. Even if it was out of his way. Was she supposed to do everything herself? Thanksgiving would be so much better here. She knew she'd get nowhere talking with Anlin. Picking up the telephone, she pressed in her mother's number and waited, breathing deeply to calm her emotions. Hello, Mother. This is Nora. I think it'd be much better if I had Thanksgiving here again this year. You're invited. Of course. I'm sorry. I can't hear you very well. Maybe you'd hear better if you turned the television off. Whatever you're selling. I'm not buying. She hung up. Nora let out her breath sharply. It was the second time her mother had hung up on her. Was Leota losing her mind as well as her hearing? She pressed in the number again, striving for control over her temper. Mother. It's Nora. Eleanor?
Oh.
Hello.
Dear.
How are you? Nora gritted her teeth. Did her mother use that name just to irritate her? I called about Thanksgiving.
Oh.
Annie and I will be delighted you can make it. I didn't say. It'll be wonderful. Just like old times. She has everything planned. Old times? What good was there in having it like old times? Mother. I want to have Thanksgiving here. At my house. There was a pause. Then we have a problem. Don't we? Why don't you come over and we can talk about it? I don't want to come over there. I know you don't. You never want to come here. Why is that? Eleanor? I think you know. Why don't you come over and tell me? Why are you making things so difficult? She cried out in frustration. I don't have a long time left to live. Eleanor. I'm tired of waiting for things to get better between us. I'm in my 80s. And I'm not feeling up to snuff. I'd like to see us sort things out before I'm gone. There's nothing for me to sort out. Did she want absolution? Fat chance. Besides, you'll live to be 100. She couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. When there was no response, she frowned, annoyed by the twinge of shame she felt. Fred's words came back to haunt and anger her. Michael treats you the same way you treat your mother. Why should she think of that now? And why should she feel guilty when her mother had been the one to dump her children on others while she chose to work? Mother, why won't you be reasonable? You know very well there isn't enough room over there to have Thanksgiving dinner. Come on over and we'll talk about it. I have better things to do than argue with you. Have it your way. But if we don't talk it over, Annie will be here for Thanksgiving. We'll miss you. The line went dead again. Nora said a foul word and slammed the telephone back onto the charger. All right, Mother. You asked for it. I'll come. And I'll give you a good piece of my mind when I get there. Leota had forgotten it was Wednesday. She might not have been so set on firing up Eleanor's dander had she remembered Corban was coming by to take her shopping. She didn't remember until he rang the doorbell and she saw him through the sheer curtains. Oh dear, she said, annoyed with herself. Eleanor would be in her car by now, winging her way over for battle. Thankfully, he had learned to give her plenty of time to get out of her chair and make it to the door. Leota was all ready to apologize and send him home when she got a look at his face. What's the matter with you? Nothing. Did somebody die? She unlatched the screen door and let him in. Everything's just fine. Leota, you know better than to lie to me. I thought we had that understood a long time ago. He looked like he hadn't slept since she had seen him last. He was pale, with dark shadows under his eyes, and more tense than she'd ever seen him. I don't want to talk about it, he said. Is that okay with you? Pretty good indication it's something that needs talking out. Lay off. Leota. I'm not in the mood today. Are you ready to go shopping or not? I forgot it was Wednesday. You want me to come back another day?
No.
I need some things for Thanksgiving. She couldn't leave and risk Eleanor showing up while she was gone, nor did she want to send Corban home when he clearly needed to get something off his chest whether he thought he did or not. I'll write up the list and give you the money. You can take care of shopping for me today. How will that be? Fine. You've still got the key to my house, haven't you?
Yes.
Are you sure you want me to keep it? I think I can trust you not to come back in the dead of night and rob me blind. Besides, it's a safety precaution. What if I collapse sometime and you can't get in to get me up off the floor? He didn't look amused. Corban hadn't been gone 30 minutes when Nora arrived on Leota's doorstep.
Oh.
Lord.
Oh.
Lord. Help me get through to my daughter. Help me. Leota opened the door. Hello. Eleanor. I'm glad you could come. Did I have a choice? She said before the door was even unlatched. We could have settled this over the telephone. She stepped into the house. She didn't look into Leota's eyes, but made a sweeping glance of the room, her face tightening as though everything about it brought back unwelcome memories. She noticed Barnaby and grimaced. A parrot, a rainbow lorry. Annie tells me Barnaby belongs to Susan Carter, but he's had a nervous breakdown and needs quiet and rest. That bird cost $500. Can you believe that? A policeman gave him to Susan. Why don't you sit down and I'll fix us some coffee? I don't want coffee. Tea. Not tea. Not water. Not anything. I don't have time. Leota eased herself back into her recliner. She looked at her daughter, where she sat on the edge of the sofa. She was dressed in elegant gray slacks, a white silk shirt, and a charcoal tweed blazer. She wore gold earrings and necklace, and dark gray leather pumps with edges of brown across the tops to match the bag she hadn't unlooped from her shoulder. Her hands, nails perfectly manicured and painted red, gripped her knees. One false word. Leota knew that was all it would take, and her daughter would be on her feet and out the front door in a huff. It's nice to see you.
Dear.
You had your hair cut since I saw you last. It was shorter, just below her ears. layered and in soft frosted curls. I suppose you don't like it. I like it very much. It frames your face very nicely. Her daughter always did have a wonderful sense of style. Thank you, Eleanor said, a sour twist to her lips. I came to discuss the arrangements for Thanksgiving dinner. We've invited George and Jean and the children. Jean says she's sure they can make it. She's going to bring a couple of pies. You can bring something too if you like. Though it's not necessary. Annie plans to have the food on the sideboard back there. Everyone can serve him or herself that way. We'll set the nook table for Mitzi and Marshall, and the adults can sit at the dining room table. There's not enough room around your table. There will be when we put the table leaves in. They've been stored in the bedroom closet. You haven't the money for a nice centerpiece. I have a garden.
Yes.
You have a garden. How could I forget? She pressed her lips together when her mother said nothing. It'd be easier and much better if we had Thanksgiving at my house. I haven't had Thanksgiving here in years. Eleanor, you never fix Thanksgiving dinner. Mother. Not once. That I can remember. Grandma Reinhardt is the one who had it because this was her home and not ours. And she did all the work. Just the way you do. Eleanor lifted her chin slightly. It's one of the things I enjoy doing for my family. About as much as Mama Reinhardt did. I would imagine. Eleanor said nothing for a couple of seconds. Leota could feel the undercurrent and was afraid of being sucked under. Annie can't cook, Eleanor said finally. You might be surprised what Annie can do. Shocked. More likely. It'll be a disaster, and you know it. Is that what you want? To see her humiliated. It'll only be a disaster if you make it so. If it all goes wrong, you'll blame me. Is that it? No one has ever cast blame on you. Eleanor. She held her breath for 2 seconds and then said it straight out. Once and for all, I was always the scapegoat. Oh, that's rich, Mother. You escaped every bit of responsibility you ever had. 2 children. Remember us? You moved into Grandpa Reinhardt's house and dumped us on Grandma so that you could go off and live the high life. Even when you came home, you were more interested in that garden than in me or George. You have no idea of the circumstances. No circumstances would make me dump my children. I've always been there for them. From the time they were babies, I managed to be at home with them. I'm still at home for them. And you think that makes you a better mother than I was? Yes. Nora's eyes glittered with angry tears. I do. I don't think you ever had any idea of what being a mother was all about. Leota's heart broke as she looked into her daughter's eyes. How had they come to this impasse? Surely all that fury hid a sea of hurt, but how could Leota get through to her daughter and convince her she had always been loved? Leota had done what she thought was best, what she'd had to do. Eleanor looked away from Leota's scrutiny and closed her eyes as though she couldn't bear it. You have no idea how awful it was. Do you? Mother?
No.
I don't. She only knew how awful it had been for her.
Tell me.
Eleanor looked back at her in despair. Why should I? So you can make more excuses? Leota had no more time to waste playing who was right and who was wrong. How many years will it be before you decide to move on with your life instead of blaming everything on the past? She saw the flush pour into her daughter's cheeks. Not from conviction, but from temper. So much for getting to the heart of things. The sound of a key in the door drew their attention. Corbin unlocked the front door. Eleanor rose. Who is this? And what's he doing with a key to the house? She said heatedly as Corbin stepped into the room. He looked at Eleanor in surprise and then glanced at Leota. This is Korban Salsek. Korban. Meet Eleanor Gaines. My daughter. Nice to meet you. His tone of voice said the opposite. Leota nodded at him. You can put those groceries in the kitchen and join us if you would like. I've got another bag in the car. Did I give you enough money? More than enough. I'll give you the change as soon as I put these things away. Eleanor sat rigidly on the sofa, watching and listening. Korban glanced at her again. If you'll excuse me. Ms. Gaines, he said, and headed for the kitchen. Are you completely out of your mind giving a stranger a key? Eleanor said in an angry whisper. Who is this person? And what do you know about him? Korban's been coming over to help me for several months now. Every Wednesday, like clockwork. How did you meet him? I called an agency after seeing an ad on television.
Oh.
Mother. Leota had had just about enough. I need groceries. It's a long walk to the market. Uphill all the way home. I don't drive. What would you have me do? Eleanor? Starve. You can call in an order to a grocery store, and they'll deliver it. That would be nice and impersonal. And expensive. I prefer this arrangement. Besides, Korban is good company. Nothing like a discussion with him to get her blood up. Sometimes he even drops by on the weekend and helps in the garden. Not that he liked it much. She suspected he was becoming more interested in her granddaughter than in horticulture. What does George have to say about this? Why should George have anything to say about it? He hasn't called in months. I doubt he knows. He's too busy with his business and family to have time to run over here and help me. That's just an excuse, Eleanor said, clearly annoyed.
Oh.
You know how it is. Eleanor. I'm sure Michael is just as busy with his life. 2. Eleanor's eyes sparked. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing other than what I said. Why are you always so defensive about everything I say? All I mean is it's nice to have company once in a while. Korban is welcome here anytime he wants to drop by. I'm not sending him away. Just like you won't send Enlyn home. Even when you know it's where she belongs. If you wanted Annie at home, why were you going to send her off to Wellesley? Eleanor blushed dark red. It would have been better for her future than art school. She's very gifted. Eleanor. Just as you were.
Oh.
You're an art expert now. I know what I like. Leota, Korban called from the kitchen. Where do you want your Metamucil? Above the sink. Cabinet to the left with the water glasses. You can put it on the bottom shelf with the vitamins and aspirin. He calls you Leota? Eleanor was clearly scandalized. What would you have him call me? Grandma Moses. Mrs. Reinhardt would be more appropriate. He's a friend. I told him to call me Leota. How do you know he isn't just worming his way in here in hopes you'll leave him something in your will? That gave Leota pause. Was that what worried Eleanor? Not concern for her mother's safety or fear that someone might be taking advantage of an old lady. It was her inheritance, such as it was. What would I leave him that matters to you, Eleanor? You hate everything about this house. There isn't a thing I have that you want. At least, that was what Eleanor had always said. Had she changed her mind? Are you saying you're going to put him in your will? We aren't discussing my will. I'm asking you what you want. Eleanor's eyes flickered. She looked embarrassed and ashamed, then angry. Would Eleanor ever understand that she was the daughter of her mother's heart? What more could Leota do to make it clear? If there's anything in this house that means anything to you, Eleanor, anything at all, All you've got to do is tell me, and I'll make sure you have it. Face pinched, Eleanor got up and went to the front window, drawing the curtain aside. Was she checking to make sure the hubcaps were still on her car? Corbin came back into the living room. Leota saw by the look on his face that he was ready to go. Why don't you heat some water? And we can have some of that cappuccino Annie brought last week. Eleanor let the curtain drop back into place. Barnaby moved to the far end of his perch, as far away from her as he could get. She turned and glanced pointedly at her wristwatch. I said I don't want any coffee. Mother. I'm late enough as it is. You wouldn't mind if Leota had cappuccino, would you? Corbin's tone was pure ice. Excuse me? He made a point of ignoring Eleanor as he looked at Leota. Would you like some cappuccino? Leota? She tried not to smile at his defensive manner. Who would have known? Yes. I would. I'll fix it then. He went back into the kitchen. Eleanor stared after him in consternation. I've never met anyone so rude. He's just being protective of me.
Oh.
I know he could use a bit of polishing. But then, so could we all. Eleanor shifted the strap of her shoulder bag and straightened her jacket. Are we settled now about Thanksgiving? Absolutely. Annie and I will have Thanksgiving dinner here. I hope you'll join us. Eleanor's cheeks flushed. We'll talk about it more later. Yanking the front door open, she walked out, banging it shut behind her. Corbin came out of the kitchen a few minutes later with a cup of steaming cappuccino. He set it carefully on her side table. Careful. It's hot. Thank you.
Corbin.
What about you?
No.
Thanks, he said glumly. Sorry if I was rude. Leota. He nodded toward the closed front door. Annie's mother. Right?
Boy.
Is she a piece of work? She looked up at him. You could both do with some tenderizer.
Sit down.
Corbin. I'd better get going. Not yet. She nodded toward the sofa. Sit and tell me what's troubling you. He sat, looking pale and strained. Leaning forward, he raked his hands back through his hair. When he raised his head again,
she saw he was struggling not to cry.
He shook his head. I can't. Leota watched the struggle. She could feel his grief as though it were her own, even not knowing the cause. He reminded her of Bernard. Confession's good for the soul.
Corbin.
Have you ever heard that? I'm not a religious man. I'm talking about faith, not religion. I'm not a man of faith either. A muscle jerked in his cheek. Besides, I'm not the one who needs to be confessing. If you talk about it, get it out in the open, it'll lose its power over you. He shook his head again. It's too soon, he said in a choked voice. He rose and looked at her in apology. I'd better go. I wouldn't be good company today. You're right. I would miss your usually sunny personality. He gave her a rueful smile. Say hi to Annie when she calls you. You know her number. If it's easier to talk to her, give her a call, but get it off your chest, whatever it is. As he turned away, she said his name and waited until he was looking at her again. Don't let the root of bitterness take hold, Corbin. If you do, you'll spend the rest of your life trying to pull it out. He closed the door quietly behind him. Leota heard his car roar to life. As the sound of it faded, Despair came down over her like a suffocating blanket. She was all alone again. Her chest ached so terribly. She thought of Eleanor and George. Nothing is ever going to change,
she realized.
All right, old woman. Accept it. Just get up and go into the kitchen and take those pills you've been hoarding for the past year. If one is supposed to keep your blood pressure down, the whole bottle ought to give you a peaceful passing. I love you, Grandma. The words startled her. Annie had her granddaughter come in quietly, without Leota noticing. How could that happen when she'd been sitting in her recliner facing the front door? Had Annie parked in the driveway and come in the back door? Leota looked around her chair, but didn't see her. Maybe she'd fallen asleep and dreamed about taking all those pills and leaving the anguish of living behind her. I love you, Grandma. Leota stared in amazement. It was Barnaby, speaking in Annie's voice.
Clear. Sweet.
Full of tenderness. Now you talk. She was filled with disappointment.
Lord.
Did you ever stop to think that I've had enough? I've done all I can think to do. And I'm done. Finished. I'd rather be up there with you than down here, in the middle of this mess. And if I have to do it myself. I love you, Grandma.
Annie.
What would it do to Annie to find her grandmother's body crumpled on the floor and then learn she'd swallowed a whole bottle of pills? Leota knew what it would do. I love you, Grandma. Shut up. I heard you the first time. She supposed this was his answer.
2.
I love you. Was he telling her to stop feeling sorry for herself and keep up the good fight? Most people get to retire. I love you, Grandma. Fine.
Lord.
All right. All right. She knew very well if she went into the kitchen and swallowed all those pills, it would hurt Annie. No telling where she would pass out. She would hardly be a pretty sight. Crumpled and dead and discovered several days later. Far from dignified. I love you, Grandma. I heard you already.
Now.
Eat some birdseed. But Barnaby kept it up all afternoon, until Leota's fighting spirit was back in full measure, and she was ready to wring his scrawny neck. Chapter 17. The last person Leota expected to call her was her son. But call her he did. She was pleasantly surprised by George's voice on the telephone, until she understood the point of his call. Mother. Nora mentioned she met a young man at your house the other day. Corban, Leota said after a brief hesitation. Disappointment filled her, making her heart ache. Corban Salsek. He's a volunteer for an elder care agency I called. I suppose Nora also told you I got the number from a television ad. What do you know about this young man? Mother? He came with a reference, and he's willing to help. What more should I know? He could be anything. Mother. I don't think it's wise to allow a stranger access to your house. To the house, not his mother. A better question might be why it's necessary for an old woman to call and ask for help from strangers. She regretted the words as soon as they passed her lips. She was pouring on the mother guilt and building the walls higher. She could feel them going up, brick by brick. The mortar dried in the silence. If I had more time, I'd be over there helping you out, George said tautly. But I've got a business to run. And it's all I can do to keep my head above water with the competition the way it is. You know that. Of course I know. He had told her that every time they talked, usually when she called and interrupted him. Just don't begrudge me getting help where and when I can. Annie visits several times a month. She's met Korban. She likes him. If you and Nora have questions about his character, maybe you should talk with her. Or the agency. She gave him the name and telephone number. She hoped he wasn't talking to her with his cell phone while driving on a freeway. He's a university student, George. Dean's List, I'm sure. Sociology, I think. Does that set your mind at ease, dear? I didn't call to get a lecture. She sighed. No matter what she said to make peace, it always backfired. Better if she said nothing and just went on with her life the way it was. I know why you called. George. Lord. I wish I didn't. Did you have anything else you wanted to say to me? No. Nothing else. We can talk more about it when you come for Thanksgiving. Nora said she's having Thanksgiving at her house. So that was how Eleanor intended to get her way. Then I suppose you'll have to make a choice where you're going to be. Annie and I are still planning on having Thanksgiving dinner here. It'd be less work for you if Nora did it. Poor Annie. She'd be in the middle of the mess, pressured on all sides. Go where you want, George. I'll be here. He said nothing to that, but at least he didn't hang up on her the way Eleanor did whenever she was thwarted. Leota let her breath out, hoping it would ease the ache in her chest. It didn't. I have something to ask you, George. Go ahead. Clearly, he was not enthusiastic about it. Is there anything in this house that you want? Anything at all? You've only to tell me. I can't think of anything offhand. Well, think about it and let me know. Why are you asking me a question like that? Are you planning on giving things away? She could tell he was still thinking about Korban, the interloper. I'm asking because I won't be here forever. I need to know so I can give you what you want. I suppose I'd like half of what the house and property are worth. She swallowed hard. So there it was. Cut and dried. Money. That's all he wanted. Mother? Leota supposed Eleanor felt exactly the same way. She could imagine her children sticking a for sale sign in her front lawn and holding a garage sale within a few days of her death. They'd put all of her possessions out on the sidewalk with little price tags attached. Everything marked down for quick sale. Good riddance to bad rubbish. She glanced around the living room, trying to see things through their eyes. She supposed most of what she possessed was junk by their standards. They didn't know that every knick-knack, stitchery picture, and stick of furniture meant something to her. Everything in her house held special meaning and sparked a memory. These were not just things to gather dust. Her house held a library of stories, most of them private, some heartbreaking, some lovely, some tender. She would have been more than willing to share those memories had her children been interested in listening. Mother? Lord. I could become bitter. It would be so easy to give in to anger right now and curse George and Eleanor for the pain they've caused me over the years by their neglect and indifference. But then, they don't see it that way at all. Do they? They've abandoned me because they felt abandoned by me. She knew it was true. They'd been hurt, and now they wanted to hurt her back. They'd wanted their mother at home, waiting, at their beck and call, fixing every situation, soothing every fear, and fulfilling every dream. And when she couldn't be, they'd set their hearts against her. They had chosen to cling to the lies they were taught by others rather than listen to the voice of their mother. Not once had they sought the truth. Oh, God, why will they not turn to me and ask why things had to be the way they were? How much of the way they are is my fault because I wasn't willing to tell Bernard's secrets or crush Papa Reinhardt's pride? Or Mama Reinhardt's, for that matter. How many years did it take before Mama realized the truth and then had to grieve over poisoning the children against me? Better had she confessed to them than left me with uncovering her shame. Would they even believe me now if I told them the truth? Oh, Jesus, blessed Savior, Lord God, still my beating heart and bring me home. I'm sick of this life. I'm sick of waiting and hoping and grieving. I'm sick of the disappointment. When will this life end? Mother, I'm here.
Dear.
But not for much longer. I hope. What did you want me to say? His voice was quiet. Defensive. What did she want him to say? I love you. I'd like to come for Thanksgiving. Thank you for the invitation. I've missed you.
Too.
I look forward to sitting down and hearing about your life. Show me the past through your eyes. Mother. They're so sanctimonious, so self-righteous, so independent. They've lived their whole lives in denial. They've never been willing to look at or hear the truth. Eleanor casts blame. George hides. Every time I've tried to tell them what really went on during those early years, I've failed. They've concertina wire around them, and every time I try to get through to them, I end up lacerated. Leota couldn't speak a word past the lump in her throat. Take me home.
Lord.
Take me right now while he's on the telephone. Maybe then.
Oh.
Blast. What good is this stinking self-pity? Mother? Impatience this time. Look. I'm sorry. But I haven't got the time for this right now. I'll call back later. He hung up. She supposed he would have the time to call Annie and the elder care agency and check up on Corban. She supposed he would have time to call Nora and report. She put the telephone back in its cradle and sat thinking for a long time. She thought about George and Nora and Annie. Michael Taggart, her grandson, didn't even come into the equation. He had deserted the sinking ship long ago. She wished him well. A pity she couldn't even remember what the boy looked like. The picture on her mantel was 5 years old. Opening a drawer in her side table, she found her personal address book and the number she needed. She pressed in the numbers carefully and listened to the telephone ring. Dreyer, Schaefer, Pulaski, and Rooks came the greeting. How may I direct your call? Please. I'd like to speak with my attorney. Dexter Lane Rooks. Please. There was a pause. I'm sorry.
Ma'am.
But Dexter Rooks died several years ago. Well,
What do I do now?
he was my lawyer, she said. Annoyed. I need him to change my will. His son took over most of his father's clients. Mrs. Reinhardt. Leota Reinhardt.
Well.
Then, let me talk to his son. I hope my file is still there. I'm sure it is.
Ma'am.
I'll connect you with Charles Rooks's office. I'm sure they can help you. One moment. Please. Leota tried to calm her frayed nerves and explain everything to Charles Rooks's secretary. Then she was placed on hold for so long she was certain she had been forgotten. Maybe they were hoping she'd die in the meantime and save them trouble. Just when she was about to hang up and try again, the secretary came back on the line. Mr. Rooks will speak with you, Mrs. Reinhardt. Sure enough. A cultured male voice came on the line. Mrs. Reinhardt. How may I help you?
Oh.
Lord. Do I have to go through it all over again? I've decided to change my will. And I need it done as soon as possible. I have some papers here I'd like you to look over. I don't know whether to transfer ownership now or have that done after I'm gone. When can you bring these documents to the office? I can't bring them to the office, young man. I'm 84. I don't drive, I haven't the money for a taxi, and I'm too old to ride a bus. I need you to come here. If you need witnesses to the transaction.
Come on Wednesday.
I can ask a friend to come in the afternoon instead of in the morning. Or there's my neighbor, Arba Wilson. Well,
Ma'am.
I'm very busy, and leaving the office is something your father would have done. He hesitated. Yes, he would have. Wednesday afternoon. You say? Would it be possible for me to come after 5? I'll be in court all morning, and I have appointments in the afternoon. You can come for dinner if you like. He chuckled. Thank you,
Ma'am.
but that won't be necessary. Give your address and telephone number to my secretary. Between now and Wednesday, write down the changes you want to make in your will and have the documents ready for me to look over. That'll expedite matters. I'll do that. She'd start this afternoon, if she could find her will. Hadn't she put it in the top drawer of her sideboard? Or was it in the safety deposit box? Had she paid the rent on that box? Maybe her will was in the bottom drawer of her dresser with a few special pieces of jewelry Bernard had given her before he went away to war. The secretary came back on the line and verified her address and telephone number. As soon as Leota ended that call, she dialed Annie's number. The answering machine was on. It's Grandma Leota, Annie. Call me when you have time, dear. I'd like to discuss Thanksgiving with you. And a few other things. Next, she dialed Corbin. A young woman answered. Ruth. Yes. This is Ruth. Who is this? What a curt, cold voice. Leota Reinhardt. Corbin has. Corey's not here. I'll leave him a message that you called. The telephone clicked in Leota's ear before she could utter another word. Frowning, Leota put the telephone back in its cradle. What's all this? Corbin said, entering his apartment and finding several boxes piled near the front door. He could see 2 more open on the table in the kitchen and Ruth rummaging through cabinets. I'm leaving you, Ruth said, her back to him. He shrugged off his book-laden backpack and heaved it onto the sofa beside 2 more boxes. I thought we were going to try to work things out between us. What's to work out? Corey? You've already made up your mind how you feel. I'd say you were the one who'd already made up her mind. She turned sharply. What did you expect me to do? Stay and put up with your condemning, judgmental attitude. I haven't said one word. You don't have to say anything. I can see it in your eyes every time you look at me. She turned her back again. Corbin's anger rose. Those dishes were in the apartment before you moved in. Fine. Opening her hands, she let 2 dinner plates crash to the floor. You can have them. And the glasses. 2. She swept 6 out of the cabinet onto the Formica counter. Corbin called her a foul name. Go ahead and break everything if you think it'll make you feel better. Her eyes glistened with tears. Do you think I care what you think? He wanted to throw her out of his apartment and toss her boxes after her. I'm the one who's always compromised. He wished she'd died in that clinic. Give me a break.
Corey.
When did you ever compromise about anything? What else are you trying to steal from me? He flipped open one of the boxes by the front door. Go ahead. Go through them. Take whatever you want. You know what? I finally see you for what you are. She stood in the kitchen doorway, flushed with rage. You're a hypocrite. It shouldn't have taken me 6 months to realize. What opened your eyes? Ruth? Killing our baby? She flinched, her face going pale. She called him a name fouler than the one he had called her. It wasn't your life at stake.
Corey.
Or your education. I was always the one who had to take responsibility. Right from the beginning. What are you talking about? I'm the one who had to take precautions. Never, not once did you bother with birth control. Let the woman do it. Isn't that it? Let the woman take responsibility for the man's fun and games. Let the woman give up everything. She's just a vessel anyway. Isn't she? You jerk. You were relieved when I took care of the problem. You just didn't want to know about it. That was my mistake. Better had I lied and said I miscarried. Everything would have been hunky-dory then. Isn't that right? You wouldn't have to share the guilt. Tears poured down her white cheeks. Hate poured from her eyes. I deserved compassion after going through what I did, but that's too much to expect from you, isn't it? Compassion? You knew how I felt. Did I? Words are cheap.
Corey.
Actions speak louder than words. Haven't you ever heard that? You helped me paint the placards. You let me hold the meetings. You were pro-choice all the way. Or, so you said until I got pregnant. Then there was a major paradigm shift. All of a sudden, all the rules changed. Her lip curled in a feral smile. You know what? You're a small-minded, male chauvinist pig. For all your intellectual posturing, you're just a right-wing fundamentalist in disguise. And what are you?
Ruth?
Trading sex for a place to live. Trading sex so I'll pay your way. All that high talk about liberation. All that talk about equal rights. You're nothing but a prostitute living off a man. I hate you. You hate the truth. It got worse after that. Sticks and stones break bones. But words destroy the heart and spirit. Both of them were annihilated by the time Ruth's two girlfriends came to pick her up and take her and her things to her new home. Corbin sat on the sofa after she was gone and wept bitterly. He didn't care that Ruth had left him. In fact, he was relieved she was gone, and he wouldn't have to look at her face every day or tread carefully with every word he spoke lest he hurt her feelings. When had she ever considered his feelings? Grief overwhelmed him. Not an ounce of it was for Ruth. He grieved the loss of the one good thing that might have come from their sordid relationship, the child he was responsible for making. The child he should have been able to protect. The child who haunted his dreams at night. Leota served Charles Rook's coffee while he read through her will and looked over the documents she had kept in a manila envelope for the past 40 years. Cream or sugar? Mr. Rooks.
Black.
Thank you. Please. Call me Charles. He looked very much like his father. Blue eyes. Bushy gray brows. Bald on top with steel gray around the sides. Dressed in an expensive dark gray suit. This visit was going to cost her plenty. Arba, my neighbor, said she'd come over and sign whatever you need her to sign. I'll call her when we're ready. We won't be ready this evening. Mrs. Reinhardt. I'll need to take everything back to my office and have it typed in proper form. How long will that take? And how much will it cost? He told her the cost first, which made her heart flutter a little in shock. Then said, I'll have everything ready by the end of the month. At that price. I want it sooner. I'll give you a check before you leave. He took his glasses off and laid them on the table. This isn't something to rush into.
Ma'am.
Sometimes it's better to think things over before you make major changes like this. Especially if there's been a family argument. He raised his brows in question. There's been no argument. I know what I'm doing. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I want everything fixed exactly the way I've said. I may be old, Mr. Rooks, but I'm not senile. He smiled slightly.
No, ma'am.
I don't think you are. But you do sound angry. Hurt. Mr. Rooks. And fed up. There's another way to handle all this that wouldn't cost you nearly as much money. You can have joint tenancy on your house. When you pass on, go ahead. You can say it. He inclined his head.
Pass on, then.
Your part will fall to your joint tenant or tenants. As to the other documents, you can fill in the backs now and then sign them over when you're ready. If you do that, the will is fine as it is. Just the names changed. One last word of advice.
Ma'am.
You shouldn't leave papers like these lying around your house. They weren't lying around. They were tucked away in a safe place. Mrs. Reinhardt, he said patiently. Do you have any idea what these are worth? No, and I don't care. She sat across the table from him, weary and heartsick. I wanted to give my children an important inheritance, Mr. Rooks, something that would carry them through life and fill them to overflowing with joy. She put her hand on the papers. Unfortunately, this is all they want. I'm sorry. Ma'am. He looked sincere. And despite all the awful things said about lawyers, she believed he spoke from the heart. She smiled sadly. So am I, Mr. Rooks.
So am I. Now.
Let's get down to business. Mother said she and Fred will come for a little while, Annie said that evening. She called this afternoon. I think Uncle George talked with her. No doubt. Thanksgiving would give them another opportunity to corner their mother and find out where their inheritance stood. It was a good thing everything would be settled long before everyone arrived for turkey dinner. Should be a jolly Thanksgiving. Are you changing your mind?
Grandma?
Is this going to be too much for you?
Yes.
It would be too much for her. All the activity, all the excitement, all the tension. But she was not about to surrender to Eleanor. She'd make it through Thanksgiving if it killed her. You'll be the one doing the cooking.
Annie.
I'll be your cheering section. Are you changing your mind?
No. Oh.
Grandma. I'm so excited about it. We can do it. I know we can. It'll be wonderful. I'll come over this weekend and start on the house like you said, though it's perfect the way it is. A little painting here and there will brighten it up. I already have some ideas. Leota chuckled. I thought you might. You do whatever you like. I want you to consider this house as much yours as it is mine. I promise not to do anything without your full approval. You already have it.
Dear.
By the way, I was thinking about inviting Corban.
How would you feel about that?
He's been a little blue lately, and I think his family is on the East Coast somewhere. He won't be able to go home. That'd be great.
Grandma.
Invite him and his girlfriend. And Arba and the children.
Too.
If you like. And Juanita and Lynn Sanson. The more, the merrier. Leota intended to draft as many allies as she could for Annie. The Cold War was over. The real war was about to begin.
Chapter 18.
Corban was the first guest to arrive on Thanksgiving Day. He fidgeted nervously, glad he'd brought with him 2 bottles of sparkling cider and another African violet. Dear boy, Leota said, taking the flowering plant in its small blue pot and smiling in such a way that his nervous tension eased slightly. Annie's in the kitchen. Why don't you put those bottles in the refrigerator to chill? After that, would you please move Barnaby into my bedroom? I don't want him having a relapse today. Hi, Annie said brightly, grinning at him as she put the foil back on the turkey she was checking. We're getting there. I hope you're hungry. We have a 20-pounder. I'll do my part when the time comes. Good. You can mash the potatoes. I'm hoping Uncle George will carve the turkey. Grandma said she'd do the gravy. We've got green peas and mushrooms, cranberry sauce, black olives. Arba's bringing candied yams and Aunt Jean is bringing pies, apple, mincemeat, and pumpkin. What about stuffing? Of course. There's stuffing. It's in the turkey. Grandma's recipe. Plain and simple, seasoned bread, celery, onions, and the giblets all ground together. Took us a good part of this morning, but it'll be worth it. The doorbell rang, and Korban saw a flicker of tension in Annie's face. Why don't you be the greeter? She said. I don't want Grandma to have to get up and down every few minutes. She should be presiding over festivities in the living room. Leota was already at the door. George.
Jean. Come in.
Come in. Mama. The woman leaned down to kiss Leota's cheek. How are you? Fine. Just fine. Come in. Come in. She turned, her eyes shining. Korban. This is my son, George, and his wife,
Jean.
And my grandchildren, Marshall and Mitzi.
This is Korban,
a good friend of mine. The children were staring at Barnaby, who was staring back, beak open and ready for attack. Jean was the only one who seemed openly friendly. She smiled and greeted him warmly, while her husband stood silent and assessing. What did the guy think he was? A felon on parole? I'd better get Barnaby out of here. The children trooped after him, asking questions about the bird that Korban couldn't answer. You'll have to ask Annie. All I know is he's crazy and he bites. When he returned to the living room, he saw Jean was still holding the box she had brought in. Let me take that for you, Korban said.
Oh.
I'll take it. You men sit and get to know one another. With that, Jean headed for the kitchen, the two children in her wake. Korban turned to face the somber-faced George. My mother's told me you've been a big help to her. It's been my pleasure. When it hasn't been a royal pain in your backside, Leota said, settling back into her recliner. The three of them spent the next 15 minutes in small talk, highly pained small talk. Korban had never felt so uncomfortable. Leota made a valiant attempt to get a conversation going with her son, but good old George wasn't cooperating. How is business going these days? Fine. Still expanding? Trying to. I suppose Marshall is still in soccer. I think so. You think so? Jean handles the children's schedules. Don't you attend his games? When I can. George shifted, glanced at Korban, then back at Leota. Do you mind if I turn on the television? Mother? There's a good football game starting. If that's what you want to do.
How?
Korban wondered. Can the man miss the look of sadness in his mother's eyes? Maybe his presence was the cause of George Reinhardt's reticence? Maybe if he were out of the way, George would feel more free to talk. I'm going to go see if I can help Annie in the kitchen. Leota. At least the women were talking. It's so much brighter in here, Jean was saying when he joined her and Annie. And the flowers you painted are wonderful.
Annie.
I had no idea you were so talented. Annie blushed. Grandma said to do whatever I liked. And I've been having the best time. Aunt Jean. She'll sit in here. And we'll visit while I paint. She says she enjoys watching me. I don't doubt it, Jean said. I'd like to watch. I'd love it if you'd do some of this in my house. I'd even pay you.
Oh.
I wouldn't ask you to pay me. Nonsense. You're a working artist. Aren't you? You have to eat. She glanced out the window at the children playing. You've been working in the garden?
Too.
I see. Everything was so overgrown the last time I was here. Corbin's been a big help. Annie grinned at him. And Susan and Sam and some of the neighbor children. We've had plenty of helping hands. It used to be so beautiful. Jean sighed. The first time I came here, the lilacs were in bloom. It smelled like heaven standing out there. I'm glad you're bringing it back. The doorbell rang again. Corbin turned in the doorway, but George was already on his feet. Seeing who had arrived, Corbin steeled himself for a long, miserable day. The Ice Queen, consort in tow. Corbin met Eleanor Gaines's cool look with a slight nod while her husband, Fred, greeted Leota with a kiss and a compliment. The regal Eleanor barely said hello to her mother before she sailed toward the kitchen. He stepped back out of her way so she wouldn't ram him. Is everything going all right in here? Emlyn? The turkey smells done. She nodded toward her sister-in-law.
Jean.
Nice to see you. Not much warmth between the sisters-in-law. Corbin thought. Playing a fly on the wall. Everything's fine. Mother. I just checked the turkey a few minutes ago, Annie said, coming to her mother, who turned her face so Annie could kiss her cheek. Annie drew back slightly, eyes flickering. I'm glad you were able to make it, Mom. I don't see any yams. Didn't you make yams? Arba is bringing them. Who's Arba? Grandma's next-door neighbor. She and the children will be over in a little while. Clearly, that was an announcement that didn't please Annie's mother. I think I'd better check on my children. Jean headed for the back door. Corbin was trapped between the living room and the kitchen. I thought this was to be a family gathering. Annie blushed, her eyes flickering to him. He decided to rescue himself. Leota took pity on a poor, starving college student, he said ruefully.
Oh.
Of course. I didn't mean you, Eleanor said. Liar. He looked her straight in the eye. That's okay. Mrs. Gaines. I understand what you meant. Annie gave him a pained look. Eleanor turned her back on him. Anlyn, I really think you should take another look at that turkey. Corbin thought about excusing himself and going into the bathroom. Maybe he could squeeze through the window and escape. Somehow, Annie managed to get her mother back into the living room and sitting down. The television was blaring, and those talking had to raise their voices. Adding to the confusion, Arba arrived, bearing gifts of candied yams and a sweet potato pie. The children are coming through the back gate, Leota. I think they already met your grandchildren over the fence. The back gate. Eleanor's perfectly shaped eyebrows arched. For heaven's sake, George, turn the television down. When he did, Eleanor looked at her mother. What gate? The one that's been there for years, Leota said. Sam fixed the hinges a couple of weekends ago when he came over to see Annie. Sam? Eleanor's lips tightened. Sam Carter. He's a very nice young man, Leota said. He's an ex-con. Mother. She rose, heading for the kitchen again.
Oh,
Dear, Leota said softly.
now.
I've done it. Corban could hear Eleanor's voice from the kitchen. Not that she was speaking loudly. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath. I didn't know you were seeing Sam Carter, Eleanor was saying. Though I don't know why I should be surprised by anything you do these days. I'm not seeing him in the way you mean. Mother. Annie's tone was calm and patient. He's just a friend.
Oh.
Of course. That's the vernacular for sordid relationships these days. Isn't it? Fred rose, his face pale and tight. Excuse me. He headed for the kitchen. He spoke softly. But the regal Eleanor was having none of it. This is between me and my daughter.
Fred.
Please stay out of it. Mother. Please. I knew this day would be a fiasco from the start. I just knew it. Didn't I tell you? Shut up. Nora. What did you say to me? You heard me. And so did everyone in the house. If the day turns into a disaster, it'll be your fault.
Now.
Come back and sit down. Corban looked at Leota and saw tears welling in her eyes. In a moment they would be spilling down her cheeks. He glanced at Arba and saw mixed pity and anger. George's jaw was set, his eyes glued to the television set. Jean sat there, forcing a smile. The voices in the kitchen dropped lower, but they were just as angry, just as intense, just as intrusive. Corban rose. I think I'll go outside and have a breath of fresh air. They wouldn't miss him if he snuck away. Don't even think about it, Leota said.
Keen-eyed. What?
You know exactly what.
Corban Salsek.
You're staying. George looked between them, frowning. When Corban looked back at him, a muscle jerked in George's jawline, and he looked at the television again. Let him leave if he wants to. Mother. That was all it took to make up Corban's mind. I'm not going far. Leota. Only as far as the front porch. Promise. I promise. He didn't come back inside until dinner was announced. The turkey was cooked to perfection. Not that Eleanor Gaines could admit it. She sat at the dining room table, back rigid, face pale, lips tight, eyes down while Jean,
Arba. Annie.
and Leota talked. Let's have the blessing, shall we? Leota said, having been seated in the place of honor at the head of the table. Annie's eyes were shining again, and she held out her hands, one to her grandmother, one to her mother. Everyone joined hands, some less eagerly than others. Corban felt uncomfortable and embarrassed, but that didn't stop Arba from grasping his hand and giving him an encouraging smile. This is a day of your making, Lord, for my family is under one roof again after so many years. Thank you, Jesus. Leota's voice was husky. She hesitated, then spoke again. Open our minds, Father, and open our hearts as well. Come, join us at the table. In the name of your precious Son, Jesus, we pray. Amen. Platters of food were passed. There are no chestnuts in the stuffing. Eleanor glanced at Annie after a taste. Did you put oysters in it? Not this time. This is the best stuffing I've ever tasted, Jean said with enthusiasm. Everything is wonderful. Annie. Eleanor glanced at Jean, her mouth tight, and went back to eating in silence. The tension kept everyone cautious. The children were laughing in the kitchen. What are they doing in there? Eleanor was clearly annoyed. Having fun, Fred said tersely. Corban thought about his own family. He could remember the tension on Thanksgiving Day, his mother slaving away in the kitchen while his father worked in the den. Thanksgiving had been nothing more than a day when vendors and customers didn't call the office. It gave his father a day of rest from the telephone, but not from his obsession. Even when he had made it big, he couldn't rest in his success. He was driven by the memory of a childhood of deprivation, driven to overcome the stigma of having grown up on the wrong side of the tracks, driven by his own feelings of inadequacy. Corbin's parents had lived in a big house in an exclusive neighborhood with a guard at the gates, but that hadn't changed his father. The man had always been driven before a strong wind. Then one day he was gone, blown away by a massive heart attack. He died at his desk. His mother grieved for a few years, then remarried. She was making new traditions now. Thanksgiving in Paris. Christmas in Geneva. Someone else always cooked. A cold thought suddenly went through his mind, unbidden, making his chest tighten. Am I like my father? Driven to prove myself? For what? And for whom? What am I doing? Where am I going? Good dinner, Annie, George said, rising. He left his plate on the table and didn't bother pushing in his chair. George, Jean said, clearly annoyed. I'm just going to check the score. He turned the television on and made himself comfortable on the sofa. Where's a blackout when you need one? Jean's mouth was tight. We had blackouts all the time back during the war years, Leota said. The siren would go off, and we'd pull down all the shades and turn out the lights. Frighten the children half to death sometimes. Melba was our block captain. She lived 2 doors down. She'd go out and walk up and down the street and make sure there were no lights on. Your grandmother. No one ever bombed us, Eleanor said impatiently. Not if you don't count Pearl Harbor.
Dear.
Eleanor's face reddened. Pearl Harbor is an ocean away. Mother. And the war's been over for decades. Corbin wanted to lean over the table and slap her. Where did she get off talking to Leota in that nasty tone? Gritting his teeth. He reminded himself he wasn't part of this family. And it wasn't his business. Annie glanced at her grandmother. I'd like to hear about the war years. Why? Eleanor said sharply. We were dirt poor. Mother was never home. And Grandma and Grandpa Reinhardt were always bickering. They were. Leota frowned. Usually over you. And money. Or rather the lack of it. We were a strain on their budget. In case it never occurred to you. 3 extra mouths to feed. Grandma Helene was not pleased to be left with the responsibility of 2 children. And she made no secret of it to either of us. Mother. Annie's face was white. Let it go, Leota said, putting a hand over Annie's. Leota didn't say much about anything after that. She sat quietly, picking at her Thanksgiving dinner while Annie and Jean tried to move the conversation through safer channels. No matter where they went, though, they found themselves in a minefield of Eleanor's making. As soon as Eleanor finished eating, she began stacking dishes. The clattering of porcelain and silverware seemed to announce the meal was over, whether they were finished or not. I'll clean up, Eleanor said, and pushed her chair back. Annie's eyes welled with tears. I'll help you, Arba said, starting to rise.
No.
Thank you. I'll take care of it myself. Arba hovered halfway out of her seat until Leota smiled at her. Stay put.
Dear.
It's nothing personal. Eleanor just likes to do things her way. Fred looked down the table. I'm sorry. Leota. Annie. It's not your fault. Fred, Annie said quietly and bowed her head. As soon as the football game was over, George stood and announced it was time for his family to leave. Although Mitzi and Marshall protested, one look from their father silenced them. Eleanor, the grand martyr, had just come from the kitchen. What about dessert? George. Jean's eyes flashed anger. We haven't served the pies yet.
Fine.
We'll have pie and then leave. We'd better be going.
2.
Fred. Eleanor didn't even bother to take a seat. I'm exhausted. An embarrassed silence fell. Arba rose from the stuffed chair near the corridor. Why don't you sit and rest a bit? Mrs. Gaines? Take the weight off your feet. Annie stood ready to serve. What will you have? Apple. Mincemeat. Pumpkin. Or sweet potato. Sweet potato. Arba's children said in unison.
Apple.
Pumpkin. Mitzi and Marshall joined in exuberantly. Eleanor grimaced. Must they shout like that? How about a little slice of each? Leota said. There you go, girl. Arba grinned. Eleanor rolled her eyes. None for me. Anlin. I'm too tired to be hungry. When everyone's done, I'll wash the plates. Apple, George said. Stone-faced. Maybe his team wasn't winning. Corbin. What will you have?
Annie said.
If it's okay with you, I'll wait until later. With luck, the Ice Queen would leave and his appetite would return. Nothing like a contentious woman to sour a man's stomach. When Annie went into the kitchen to serve the pies, she saw the roasting pan sitting on the nook table. It was scrubbed so clean it looked sandblasted. Annie opened her refrigerator for a look. What had her mother done with the turkey and leftovers? Heart-sinking, she opened the cabinet beneath the sink. Sure enough, her mother had stuffed the meaty carcass into the garbage can, along with the candied yams, mashed potatoes, and peas. So much for turkey sandwiches, turkey casseroles, and turkey soup. Arba, who had come in to help cut and serve the pies, stood behind her. Annie swallowed hard and quietly closed the cabinet door, fighting the hurt and humiliation that wanted to overwhelm her. Her eyes burned hot with tears. I'm so sorry, Arba. How could her mother scrape everything into the trash like that? What are you sorry about? Girl? This isn't your doing. She stood, hands on her hips, and looked around. Well, at least the kitchen's clean. Annie gave a soft, broken laugh. Oh, she covered her face. How would Grandma feel when she found out? Arba put her arm around her. Honey, that was the best Thanksgiving dinner I've had since my mama went home to the Lord. Don't let anyone take your joy away. Not even your mother. Still trembling slightly. Annie nodded. Thanks.
Arba.
I'll make the coffee, Arba said. Annie cut the pies in silence. When all the plates had the slices requested, she carried them into the living room 2 by 2 and delivered them. She wouldn't look her mother in the face. The hurt had given way to anger. She prayed her mother would keep silent until she left. Coffee would be nice, her mother said. Arba is making it. I'll help her. She started to rise from the sofa.
No.
You will not. You've done enough already. Mother, you needn't be so rude. Anlin. All I did was wash the dishes. Annie looked at her then. She lowered her voice. That's not all you did. Mother.
You did a lot more than that.
Her mother blushed, her gaze skittering away. Fred looked up at Annie, his expression troubled and questioning. Your pie. She forced a smile and handed him a plate with sweet potato pie. Her mother kept her head down. As Annie left the room, she imagined what was going on in her mother's mind. She was probably mulling over the words, chewing on them, ruminating until she could find some way to spit them back in her own defense. Annie refused to feel guilty this time. Whatever her mother decided to say, she was not going to allow the words to pierce her heart and spoil this day. Korban came into the kitchen. I'm on my way out. Thanks for dinner.
Annie.
It was great. Are you sure you can't stay longer? She knew her grandmother enjoyed sparring with him, and she had the feeling the others would soon be on their way. I have to study. She looked at him. I know this isn't the time, Korban, but I'd like to know what's troubling you.
No.
You wouldn't. His eyes were dark with anger. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Friends help one another. He smiled slightly. So, I might give you a call sometime. I'll be here all weekend. You know you're always welcome. He gave a nod and left without another word. Arba served coffee while Annie gathered empty dessert plates. She could feel her mother's gaze following her, willing her to look in her direction. She went back into the kitchen, stacking the dishes carefully in the sink. Time enough to wash them later after everyone left. We'd better be on our way, Arba said, gathering her children. She leaned down and kissed Leota's cheek, whispering something in her ear. Leota smiled and patted Arba's cheek tenderly. You're a sweet girl, she said, then sat obviously pleased as she received kisses from Tunisia and Kenya and a handshake from Nile. I'll see you at 3 on Monday, Leota said. George took Arba's departure as a sign for his own. He went for the coats Annie had hung in the guest room. Marshall and Mitzi thanked Grandma Leota for the nice day, though they were too shy to kiss her goodbye. Leota made an effort to rise from her chair when George came back into the room. Don't get up, Mother. We'll show ourselves out. Thank you for the fine day. He grazed her cheek with a quick kiss and put his hand at Jean's elbow, nodding toward the door. You don't mind if I say goodbye to your mother, do you? Jean stepped around him and leaned down,
smiling.
This is the best Thanksgiving we've had in years.
Mama.
I hope we do it again. Annie's eyes smarted with tears as she heard her grandmother's mumbled reply. I've prayed for years to have the family together again. Me too, Jean said in a husky voice. When she straightened, her eyes were moist. She came around Leota's chair to Annie and hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear, Good job, honey. And don't give up the ship. She patted her cheek and then joined George as their family went out the front door. Annie looked at her mother then. She met her gaze and remained on her feet, waiting. I guess it's time we left. Too. Her mother stood, chin high. Fred? He stood and came to Annie, hugging her tightly. I don't know what your mother did to hurt you, Annie, he whispered, but I'm sorry about it. I'll get over it. I know, he kissed her cheek. Her mother had gone for the coats. She came back into the room and held Fred's out to him. He shrugged into it and took hers, opening it and holding it for her so she could slip her arms into the sleeves and draw it on. Annie stood next to Grandma Leota's chair, her arm resting on top of it. Her mother gave her a hard-eyed look of displeasure. Then she looked at Grandma Leota. Thank you for the nice day, Mother, she said coolly. Anlin, I'll call and speak with you later. Give me a day or two. Please. Her mother's eyes flashed, and then she went out the door, Fred following at a slower pace. What was that all about? Grandma Leota said when the front door was closed and they were alone. Nothing for you to worry about. Grandma. She hoped her mother would give her time enough to pray and let go of the anger and hurt. If she didn't, they would both regret it. Her grandmother sighed. The house is so quiet now. I'm glad you're still here. Annie knelt down beside the chair. We're going to have the whole weekend together. Remember? I'm not leaving until Monday morning. We can have leftovers for the next few days. I'm afraid not.
Grandma.
They're all gone. She had quietly taken the garbage out back so that her grandmother wouldn't see what her mother had done. Except some mincemeat pie. Grandma Leota smiled and leaned closer. Thank you,
dear.
Thank you for all you did today. It was as close to a perfect day as I've had in years. Annie almost wept. We did get them all under one roof again. Didn't we, Grandma? All except for Michael. Yes.
We did.
And no one killed any of the others. Grandma Leota's eyes sparkled with mischief. Though there were a few moments. Annie gave a soft, broken laugh. I love you, Grandma. I love you, Grandma, Barnaby said from the front bedroom. I love you, Grandma.
Oh,
dear, Grandma said in disgust. That bird is at it again. Annie laughed as all the tension of preparing and surviving Thanksgiving burst like a dam. Tears ran down her cheeks. I love you, Grandma. Barnaby was demanding attention. It was as though he were saying, hello in there.
Don't forget about me.
I'll get him, Grandma, Annie said. As soon as his cage is draped, he'll quiet down. Grandma Leota tipped her recliner back. If not, just put the vacuum cleaner in the middle of the room. It shut him up the last time. Well, I'm glad that's over, Nora said as they drove down the street. She expected Fred to say something to that, but he didn't. He drove in silence, mouth set, eyes straight ahead. Annoyed, she turned on the radio. When she heard his 60s music, she punched the seek button and let it sift through stations until it came to one with classical music. She stopped it there, hoping Beethoven or whoever it was would soothe her frayed nerves. What did you do, Nora? Her heart gave a flip. What do you mean? What did I do? In the kitchen. I washed dishes all by myself. Arba offered to help. I was hoping for a little time alone with my daughter. Hogwash. He looked at her then. One brief, hard look that made her feel suddenly vulnerable. Exposed. Guilt assaulted her. Resenting it, she crossed her arms and looked out the window. Out with it, Nora. What did you do? I threw away the leftovers. Shame filled her, but only for an instant before her instincts for self-defense took over. That's all I did. No one likes to have leftovers for days after Thanksgiving. That depends on who did the cooking. Her head snapped around as she glared at him. Meaning what? Annie's a better cook than I am. You've fixed me many wonderful meals over the years, Nora. But until today, I didn't know how moist and delicious turkey could be. Then he looked at her again. Admit it. You were jealous. I was not.
No.
What other excuse could there be for your rotten behavior? She could feel her cheeks filling with heat. When she looked at him again, she saw the hard glint in his eyes before he stared at the road again. I wonder if you'll ever change, Nora. He turned off at their exit. If you don't, you're going to end up a bitter old woman. Like my mother? He slowed the car and stopped at the light. She's lonely, maybe, though I expect Annie, Corban, Arba, and the children fill in the gaps you and George have left. But you know something, Nora? I didn't see one hint of bitterness in your mother, not like I see in you. I find that amazing, considering the way she's been treated by her own children. The light changed to green. Fred applied the gas calmly and turned onto a busy boulevard. I have reason to be bitter, Nora said quietly, blinking back tears. You just don't understand.
You don't know what it was like.
Then why don't you tell me? She moved us in with Grandma Helene and Grandpa and went to work. She'd leave early in the morning and not come home until late afternoon. After a while, I felt as though I didn't even have a mother. What about Grandma Helene? She closed her eyes. We were a burden to her. I don't know how many times I heard her say she was too old to have the responsibility of 2 small children. And it was true. It wasn't fair to her. She'd get terrible headaches and lie on the couch with a cold cloth on her forehead. And she'd say she was sure she was
going to die.
I lived in fear she would, and it would be our fault. What about your grandfather? He was away all day at work. He'd read the newspaper and then write letters at the dining room table. He and Grandma would talk to one another in German. I learned to understand after a while and knew she was always complaining about my mother. Grandpa would listen to her for a while and then go out for a walk. Sometimes he would take George and me. He was shy, I guess. He never said much of anything. The only thing Nora could remember him saying was, "Your mama is a good woman." He would say that time and again. She'd never been able to understand how he could feel that way toward a woman who could dump her children and go off to live her own life as she pleased. Fred took the garage remote and pressed it. She fell silent, feeling overwhelmed by sadness. As soon as he parked the car and turned off the ignition, he turned to her. Keep talking. She took a shaky breath. My grandmother loathed my mother. She would tell us how my mother went to dances and movies while she had to take care of us. She would tell us how my mother kept all her money for herself and never even pitched in to pay for the food we ate. I don't remember Grandma Helene ever saying a nice thing about my mother when she was away working. And when Mother was home, Grandma Helene would criticize her to her face, and my mother would just stand and take it, or go out in her garden. I used to hate her for that. I used to wish my mother would fight back and fight for us, and then when she did, Fred took her hand and squeezed it gently. Go on. I woke up one night and heard them screaming at one another. Grandma Helene in German and Mother, hysterical and crying and raging. Then I heard Grandpa crying. And Grandma Helene, too. I hated them both for hurting Grandpa. He was such a gentle man. And I could hear him sobbing and speaking in this broken voice. I didn't understand anything he said, but I knew how much they'd hurt him, and I couldn't forgive them for it. What about your father? It was worse when he came home. I was so afraid of him. Mother stayed home with us for a little while and then went right back to work again. It was as though we weren't enough for her. My father would sit in his chair and drink. Didn't he have a job? Oh, he worked. He had his own business for a while. But nothing ever lasted. I remember his coming home in a rage once after he'd been fired. George and I hid under our beds while he broke things in the living room. It was Grandpa who talked to us about it all later. He told us the war had changed my father. He said my father had been a master carpenter before he went away to fight for his country. But I only saw him finish 2 things, the apartment he built behind the garage for Grandma and Grandpa, and the cases of beer he downed day after day. She looked at Fred, wanting him to understand, to empathize. Can you imagine how Grandma Helene must have felt, giving up her house to my mother? Grandma Helene seldom set foot in the house after that, not unless my father gave her a personal invitation. I hated Thanksgiving. Grandma sitting there and never saying a word to anyone. She'd eat in silence and keep her eyes on the plate, and my mother would pretend to be so happy. She'd taken one bite of her mother's dressing recipe today, and the memories came flooding back. She hadn't meant to hurt Annalyn's feelings when she stuffed that turkey into the garbage. All she'd wanted to do was throw the past, and all the pain that went with it, away. She could still see Annalyn's face when she'd come out of the kitchen. White, pinched, hurt, angry. Didn't your mother take care of your grandmother until she died? Nora nodded. She swallowed hard. I've wondered about that over the years. I don't know how they could stand to live together, feeling about one another the way they did. It must have been hell on earth. She put her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. I suppose Mother felt guilty for stealing my grandparents' home. Taking care of Grandma would have been penance. What were they like together when you went to visit them? Visit? She gave a brittle laugh. Are you kidding? Why would I go back when I couldn't wait to get out of that house and away from all of them? I married Brian Taggart just to get out. She gave another brittle laugh. Not that he made my life any better. The only good thing that came out of that marriage was Michael. She pressed her lips together and turned her face away so Fred wouldn't see the tears of hurt welling. Had her son even bothered to call home today? She covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking. Fred's thumb caressed the back of her hand. You've got to let it go. Nora. You can't change the past. You've got to let it go and move on. It's not that easy. I've tried. Fred sighed heavily. You still miss her, don't you? Even after all this time. You withhold your love because you feel it's been withheld from you. And you've never been able to kill it completely. Have you, Nora? That's why you haven't been able to forgive her. She took her hand from his and rummaged in her purse for a Kleenex. He made it sound as though her daughter had been gone for years instead of months. I could forgive Annalyn if she came home where she belonged. He took the keys from the ignition. I wasn't talking about Annie. Nora. I meant your mother. Opening his door. He got out and left her alone in the car. Chapter 19. Annie left early Monday morning, but not before Leota was able to take care of business. Leota felt relieved and faintly smug that she had managed to get Annie's signatures on several documents without her granddaughter being the least bit suspicious. One set was for the bank, the other for Charles Rooks, who had prepared everything as swiftly as though she were about to die. Her greatest worry had been how she would convince Annie to sign everything prepared for her. If Annie realized what she was doing, she might protest. However, all the worrying had been wasted. All Leota had needed to do was tell Annie the truth. She wanted to be sure there was someone who could step in to help if the need arose. With Eleanor still angry and George so distant, it made perfect sense to have Annie as her executor and give her power of attorney. That was all Annie had needed to hear. She signed on the dotted line. She didn't even read anything. She obeyed Leota's wishes. It wouldn't have mattered to the girl if she were signing her life away. Of course, she had no idea what all she had signed. Leota had only told her half the truth, not all of it. For the first time in months, Leota walked alone to do her errands. She registered and posted the envelope to Charles Rooks. He would keep everything secure in his office files and safe, as they'd agreed. She sat on a bench to rest for a few minutes, then went to the grocery store to buy a roasted chicken, ready-made salad with dressing in the package, and 2 eclairs. Why not celebrate? Everything was settled. Exhausted when she got home, she fed Barnaby and sat down to rest. She settled into her chair, her eyes drifting shut. Thank you, Jesus, for my precious granddaughter. She has been better to me than 10 daughters and sons. Please watch over her and protect her in the days ahead, for they will be rocky. Give her wisdom when she makes her decision. I don't even know what to pray for Eleanor and George anymore, Lord. Am I wrong to wish? With a sigh, she drifted to sleep. Arba's children came after school. Leota served them peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They'd been hoping for turkey, but she said it was all gone. She read 2 chapters from The Secret Garden. They wanted more, but she said it was time to buckle down to homework. Arba arrived at 5 and asked Leota to dinner. I bought a pizza on the way home, much to the children's noisy delight. Not this evening,
dear.
But thank you. Arba studied her. Are you all right, Leota? I'm fine. Just worn out after all the festivities. And she was bone-tired. Weaker than usual. I'll check on you later. If you do, you'll likely wake me up and I won't thank you for it. Arba had long since gotten used to Leota's brisk manner and grinned. Yes, ma'am. There's nothing wrong with me that a good, long rest won't cure. The children won't be coming over tomorrow. Leota. I'm picking them up early and taking them in for dental checkups. There was an immediate protest at her announcement. We're right in a good part of the story.
Ah.
Mama. I don't need to go to the dentist. Arba hushed them again. Thank Grandma, Leota, and head for home. They said their sad goodbyes and filed out of Leota's house, following Arba like little ducklings. Leota chuckled and closed the door. No doubt they'd feel better when Arba opened that box of pizza. Annie called half an hour later. Leota frowned. Did Arba call you? She said you were looking tired. I am tired. And since I answered the telephone, you know I'm not sick or dead. I've been thinking. Leota could imagine. With Annie's soft heart, she was probably worrying about those papers she'd signed and what they might mean. The poor dear probably thought her grandmother had covered all the bases and now intended to zing off like a fly ball right over the center fielder's head and out of the park. Home run. Straight into the Lord's arms. Well, not a chance. Not now. Not when she had a faint glimmer of hope. Thanksgiving had given her that. Sometimes thinking too much can get you into trouble. Honey, what you did will help me sleep nights.
Annie. Now.
Don't feel you have to call me every single day. Spend more time painting something wonderful and stop worrying about this old hag. For all she said to Annie, she couldn't sleep. Tired as she was, her mind was whirring. There was a constant buzzing in her ears, like a hive of busy bees. She finally gave up and got out of bed. She still needed to write letters to Eleanor and George, explaining why she had done things as she had. She sat at the nook table, wrapped snugly in her bathrobe. Her feet were cold, despite her slippers. She didn't want to turn the heat up yet. She never turned it up until 7 in the morning. It was barely 3. The note to Annie was easy. Precious Annie, open and free of all resentment, a breath of fresh air in this house of stale memories. George's letter was a little harder. He reminded her so much of Bernard, holding all his troubles inside. What could it be? Business? Thank God he anesthetized himself with television sports rather than alcohol. Or was that any better? She hoped Jean would break through to him before his children were grown and gone. Eleanor was another matter. Leota drafted 3 letters and discarded them all. Every time she tried to think of ways to explain herself to Eleanor, she felt deeper despair. No amount of explaining would get through to someone who had already made up her mind, and Eleanor's was set in stone. Finally, Leota wrote simply what was in her heart. The only thing she could do was state the truth. Simple, brief, heartfelt. Let Eleanor do with it as she would. Folding the letter, she tucked it in an envelope. Then she put the letters where she hoped they would one day be found. She felt strange. She sat on the edge of her bed, troubled. The buzzing in her ears had grown worse. She felt an odd sensation. Then a ping in her head, one small stab of pain, and finally a strange warmth, like someone's hand cupping her ear. Her right arm was numb. When she stood to go into the bathroom, she had no feeling or strength in her right leg. There was just dead weight, pulling her down, down, down. She heard a thud, but could make no sense of it. How had she ended up on the cold wood floor? Corbin noticed 2 newspapers on the porch when he came up the steps. The mailbox attached to the side of the house next to the front door was jammed full. Frowning, he rang the doorbell and waited. No response. Usually, Leota was watching television on Wednesday mornings. He didn't hear a sound coming from inside the house. Frowning, he went around to the back. Sometimes she sat at the nook table and worked crossword puzzles while waiting for him. The shade was down. It was never down during the day. He uttered a curse and ran around to the front door again. Leota. He pounded on the door. Still no response. Not a single sound. He dug in his pocket for his keys, jingling through them until he found the one she had given him. He jammed it in the lock and opened the door. Leota? He stepped into the house for the first time uninvited, leaving the door slightly ajar behind him. The stench assaulted his senses, as if the toilet had overflowed. Breathing through his mouth, he called her name again. When he stepped into the corridor, he saw her lying crumpled beside her bed. She looked dead, sick at heart. He went down on one knee. He took her wrist. Her skin was paper thin, and she was cold. Her eyes were open and seemed blank until he put his hand gently over them, intending to close them. She made a grunting sound, and his body jerked back in surprise. "I'll get help," he said. He didn't want to leave her on the floor, but he was afraid to lift her and put her on the bed. What if she'd broken bones when she fell? Moving her could hurt her even more. Standing, he yanked the spread off the bed and covered her carefully. "Hang on, Leota. Don't you die on me." After making the call, Corbin opened the front door and went back into the bedroom to sit on the floor beside Leota. "Just hang on." He held her hand and rubbed it. "Hang on." He kept saying it like a mantra, hang on, while his mind was screaming, hurry, hurry. It took 10 minutes for the fire truck and paramedics to arrive, the longest 10 minutes of Corbin's life. He stood and moved back out of the way, feeling helpless while the EMTs worked. They were swift and efficient, but it was clear things didn't look too good. "Too dehydrated to get a line in her," one said. "Pulse ready. Let's get a move on. Are you a relative?" "A friend." "I'll notify the family." "Where will you take her?" The technician gave him the name of the hospital. "Wait a minute." Corbin stepped over before they wheeled Leota out the door. He was afraid they were wheeling her right out of his life for good. He took her hand, his own shaking. "Leota." Her gaze wandered to him, dazed, confused. He wondered if she could understand anything. "I'll call Annie, Leota. Then I'll come to the hospital." He squeezed her hand gently. "Hang on." Annie knew something was wrong the moment the classroom door opened and Susan came in. Corbin called. "Your grandmother collapsed. They've taken her to the hospital in an ambulance." Scrambling to put her art supplies away, Annie tried not to cry. "Is she going to be all right?" "I don't know." "Annie." Everyone was staring, some with sympathy, others annoyed at the interruption. The instructor came over. "Go ahead, Miss Gardner. I'll gather up your things and leave them at the office for you." "Which hospital?" Annie said, racing down the hallway with Susan. She started to cry.
Oh, Susie.
I knew something was wrong when Arba called me Monday night. I should have gone back then. Your grandmother told you herself she was fine. I shouldn't have believed her. I should have gone to check on her. I should have called her last night. Annie, you can't be everywhere at once. Besides, no one ever knows when their time comes. She grimaced. Sorry. They went out the doors into the misting afternoon air. The sky was overcast with a heavy chance of rain. I'd better drive, Susan said when they reached the parking lot. You're in no condition to get behind the wheel. You're on the schedule to work. Let them fire me. Annie took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Lord, you're in control. I know you're in control. No matter what happens, I know my grandmother's life is in your hands. I'll be okay, Susie. I knew this would happen someday. Oh God, not so soon. I've only had a little time with her. I want more. Give me your hands. Susan planted herself in front of the car door and held hers out, a determined glint in her eyes. I'm not letting you go until you stop shaking. Annie did as she asked. Susan held her hands lightly for a moment. Okay. She kissed Annie's cheek. Just go slowly, would you? It won't do any good if you have a wreck getting to the hospital. I'll be careful. I promise. She opened the car door and slid in. Safety belt. Susan was holding onto the door and watching her. Yes. Mother, she said dryly.
Oh.
Did you call my mother? I'll call her as soon as I get to work. That'll give you enough time to get to the hospital before she does.
If she does.
Annie couldn't help the thought. Would her mother even bother to come? Oh, God. If Mother doesn't come now, I'll go and drag her by the hair to the hospital. Fighting back tears, Annie started the car and backed out of the space. Aware of Susan's watchful gaze, she shifted carefully and drove slowly from the lot. As soon as the traffic cleared, she pulled out and was on her way. Hang on.
Grandma. Oh.
Lord. Don't take her yet. Please. Don't take her. When he arrived at the hospital, Corban couldn't get much information on Leota's condition. The first question was always, are you a member of the family? As soon as he said he was just a friend, they refused to tell him anything. Even when he said he was the one who had found her and called 911, they were hesitant to reveal anything. Frustrated and worried, he decided to sit it out in the waiting room. When Annie arrived, she would tell him what was going on and how Leota was doing. He wasn't going home until he knew. She arrived, racing down the corridor, her face ashen. My grandmother was brought in. Leota Reinhardt. Where is she, please? When he touched her arm, she turned. Oh, Corban. She flung herself into his arms. Thank God you found her. The nurse gave him an apologetic look and told Annie her grandmother was still undergoing tests. She would notify the doctor that Mrs. Reinhardt's granddaughter had arrived. They sat in the waiting room together, but Annie couldn't sit still for very long. She paced, sat, got up and looked out the window, paced some more, sat. Corban saw Eleanor and Fred before Annie did. Eleanor Gaines looked pale and stressed, her eyes dark but not red-rimmed from crying, as Annie's were. Mother,
Annie said.
Corban noticed she didn't fling herself into her mother's arms, but kept a safe distance from the cold front. Thank God you've come. What's he doing here? At Annie's quick blush, Corban clenched his hands. How had a woman like Eleanor Gaines ever produced a daughter like Annie? Corban found Grandma. He's the one who called 911. Annie gave him a grateful smile. He's been waiting to find out how Grandma Leota's doing. How is she doing? Nice of you to ask, Korban said before he could stop himself. That's uncalled for, Fred said quietly, his hand firm beneath his wife's elbow. Sorry. Korban ran a hand back through his hair. He conceded he had spoken too quickly. But Eleanor Gaines's attitude made him boil. Annie was crying again. She turned away from her mother and stepfather and sat down on the sofa, burying her face in her hands. Eleanor looked uncomfortable. Anlin. She approached hesitantly, her hand hovering over Annie's hair, then sat down slowly on the sofa beside her daughter. This wasn't unexpected. It was to me, Annie said.
E culpinha sob.
Get a hold of yourself.
Dear.
Eleanor glanced quickly around at the others sitting in the waiting room. Her eyes grazed Korban's with dislike. The feeling is mutual. Lady. She took a fancy handkerchief from her leather purse and offered it to Annie. Your grandmother is very old. Things are bound to go wrong with her health. We all go sometime.
Dear.
Annie looked at her mother, drawing back slightly. She's your mother. Don't you even care that you might lose her? Eleanor went white at Annie's words. She sat frozen when Annie jumped up and paced again. Of course. I care about her, Eleanor said belatedly, her eyes dark with some indefinable emotion. Annie turned and stared at her. Since when have you cared? Mother? Did you care about making Thanksgiving special for your mother? Not on your life. You only came to Thanksgiving dinner because you couldn't convince Uncle George to stay away. And I wouldn't come home. Don't you dare speak to me like that. Eleanor rose from the sofa. Why, Mother? Because it's the truth. Tears ran down Annie's cheeks, and Korban had to fight off the strong urge to go to her and hold her close. You did everything you could to ruin the day for Grandma and make everyone else miserable. You even threw the turkey away. Eleanor's face turned deep red. She glanced around again, clearly aware that everyone in the waiting room had stopped watching Annie and was now looking at her. Stop this tantrum right now. Anlin. Korban's eyes widened. Mrs. Gaines's voice was actually trembling. Annie's voice, on the other hand, was firm.
Why?
Because you're embarrassed? You should be. You're making a fool of yourself. So what? Do you think I care if I look foolish? I'm just taking after my mother.
Annie.
Fred said gently. She turned on him. Don't defend her. Maybe if someone had bothered to tell her the truth a long time ago, she wouldn't be so hard-hearted. How can you accuse me of that? Eleanor was crying now. After all I've sacrificed for you. You sacrificed, Mother, and you never let Michael and me forget it. You reminded us every step of the way. But what was it all about? All you ever cared about was making Michael and me into your little trophies. Look at what Eleanor accomplished. Not once did you ever make a sacrifice of love. Not the way Grandma Leota did for you and Uncle George. You don't know anything about the way it was. You're the one who doesn't know. Mother. You never knew. You never cared to know. Face agonized, Eleanor grabbed her purse and tucked it beneath her arm. I won't stay and listen to this. She sailed from the room like the Titanic, full steam ahead, straight for the iceberg. That's right. Mother. Run away, Annie called after her. That's what you always do when things don't go your way. Isn't it? Go ahead. Leave.
With that,
She sat again, weeping. There are things you don't know. Annie. At Fred's quiet comment, Annie's eyes flashed at him. Don't you dare say a word against my grandmother.
Fred.
All you know about her is what my mother's told you. She clasped her hands tightly as though trying to hold in the violence of her emotions. His face was filled with compassion. I wasn't going to speak against Leota. He sat down beside Annie and put his hand over hers. Your mother loves Leota more deeply than you can understand. Honey. She's just afraid of showing it. Well, she better hurry up and learn how. Corbin couldn't listen any longer. He needed to get out of the room and walk. Somewhere. Anywhere. All the emotions pouring out of Annie and Eleanor had his own in a riot. He'd had to grit his teeth not to leap up and join in the fray, so instead, he went down the corridor and stopped at the emergency counter. Any word? We'll let the family know as soon as we hear anything. Mr. Solsek? Thanks. Thanks a lot. He stalked away, banging the doors open and striding outside. Eleanor Gaines was hunched against the wall, her coat drawn tightly around her, her face ravaged by tears. When she saw it was Corbin, she turned her face away, mouth tight. He walked on. Leota tried not to let fear reign, but that was difficult in an unfamiliar environment surrounded by strangers. Lights and sounds. A tunnel. What on earth were they doing to her? She faded in and out, dreaming peacefully of her garden for a while. Then someone would move her and she'd wake up, confused and annoyed at so rude an interruption. Finally, she roused from sleep, found light coming in a window, and saw Annie sitting in a chair beside her bed. Hi, Grandma. She leaned closer,
Smiling.
You're going to be all right. Where am I? Dear? What's happened? Annie frowned. I don't understand. Grandma. She looked frightened.
Well.
No more than Leota was frightened, hearing the garbled sounds coming from her own mouth. What was wrong with her tongue? Frustrated. She tried again, but only confused words came out. Leota started to cry. Annie's blue eyes welled with tears too. She stroked Leota's arm. At least Leota could see her doing it. But she couldn't feel a thing. Am I dying? Annie glanced up at someone out of Leota's range of vision. Does she understand me? There's no way to know, a woman said. Just keep talking to her. She's responding. That's a good sign. Can I tell her what's going on? Annie said in a quieter voice. It can't hurt. It might make her less restless. Leota could hear the sound of wheels rattling softly. Corbin found you, Grandma. He called the paramedics. You're in the hospital. You've had a slight stroke. Your right side is affected. That's why you can't move very much. And it affected your speech, I guess. Do you understand, Grandma? She wiped the tears from her cheeks. They've given you medication that will help. And you're on an 4 drip. You were dehydrated, so they want to get your fluids up to normal again. Leota listened,
Taking it all in.
though her body wasn't working. Her mind grasped the situation. She didn't know whether to thank God she was alive or ask him why. Why hadn't he let her go? What use was she now? Lord, is this why you put it in my head to get everything sorted out when I did? This is a dirty trick. I am not pleased. Not one bit. She must have dozed off. because when she opened her eyes again, Annie was gone. Time passed, though how much she didn't know for sure. People came and went. Once she opened her eyes to see Eleanor standing above her, pale and drawn. She looked every year of her age, which made Leota sad. Eleanor.
It didn't come out right.
And her daughter looked even more distressed. Eleanor. Mouth trembling. Eleanor looked away. What do we do now?
Mother?
What do we do? Until that moment, Leota hadn't thought much about what lay ahead for her. She closed her eyes, afraid of what she might see in Eleanor's when she looked at her again. The words convalescent hospital loomed in her mind, bringing with them all the dire possibilities. Fear swept through her like wildfire. This is not the way I want it to end, Lord. Don't let them toss me in a care facility and forget I ever lived. What will happen to me now? Oh, God, I'm so afraid. No one could understand her, not even Annie, who loved her so. Did they all think she'd lost her mind? She could hear people talking around her. Over her. About her. The doctor and nurses discussed her condition together. The only one who thought to talk to her about it was Annie. And it wasn't good news. The daily routine frustrated Leota. She was examined, turned, washed, exercised, fed, turned again and again and again. Once she cursed, mortified when that one word came out clear as a bell. She looked into the nurse's eyes in apology, wondering what the young woman thought of an old lady swearing. The nurse smiled. I know it's frustrating, Mrs. Reinhardt. It's slow going, but you're improving. Swearing is a good sign in this case.
Grand.
In a week, I'll be cursing like a sailor. The doctor is pleased with your progress. That makes one of us. The nurse gently rolled Leota onto her side while she remade the bed beneath her. Finishing one side, she rolled Leota onto her other side to complete the task. Clean sheets every day just like Jackie O. Though Leota doubted Jackie had soiled hers. The nurse changed the top sheet and replaced the blankets, snugging them down and tucking them beneath the mattress. There you go, Mrs. Reinhardt. Clean and neat as a whistle. Leota heard a clang as the nurse brought up the bars on one side of the bed, and then on the other. Lord, is this what life comes down to at the end? I've been washed, diapered, and tucked into my crib like a baby. I'm even toothless again. My denture's in that glass on the side table. It's humiliating to be so helpless. And so useless. The nurse pushed the curtain back so Leota could be seen from the hallway by any passerby. So much for privacy. Leota tried not to let it bother her. She supposed it was easier for the nurses to check on her that way. See if she was still breathing. There was no use wasting time. Determined to get better, Leota tried to practice speaking. She worked at it until the woman in the bed next to hers buzzed the nurse. Can you give that old lady something to make her sleep? She hasn't shut up all afternoon. She gives me the heebie-jeebies. The nurse spoke softly, soothing the other patient who had had a gallbladder surgery. The poor woman was in pain and asking for more medication. I'm sorry, the nurse told her. I can't give you anything for another hour. The poor dear began to cry, and the nurse drew the curtain between the two beds. Leota felt as though a door had been slammed in her face. Someone turned on the television, probably hoping to distract the other patient and get her mind off her pain and troubles for a little while. Leota thought of Bernard, sitting in his chair, listening to radio programs, ball games, news, and later watching television. Milton Berle. I love Lucy. Dinah Shore. See the USA. In your Chevrolet. After Bernard died, she turned off the television and left it unplugged for 2 years. She thought of George on Thanksgiving Day. I'm just going to check the score. And Jean, eyes filled with hurt and frustration, saying, where's a blackout when you need one?
Oh, Lord.
Tears ran down into Leota's ears and hair.
Oh,
Jesus. Does nothing ever change in this world? Is it always like this? The sins of the father visited upon the sons? Where are the blessings you promised? She could feel the despair settling into her bones, bearing down on her spirit, crushing her. What use am I to anyone now? Lord? God, what purpose have you in this suffering? Susie, I know I'll be letting you down, but I have to do this. I've thought about nothing else over the last few days, and I can't bear the thought of my grandmother going into one of those convalescent hospitals. And that's what the doctor is saying will have to happen. I want to take her home. You don't have to explain, Annie. Susan's eyes were compassionate as she listened, her hands clasped between her knees. Don't worry about the rent. I can make it okay. There's a girl at the restaurant who's been looking for another place to live. She was just talking to me about it yesterday. Her roommates are partying all the time, and she's not into drugs. She wants out. She'd move in tomorrow, if she could. Annie sat down, relieved.
Oh, good.
Then you're not upset with me? Sad.
Yes. Disappointed? Sure.
You're my best friend. And I'll miss you. But upset? No. She leaned back on the couch and crossed her legs. Lotus fashion. Have you thought this over really well? Annie? This isn't a small task you're thinking about taking on. I know. I'll have to take things as they come. I don't mind admitting I'm scared. I'm not sure I even know how to begin. My mother could help. You know. She's done a lot of practical nursing in homes. Annie had forgotten all about Susan's mother going back to school when her youngest started junior high. Marion Carter had gotten her degree in nursing 2 years before Susan had graduated from high school. She'd worked as a licensed practical nurse for years. Now she was a registered nurse. I don't think Grandma has the money to pay a private nurse, Susie. And I know I don't. She shook her head. I didn't mean that. Mom could tell you how to make sure the house is safe. She would give you some fast training and resources. She knows a lot about taking care of the elderly. She should. Remember, she's been taking care of Granny Addie for the past few years. Granny hasn't had a stroke, but she's had her share of health problems. Diabetes, hypertension, arthritis. She can't do a lot on her own anymore. She's lucky to be in a big family. And a loving one. Annie served Susan's mother coffee in Leota's kitchen. Marion Carter had agreed to meet her at Grandma's house as soon as Annie explained the situation. This is such a pretty kitchen, Marion said, looking around. Sunny yellow and white trim. And those lovely flowers. Grandma said I could do whatever I liked in the house. I had a lot of fun doing this. I wish she'd make my kitchen look like this. She laughed. I might want to spend more time in it. She lifted the pretty porcelain teacup and took a sip of coffee. She grew pensive, gazing out at the garden for a long moment before she looked at Annie again. Before we begin, set my mind at ease. Have you considered how this will change your life, Annie? Annie didn't answer right away. She knew Susan's mother wasn't looking for a quick, altruistic answer. She had thought about the changes she would have to make, the things she would have to give up. but she hadn't been able to stop thinking about what would happen to her grandmother if she didn't step in. Yes, I have. You'll have to put your own goals on hold for an indefinite period of time. It could be a long time. I already have. I quit school yesterday. Her instructor had heard her out and said he was sorry to see her leave, but he understood. He also gave her some good news. Her painting had sold, and a check would be coming in the mail. She had almost wept when he told her. She had wondered how she could possibly move in with her grandmother without a job to carry her expenses. The last thing she wanted to do was be a financial burden. She knew her grandmother was living on Social Security and that it was barely enough to take care of her expenses without adding Annie's to them. Though the painting hadn't sold for a great deal of money, it was enough to pay her share for some time to come. Susan's mother nodded. I know you're committed to this. And I can tell you love your grandmother very much.
But
do you know what you're getting into as far as your grandmother's physical care? I think I do. Well, let's see if you do. Marianne pushed the cup and saucer aside and folded her hands on the table. You'll need to exercise every joint and every muscle of your grandmother's body so that her limbs and muscles don't waste away or draw up and thicken. You'll need to have a routine so that you can do these range of motion exercises 4 times a day. Ulcers can form over bony areas where constant pressure breaks down tissue and blood flow slows. That means you'll need to turn your grandmother every 2 hours, day and night. She'll need good nutrition, which means you must plan menus and cook 3 meals a day, every day. Besides that, there's the very personal side of care. Hygiene is extremely important. Bathing, brushing her teeth, combing her hair, taking care of her fingernails and toenails, washing her after she urinates or has a bowel movement. Annie blushed. Susan's mother smiled. If you're going to take this task on, Annie, the first thing you're going to have to do is put aside your feelings of embarrassment about bodily functions. There's no room for modesty. You'll need to concentrate on making your grandmother feel less self-conscious and more comfortable about all these things. If you're embarrassed, she'll be embarrassed. Annie nodded. Your grandmother will need a social life, but not so much of one that she's overstimulated. You're going to need to plan for time off. I can handle this. I know I can. No, you can't. You have to be realistic, Annie. I know you're young and strong, but you cannot do this all on your own. We're talking about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 30 days a month for however long your grandmother lives. No human being can do that alone. You need a care plan. You need help. I've prayed about all this. Mrs. Carter. I think you're old enough now to call me Marian. Honey. And I know you've prayed about all this. So have I. So has Susan. She looked at her. So has Sam.
Sam. Oh, dear.
I don't have to tell you how my son feels about you, do I? Marianne's eyes glistened. Tom and I have always looked upon you as a daughter. We even prayed Sam would notice you someday, and now that he has. She gave a slight shrug. Well, Sam, like the rest of us, is going to have to learn to wait upon the Lord. She searched Annie's eyes. Annie looked back at her. I love Sam. But he's like a brother. Not exactly. Annie looked down at her coffee cup. A brother wouldn't make her pulse race the way Sam did. I don't know how to explain it, or if she should. Sam will be coming around, and he'll be trying to change your mind about all this. He can try, but it won't change anything. I've prayed about it. I've prayed long and hard. Marianne nodded. Prayer is a good start. Now we have to take action. She stood. Let's go have a look at your grandmother's bedroom. We'll start there. She looked around as she went. Good, she said, standing in the corridor. There's room enough for a wheelchair to get through these doorways. Standing in the bedroom, she looked around. Do you think your grandmother would mind if you repainted this room? I don't think so. Use warm, bright, contrasting colors. What you did in the kitchen would be wonderful. You'll need to remove some of the furnishings. It's too crowded. And those pretty porcelain figurines will have to be moved. Too easy to knock over and break. Maybe you can pull these heavy curtains back during the day. She waved her hand as dust billowed out. And have them cleaned. Marian looked at the ceiling. We can have a pole put in beside the bed. Tom knows how to do that. Medicare will pay for it. The pole will be something your grandmother can hold on to when she's getting up. With help. Of course. And so it went. Annie spent the rest of the afternoon following Marian around the house and taking copious notes on what needed to be changed, added, or taken away in the bedroom, bathroom, living room, dining room, and kitchen. By the time they finished, Annie felt overwhelmed by details. I had no idea. You can always change your mind. Annie.
Oh.
No. I don't want to do that. I just see what needs to be done now. She laughed. I'm going to have to call in the cavalry. Susan.
Arba. Korban. And Sam. Too.
If he'd be willing to pitch in time and labor. She felt feverish with excitement. One day at a time. One task at a time. Do you think your mother would help you? Annie shook her head. Marian took her hand and squeezed it. I'm sorry. Annie. Her eyes burned hot with tears. I can't think about my mother right now or what she wants. Grandma Leota takes precedence. I can't stand the thought of seeing Grandma put away somewhere. There are some very good care facilities in the area. Maybe so. But it wouldn't be the same as Grandma being in her own home with someone who loves her taking care of her. I know you understand. You have Granny Addie. Marian nodded. Even when you love someone, it's not always easy. Granny Addie can be a very trying old soul at times. Your mother.
Well.
Maybe. My mother doesn't care about Grandma Leota. They've been estranged for years. Mother thinks I've taken sides. But I haven't. I just want more time with Grandma Leota. I want all the time I can get. And I don't think there's much time left. Marianne's eyes filled as well. She cupped Annie's cheek. Tom and I love you very much.
Annie.
We'll do whatever we can to help. All you have to do is ask. Annie wished her mother felt the same way. Chapter 20. Korban huffed and puffed as he manned one end of Leota's empty dresser. Sam Carter was on the other end. Annie had removed the drawers and put them in the living room on the sofa. He and Sam had managed to squeeze the piece of antique furniture out the doorway and down the short hall into the second bedroom. Annie and Susan were already taking Leota's bed apart so they could move that next. It took the better part of the morning before they finally cleared the room of furniture and drapes, lined the floor with plastic, washed the walls, and filled in the nail holes where pictures had been hung. Annie and Susan began rolling the first coat of pink, satin finish, water-based enamel while Korban and Sam sat resting and refueling in the kitchen. How's your paper coming along? Sam stood to pour a second mug of black coffee. It isn't. Sam looked at him. What's the problem? Korban shrugged. Lost my momentum. I guess. He was keeping up in his other classes. But the project for Professor Webster was floundering. Every time he sat down to transfer his handwritten notes to his computer, Korban found himself staring at the blank screen. Other things on my mind. The murder of his first and maybe only child. For one thing, it consumed his thoughts. The apartment was silent with Ruth gone, not that he minded that she had left. It was the guilt that kept him in turmoil. It didn't seem to matter that he had been against Ruth's having an abortion. He still felt he shared the blame for his child's death. There must have been something he could have done to stop her from going through with it. There must have been something he could have said to change her mind. Had the baby been a son or a daughter? Despair filled him. Sam sat down at the table with him. You look like something's eating at you. Corbin tipped his mouth in a bitter smile. A lot of things are eating at me. So long as Annie isn't one of them. Corbin raised his brows. Are you two a couple? Sam looked too worldly wise for her.
No.
But I'm working on it. Just thought I'd lay my cards on the table. Then I'll lay mine out as well. I like Annie. I like her a lot. You might even say I'm attracted to her in more ways than just physical. Do you have a problem with that? Sam's expression was enigmatic. One woman ought to be enough for any man. I agree. I heard you had a serious relationship going already. Not anymore. Sam's eyes flickered. And he considered Corbin for a long moment. Then he smiled slightly and raised his mug. May the best man win. Corbin had no doubt the winner would be Sam Carter. Annie knew all day something was bothering Corbin, but there was no opportunity to sit and talk with him. There was too much to do and too little time to get it all done. When he said he was leaving late that afternoon, she followed him to the door, thanking him for all his help. He seemed so preoccupied, so depressed. She was deeply concerned about him. Are you all right, Corbin? I'll survive. He gave her a self-deprecating smile. Can I talk with you for a minute? He glanced at Sam standing in the kitchen doorway, watching them. Outside. She followed him out, closing the front door behind her, and stood on the front porch waiting for him to say whatever it was he needed to get out. He ran his hand around the back of his neck. I don't know how to ask this without sounding like a complete jerk. Just ask. Corbin. She was fairly sure she knew already. I'd like to follow this through.
Annie.
I'd like to know how everything turns out. For your report? His mouth flattened out. Partly.
She saw the moisture in his eyes.
It's all right.
Corbin.
You can admit you care about Grandma Leota. I won't think less of you because you let yourself become personally involved with your test study. She smiled. He nodded, saying nothing for a moment. I hope she makes it back. Annie. His voice was rough. I really do. I hope she has a lot of years left.
She will.
She's not a quitter. The big guns are going to be against you. And you're only 18. Her heart warmed toward him because he was tender. He hadn't wanted to care, but he couldn't help it. That said something about the soul of this young man. Grandma slipped a few cards up my sleeve. And I think I'm doing what the Lord wants me to do. With God on my side, who can be against me? I've never met anyone as naive as you. Annie. He shook his head. She put her hand on his arm. I talked with the doctor on Friday, and he said he'll meet with me and my mother and uncle on Tuesday morning. The social worker and physical therapist will be there.
2.
Would you like to sit in my corner? I'd be honored. 11 o'clock. Third floor conference room. I'll meet you in the lobby at 10:45. I'll be there. She waited to wave as his car pulled away from the curve. Corbin Salsek had changed a lot over the past 2 weeks. Definitely for the better. Opening the door, she went back inside. Sam was standing in the middle of the living room, his thumbs hooked into his belt loops. looking at her. He was asking you out, wasn't he?
Korban?
Ask her out?
No.
We were just talking about Grandma. He wants to be at the hospital when we have the family conference with the doctor on Tuesday. Since he's agreed to keep coming on Wednesdays as my respite care, I thought it would be a good idea to have him there in my corner. Would you have gone out with him if he'd asked you? He has a girlfriend, Sam. They split up. Oh, Sam was watching her face, assessing her reaction. Jealousy didn't look good on him. No wonder he seemed preoccupied today. Did he say whether they might get back together?
No.
But I doubt it, he said grimly. Korban's a friend,
Sam.
and so are you. A very dear friend. I want to be more.
Oh, dear.
Lord. How do I make him understand? Susie came out of the kitchen, rescuing her from having to try. Did I hear Korban's available?
Cool.
She grinned at Annie. Put in a good word for me, would you? She nudged her brother. I don't have to ask if I have your blessing, do I? Anything to get rid of the competition. Come on, brother. We'd better go. She kissed Annie's cheek. I put the rest of the sandwiches away. You made enough for an army. We're staying at Mom and Daddy's over the weekend, so we can come back tomorrow and help move everything back into the bedroom. Daddy said he'd come over when you're ready and put up the pole by the bed and the sidebars in the bathroom. I'll call. I think I'll be ready for the final detailing by Monday. Sam took her hand and drew her with him to the door. Susie was already outside and down the steps. Sam tipped her chin. Call if you need anything, Annie. When he lowered his head to kiss her, she turned her face slightly so his lips connected with her cheek. Even so, her heart did a little somersault. Sam stirred her. There was no denying that. But even physical attraction couldn't detract her from her calling. And the last thing she wanted to do was give Sam false hope. Sam drew back and smiled ruefully. He ran a finger down her cheek. I don't give up that easily. I don't want to hurt you, Sam. I'm hurting already.
Annie.
Maybe it'll be good for me. A growing experience. She closed the door quietly behind him.
Lord.
How can we both be so sure of our feelings and yet they're so divergent? Turning her thoughts back to the work at hand, Annie went back into the bedroom. She spent the next few hours painting the windowsills glossy white. When she finished, she pulled up the tape and folded up the plastic from the floor. She worked well into the evening, cleaning and polishing the wood floor. It was beautiful, and it was a shame to have to cover it, but it was too slick to be safe for Grandma. Annie had purchased a lovely rose area rug at a garage sale. Dragging it into the room, she unrolled it carefully. It was 4 by 6 feet and left a nice space of wood floor showing along all 4 walls. Sam had taken down the drapery rods from the front and side windows. Annie put up double curtain rods in their place and hung the sheer lace curtains. The room was high enough that no one could look in without standing on a ladder, and the streetlight was far enough down the street that it didn't flood the room with harsh light. Standing in the middle of the room, she looked around, imagining how it would be with the furniture back in place, the few pictures rehung, and the bed made. Annie wished she had the time and money to put up wallpaper. Her grandmother would spend many hours in this room. It should be special. It should bring her pleasure and comfort. A sudden inspiration came to her, and she smiled. She went out for a ladder and carried it back into the room. Getting her art supplies, she set to work. She wouldn't be able to finish tonight, but could make a good start and add to it as time permitted. Nora came to the conference room doorway and saw Annie sitting at the table, Korban Salsek beside her. George had just taken his seat and was loosening his tie. The social worker and the physical therapist were talking quietly together and looking over a file. Nora felt Fred's hand touch the small of her back, not pushing her forward, but reminding her of his presence. Filling her lungs, she squared her shoulders and entered the room. She noticed Annie didn't look at her. Corbin did,
though coldly.
Battle lines were being drawn. Nora wondered if they were intimately involved. There was a protective air about the young man as he gave her a look of challenge, then leaned toward Annie. "We're glad you're here, Mrs. Gaines," the social worker said. "Mr. Gaines." She extended her hand to Fred. Nora couldn't remember the woman's name. "Please sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
Dr.
Patterson will be here momentarily." Nora wanted to ask why Corbin was present. He wasn't family. What right had he to be here? She clenched her hands together under the edge of the table where no one could see them and kept silent. Fred reached over and put his hand over hers. His touch was warm, gentle, reassuring. "I looked in on Mother," George said. "Her color is better." The physical therapist nodded. "She has had several good days. We've seen marked improvement." Nora didn't know whether that was good news or not. Either way, her mother was certainly in no shape to go home.
Dr.
Patterson came into the room. All business, clearly with no time to spare. "Is everyone here?" Nora glanced at her brother. "Is Jean coming?" "She said it was up to you and me to make the decision about Mother." "And me," Annie said quietly. Nora cast a look at her daughter, hoping Annie would take the hint and not make trouble with irrational and emotional appeals at this stage. She and George had discussed everything in detail over the telephone. She was surprised Jean wasn't present. Her absence felt like a loud message that she didn't support their decision. Dr. Patterson quickly went over Leota's condition. Stroke, partial paralysis, speech affected, incontinent. Some improvement over the past few days, but a long convalescence ahead with the possibility of another stroke. The physical therapist talked about Leota's physical condition, the atrophy of certain muscles, signs of malnutrition, presence of arthritis. A nurse had joined the meeting by this time and took her turn talking about Leota's mental and emotional condition. She seems to understand what's going on around her most of the time. Nora noticed how Annie's eyes welled with tears, but her daughter didn't ask any questions. She just sat and listened, soaking it all in. "We recommend a convalescent hospital, Dr. Patterson said. Annie looked at him. "What about home care?" "Don't be ridiculous, Annie," Nora said, appalled at the thought. "Haven't you heard a word the doctor said? She's not going to get much better. There's a good chance she'll have another stroke. Much of the expense of a convalescent hospital will be covered by Medicare," George said. "I think Grandma would rather be at home." "Well, I can't take care of her." Nora couldn't believe Annie was trying to make her feel guilty about putting Leota into a nursing home. "I have my own life to live, and so does George. He has a business to run, and I have responsibilities as well. She's your mother." Annie's eyes were wide and cold. "How can you even think of putting her away somewhere and letting strangers take care of her?" Nora's lip trembled at the look of accusation on her daughter's face. "What do you know about anything? I'm doing the best I can. Why should I have to give up my life to take care of her? I have a right to some happiness." Corbin Salsek's face went white and tense. She'd never seen such a look on a man's face. She fixed him with a glare. "Don't look at me like that. What has this to do with you? What right have you even to be here?" Annie's response was swift and confident. I asked him to come. I have something to say. You have nothing to say in this matter? Nora felt as though she were choking on her anger. George and I are her children. And it's for us to decide.
Dr.
Patterson raised his hands. These meetings are always highly emotional. Let's try to calm down for a minute and discuss this rationally. Annie raised her hand. Nora glared at her. Annie, put your hand down. We're not in a classroom. May I speak without interruption? Annie said. You needn't be sarcastic. Corbin leaned forward. She wasn't being sarcastic. She was asking politely for you to shut up and listen. Corbin. Annie put her hand on his arm, and he sat back, muttering an apology. I want him out of here, Nora said, face hot.
Now.
It might be better. Annie, Fred said gently. Corbin looked at Annie. She nodded and whispered something to him. He rose from his chair and left the room.
Now.
May I speak? She said quietly. This is just wasting time. George looked at his watch. I have to be back at work by 1. I have an important appointment. I'll make it brief. Annie's eyes were dark now. I'm taking Grandma home. Nora felt all the warmth in her body drain away. You can't do any such thing. Of all the idiotic notions. Annie. I can. Mother. And I will. Nora saw the determination in her daughter's expression. You're just doing this in some kind of twisted effort to make me feel guilty.
No.
I'm not. Everyone started talking at once. All protesting. All focused on Annie, who seemed unmoved by any argument. Enough.
Dr.
Patterson held up his hand for silence again. Miss Gardner, he said with forced patience. You are what?
16.
17? 18 and an adult.
Dr.
Patterson. 18 and have no idea what you're suggesting. I'm not suggesting.
Sir.
I'm informing you of my decision. Nora protested. And George joined in. Even the social worker and physical therapist joined forces. Annie stared at them all, her gaze unwavering. I have power of attorney. What? George nearly came out of his chair. What did you say? Nora had never seen him look so upset. I have power of attorney, Annie said again. I've already moved into the house. Nora stared at her. What about art school? I quit. The day after Grandma was taken into the hospital. I've been living in her house and getting it ready. Cleaning, painting, moving furniture, buying supplies. I've had plenty of help. Susan, Sam.
Corbin.
Susan's mother came over and told me what needed to be done to make the house ready for long-term care. She's given me some training as well. CPR, that sort of thing. She's also given me a long list of practical nurses, home care agencies, and government programs. Practical nurses. Home care agencies. George sounded completely exasperated. Annie went on doggedly. Tom Carter came over and put the support bars in the bathroom and another bar in the bedroom. He also built a ramp for a wheelchair that I can put over the back steps. Corbin has agreed to come in on Wednesdays as respite care, so I can do shopping and other things. Everything is ready. Who's paying for all this? George's eyes were hard. Grandma and me. She had my name added to her checking account, and I had some savings. That money isn't yours to spend. George was clearly angry now.
Nora.
For crying out loud. Do something about this. Anlin. You have no right. Annie stood. I have every right. I seem to be the only person in this room who loves her. Her eyes filled and spilled over. Whether you like it or not, this is the way it's going to be. Grandma put the decision in my hands. Thank God for that. Mother doesn't get enough from Social Security to pay for additional nursing, George said.
Rising as well.
Where are you going to get the money to give her all this fancy private care? It may not come to all that. Uncle George. I was only saying if it became necessary. If you plan on doing this by yourself, it will become necessary fairly quickly, the social worker put in. Then I'll look into selling the house to a bank that will pay out monthly installments large enough to cover. George exploded. Your mother and I are not going to sit idly by and let you spend every dime of our inheritance. Annie stared at George. Then her gaze turned until she faced her mother. Nora could feel the heat come up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. How could George say it like that? It sounded so appalling. What could she say now to explain it so that it sounded better? Your Uncle George doesn't mean it the way it's coming out, Enlin. He only means that Mother worked all those years and put money into Social Security and taxes. It's only fair the government should pay the expenses now. And they would pay the lion's share if she... No, Annie's face was white. No, this is getting us nowhere.
Dr.
Patterson was clearly annoyed. We need to be reasonable and cooperative. Nora could tell he was on George's and her side.
Why didn't she feel good about that?
The decision is made, Dr. Patterson. Annie sounded very businesslike. I have a copy of the power of attorney. If you want to speak with my lawyer, that can be arranged. Since you recommended moving Grandma Leota to a care facility as soon as possible, I'd like to take her home with me.
Today.
As soon as you can arrange it, as a matter of fact. The minute she mentioned a lawyer,
Dr.
Patterson had stiffened. As you wish, he said, and left the room with an air of disdain. The others sat silent, embarrassed. Anlin, don't do this. Nora couldn't keep her voice from trembling. It's done. Mother. Annie looked so pale.
And sad.
She looked back at Nora, obviously deeply troubled. Then at George. May God forgive you both. She pushed her chair in against the table and walked out of the room. Nora closed her eyes. Are you going to let her get away with this? George yanked his tie off. I don't think there's much either of you can do about it. Fred spoke quietly and evenly. If Annie can prove she has power of attorney, she has the legal right to make the decision for Leota. George swore. You'd better talk to her. Nora. Talk her out of it. He stalked out of the room. The others followed quietly. Nora sat there, unable to move, unable to think. What had just happened? Fred leaned close. Are you all right? Her mouth trembled. No, it was all she could manage without breaking down completely. Leota was touched by Corbin's presence. She hadn't expected him to be the one helping Annie take her from the hospital. He lifted her from the wheelchair and placed her carefully into the front seat of Annie's car. She wanted to thank him, but all she could do was pat his cheek.
And cry.
I'm sorry, Leota, he said, and she wondered what he meant. He lingered as Annie wheeled the chair to the back of the car and opened the trunk. He met Leota's gaze. I was wrong about everything. He kissed her forehead, clicked her seatbelt shut, and closed the door. She could feel the car bounce as he dumped the wheelchair into the trunk, Then Annie was sliding into the car seat next to her. Annie was smiling brightly, eyes glowing. Well, we're on our way home.
Grandma.
I hope you like the changes I've made. Of course. We'll need to make a few more as we go along. She put the car in gear, pausing just long enough to lean over and give her a kiss on the cheek. I love you, Grandma. I love you, too, Leota said, though it didn't sound just right. I love you very, very much. Then she sat weeping all the way home. Corban had arrived ahead of them in his own car. Forget the wheelchair, Annie, he said, opening Leota's door and leaning in to unhook her seatbelt. He scooped Leota up and lifted her out carefully. I'll come back for it. Trying to impress my granddaughter, Leota said, chuckling. He didn't understand a word she said, but he smiled slightly, as though he guessed what she might be saying. He carried her right up the front steps, waited for Annie to open the door, and placed her gently in her old recliner. Oh, Lord, it's good to be in my own home. She smiled, feeling the left side of her mouth lift. Annie was beaming. Never had anyone looked more beautiful to Leota. She could see Jesus shining right out of the girl. Corban went out to Annie's car to bring in the wheelchair. Annie looked at her. We're going to do just fine together.
Grandma.
I've already moved into the other bedroom. Susan's mother has been working with me on the care aspects. Leota could smell fresh paint. The living room hadn't looked so clean and polished in years. The wood on her side table was shiny. The rug had been shampooed and vacuumed. The windows were clean. Not just the one Corban had cleaned the first day he came, but all of them. Knowing Annie, Leota could imagine all the windows were so clean they looked wide open to the world outside. I love you, Grandma, Barnaby bellowed and bobbed his head up and down, walking back and forth on his perch. Leota chortled. Not only could she smell fresh paint, she could smell something wonderful cooking. For the first time since she had been taken to the hospital, she felt hungry. Corban came to touch Annie's arm. Anything I can do before I leave? You can stay and have dinner with us. Not tonight.
Annie.
Can I have a rain check? I'll be back tomorrow. How about I collect then? Annie saw him out the door. She whistled happily as she went into the kitchen. When everything was set for dinner, she came back and helped her grandmother into the wheelchair. In the kitchen, Leota could see right out the newly washed windows to her garden beyond, where the leaves had been raked and additional trimming and pruning done. It was plain to see from all directions that Annie had been busy, even getting special silverware for her to use. The spoon handle was curved to make it easier for her to eat without assistance. Annie watched as she worked on the meal, but she didn't interfere. The evening was full of firsts, and every hurdle was taken successfully. Leota was touched by Annie's tenderness. Annie didn't seem the least bit embarrassed when helping her with the most personal aspects of her care. Leota was so tired, she had no strength left by the time Annie helped her into her nightgown and into her own, wonderfully familiar bed. It wasn't until Leota was lying down that she saw the pink walls and white molding, the lace curtains, the tall potted fern. As she relaxed against her own pillow, she saw Annie had painted words on the wall in exquisite calligraphy that sparked rose-sweet memories: sand castles, bubble baths, Jehovah Roy, kisses, holding hands, El Shaddai,
Dancing,
music, Savior, flying kites, old movies, nature walks,
friends,
good dreams, rainbows, Christ the Lord,
pillow fights,
feather beds, seashells, Jesus, animals, birdsong. Leota read until Annie leaned down, kissed her goodnight, and turned out the light. And then she saw on the ceiling the fluorescent stars Annie had glued there. Leota drifted off to sleep, imagining herself staring up at the night sky from a chaise longue in her garden. Chapter 21. Leota sat in her wheelchair, outside on the small patio. Annie had made sure she was bundled in a warm blanket and a soft wool hat pulled down to cover her ears. Her hands were in wool-lined leather gloves. Annie had even gone so far as to heat a flat pillow she'd filled with rice and seeds in the microwave. It lay warm over Leota's shoulders and against her back, smelling of lavender. Her breath puffed in the cool afternoon air. She liked the feel of biting air against her skin and could see the result of it in the flush on Annie's cheeks and the red tip of her nose. Leota had longed to be outside, and only this morning, Annie had understood what she was saying. The garden was dying down for its winter sleep. Two things were coming into their glory with the approach of the Christmas season, the holly bush and the pyracantha. As soon as their berries were fully ripe, the birds would come and have a festival. It had always amazed Leota how they knew the exact day, as though invitations had been sent out for a party. They'd swarm over the bushes, eat their fill, and flutter away like drunken sailors returning to their ship. In January, the lavender heather and white candytuft would bloom. February perked up the plum tree, and March would bring forth the daffodils, narcissus, and moonlight bloom. April lilacs and sugarduft would blossom along with the pink and blood-red rhododendrons, bluebells, and the apple tree in the Victory Garden. As the weather warmed, miniature purple irises would rise amid the volunteers of white alyssum and verbena. The roses, dahlias, white Shasta daisies, black-eyed Susans, and marigolds would bloom from late spring to early fall. Leota could see it. She knew exactly where she had planted everything, and with Annie's tender care the garden would bloom again. She saw Annie's unique touches here and there. The funny bowling balls, looking like dinosaur eggs, the metal sculpture that was now a starburst of color, the wash bucket and wheelbarrow that served as planters. She could imagine them spilling color come spring. In this world of New Age philosophies and El Niño weather patterns, of gambling in almost every state, of drugs, abortion,
crime, gay rights, and death,
there was still an oasis. Leota knew the Lord was with her everywhere she went, even in that depressing hospital, but she had always felt his presence here the most. Is it because everything of great importance happened in a garden, Lord? Man fell in the garden. You taught in a garden. You prayed your passion in a garden. You were betrayed in a garden. You arose in a garden. I love this place, for when I sit out here, I see the wonder of your creation. I smell the earth and flower-scented air, and it soothes me. It reminds me that your hand is in it all. For I heard the voice of the Lord in the garden, calling to me. Instruct Annie,
Lord. Teach her as you taught me.
It wasn't enough to love the flowers. Annie would have to hate the weeds that tried to choke the life from them. She would need to soften the soil and plant the seed so that she could watch the Father bring forth the growth. She would have to cut away the branches that died. It took harsh pruning sometimes to bring forth the fruit, all so that others might partake. Oh, Father, will she see that a garden is color and proportion and rhythm and line and balance and focus? Will she come to understand that some of us are poppies, blooming bold and brief? Others are ornamental vines, passion flowers, or trumpets. Still others are shy violets and wallflowers. But we are all in the garden by your design, each one here to proclaim the glory of your name. Oh, Father God, teach Annie that a garden is for sharing, for meditating on your word, for exercising faith and experiencing the surpassing joy of your grace. She closed her eyes, imagining the scent of stock, hyacinth,
sage,
mock orange, gardenias, star jasmine, honeysuckle.
Oh,
Lord, that my life could have been a fragrant aroma, a soothing sacrifice to you.
Oh,
That this desert of an old woman could have bloomed and brought you a bouquet of blossoms. I've decided to put in a vegetable garden this year. Grandma, Annie said from where she worked. Our first crop will be this summer. Sweet corn, beans, carrots,
peas.
onions. Leota savored every moment, watching her granddaughter tend the garden she had loved for so many years.
She knew now it wouldn't die.
Corbin was standing in the corridor, next to Professor Webster's office door, when he saw the portly instructor approaching. The dark eyes looked straight at him. No hint of emotion. I need to talk with you, Professor. Would it be convenient now? Or should I make an appointment? Now would be fine, Professor Webster said, unlocking the door and pushing it open. He stepped inside, leaving the door wide open for Corbin. As Corbin stepped inside, he saw what seemed to be chaos. The shelves were packed with books, and more were stacked on the floor. Files and papers cluttered the professor's desk, leaving only a small workspace. An old electric typewriter was on a stand in the corner. But Corbin knew appearances could be deceiving. Professor Webster knew his subject. How's your paper coming, Mr. Solsek? That's what I'd like to talk about with you. Sir. Sit. The professor set his briefcase on the floor and took his seat behind the desk. Taking off his glasses, he cleaned them. Go ahead. I'm listening. The paper is in the trash.
Sir.
Since there's not enough time to start another, I'd like to drop the course. It's too late for that. Corbin had figured as much. Still, his stomach dropped. He had worked hard to hold his standing. This would cost him dearly, but he knew it was right and fair. Anyone with half a brain didn't ask for pity at a university this size. The competition didn't allow for it. Fair enough, sir. I'll take the F. If you'll permit me, I'd like to sit through the classes until the term ends. He still had a lot to learn. Professor Webster put his glasses back on. What's the trouble with the paper you started? Corbin could feel the heat climb up his neck into his face. He let his breath out slowly. I was on the wrong track. The wrong track. You start housing facilities for people no one cares about, and it'll become too easy to do away with them, no matter how good it looks on paper. The bottom line is there's too much government control and too much temptation to take easy solutions to long-term difficulties. With everyone griping about taxes and demanding relief, the first to be sacrificed are the ones who can least defend themselves. Right now, it's the unborn. I don't want to be part of making it easy to do away with the elderly, too. One old woman taught you this. Leota Reinhardt tried to teach me, sir. But I was deaf to what she was saying. It took two other women to get in my face and show me. Ruth Coldwell and Nora Gaines. They'd never meet, but they had a lot in common. Professor Webster leaned back in his chair. We have a student body of brilliant young men and women here. I've had students come as puffed-up little peacocks, thinking top grades and high SAT scores make them something special. They're so full of themselves, they think they know more than anyone else, including the PhDs with 20 years' experience behind them. Corbin's face burned hot. Of all people, he knew he deserved a dressing down. You have my apologies,
sir.
I've been an idiot. He started to rise. Sit down, Mr. Solset. I'm not done yet. Heart sinking. Corbin sat and waited for whatever else he had coming. In all my years of teaching, Mr. Solsek, I can count on one hand the number of students who've had the courage to come to me and admit they were wrong and take an F without complaining. An odd warmth filled Corbin at the professor's words. Thank you, sir. You're welcome to attend class. I'll give you an incomplete on the condition you enroll in my class again next term. Agreed. The professor rose and extended his hand. Corbin stared at him for a moment, not quite sure what had just happened. Then he jumped up from his seat and shook the professor's still extended hand. Agreed, sir. And thank you. The professor released his hand and smiled. I'll be interested in seeing what you come up with next time. Nora hadn't spoken to Anlin in 10 days. Not since their telephone conversation 2 days after her mother had gone home from the hospital. Would you like to help me, Mother? Anlin had said. One afternoon a week would make a big difference. And if I agreed, I'd only be encouraging you to go on with this madness. This is what I want to do.
Oh.
So, you wanted to quit art school and move away from your friends and give up dating? You want your life to narrow down to taking care of an old woman day in and day out for as long as she lives?
You want that, Mom.
What better way can I spend my time than loving Grandma Leota? Nora had almost said, You could love me, but something held her back. Maybe it was her memory of the look on Anlin's face when George had accused Leota of wasting their inheritance. Now it had been more than a week since her telephone conversation with her daughter. Surely, Anlin had had more time to think things over and realize what she'd taken on. Nora dialed her mother's number and waited. Within 2 rings, she heard Annie's voice greeting her with a cheerful hello. It's your mother, Anlin. We're sorry, but we're unable to take your call right now. Please leave a message and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Thank you. An answering machine. That was a new addition. Nora listened, debating whether to leave a message or not. It's your mother, Anlin. I was just calling to check on you. She gripped the telephone receiver a little tighter. How are you two doing together? She couldn't truthfully add, well, I hope. Unable to think of anything more to say, she held the phone away and pressed the button to disconnect. With a heavy sigh, she put the receiver against her aching heart for a moment and then placed it carefully back in its cradle. She had errands to run before she attended the University Women's Literary Society luncheon. And there was Christmas shopping. Christmas. How she hated Christmas. Would Michael even call this year? Did you call Leota last year? She couldn't get away from the past all the rest of the day. Every memory that came to mind brought misery with it. When Nora finally returned home late that afternoon, her answering machine was blinking a red 5. Her dentist's receptionist had called to remind her of her appointment the next morning. Fred called to say he would be late getting home. Someone from her old church had called to invite her to a women's ministry night, a cookie exchange. The next was silence, and then a click. Probably another sales call. The last message was from Annie. Hello, Mother. Thanks for calling. Her voice softened and became husky. We both listened to your message. Grandma cried. We're both doing fine. We'd love for you to come by for a visit. I hope you know you're welcome anytime.
Mom.
If I don't answer the doorbell, just look for us in the garden. Nora's throat closed as she listened to her daughter's voice. You're welcome anytime.
Mom.
Just look for us in the garden. In the garden this time of year? The leaves were falling. Nora remembered seeing her mother outside during the cold season. Sometimes even in the rain. Raking leaves. Pruning. Putting plastic over the plants that couldn't take the cold. The ache within Nora grew. Walk with me.
talk with me. You are my own.
She pressed the button and listened to the message again.
And again. And again.
What should I do? She kept hearing what George had said about their inheritance. The money mattered to him because he wanted to get out from under debt. Who could blame him? Nora didn't care about her mother's possessions, and her mother certainly had no money. How had she managed to live on Social Security all these years? Fred was wealthy, so Nora had all she'd ever need. What did she care about the house? Maybe she could help a little. George had called several times, asking if she had managed to talk some sense into Annie. Nora had found herself defending her daughter. Not for her actions, but for her heart. She's not the kind of girl who's out to steal your inheritance.
George.
I resent you even thinking such a thing. She felt so torn. Don't you think I know that? George had almost shouted into the telephone. But Annie's naive. Your daughter takes her religion a little too far. This is my inheritance she's talking about, Nora, and yours. She's going to do something stupid like a reverse mortgage. Whatever she gets might provide a little money for the short term, but it's going to strip us of everything in the long run. Nora had prevailed upon Fred to talk with Annie. Annie assured me she's not going to do anything until the situation arises that makes it necessary, he told her after he had stopped by for a visit. By the way, your mother looks much better. She said to give you her love. He hadn't said it to be sarcastic, she knew that, but she had felt the pinch of guilt for not having asked about her mother's condition before asking what Annie had said about money matters. She just wanted to get George off her back. What a mess this situation had made of her life. It would have been easier on everyone if her mother had died of the stroke instead of ending up an invalid. Invalid. What a terrible word. What kind of life was Annie going to have confined to a little house in a ghetto neighborhood with an old woman as her only company? Maybe a few more weeks of handling 24-hour-a-day care all by herself with no help from anyone would bring Annie to her senses quicker than words could do. Nora could only hope so. She pressed another button and listened to her daughter's voice one last time before deleting the message. We've had a steady stream of visitors. Annie grinned at Corbin. Arba is here every day after work to collect the children. She held up another hook for him to screw into the eaves. You're taking care of them? He looked at her in surprise. Once the hook was secure, he draped the string of lights. They looked like shining icicles hanging from the eaves. Annie had already woven strings of tiny white lights through the front rhododendron bushes and the trimmed flowering plum. Devoid of foliage, it looked dramatic with the tiny lights wrapped around and around the trunk up through the center of the tree. Then she'd wrapped the two thickest lower branches outward, making a cross. Actually, the children are helping, Annie said as she took another string of icicle lights from a box. Grandma is usually resting in the afternoon. Did you see the new hospital bed? It makes it much easier for her to get up and for me, too. Anyway, Nal does the reading now. He sits in the chair by the window, and the girls sit on Grandma's bed. They're almost finished with the secret garden. The place looks better every time I come over. Annie. He secured another hook and draped more lights. I want everything to look wonderful for Christmas. Only a couple feet to go, Annie said, feeding the string of lights to him. Corbin draped the last of the lights on the last hook and came down the ladder. Annie stood back to admire his work. Thanks, Corbin. It'll make it so much easier next year with those hooks up. All I'll have to do is drape the lights. She gathered up the empty boxes. Why don't you go on inside and visit with Grandma while I stash these in the garage? You're staying for soup, aren't you? It should be ready. Grandma likes to eat early and then have her dessert later.
Sure.
I'll see you inside. When he came in the front door, Leota greeted him with her lopsided smile while Barnaby squawked, 911. Call 911. Corbin laughed. He's better than a watchdog. He closed the door and turned the deadbolt. Annie would be coming in the back. Leota motioned with her left hand for him to sit. You're looking pretty good, Leota. He sat down on the sofa, resting in the warmth. Annie had a fire going and a new screen covering the mouth of the fireplace to keep sparks from flying out onto the rug. School. Leota gave him one of her looks. I'm taking an incomplete and starting over on a new project next semester.
I don't know what yet.
He heard Annie come in the back door. You two seem to be doing well together. He surveyed the living room. Annie's been painting again. The drab walls now glowed a warm peach in the lamplight. The mantel had been oiled and polished, and everything on it washed and rearranged. Corbin, Annie called from the kitchen. Why don't you help Grandma into her wheelchair while I set the table? Supper's ready. All I have to do is warm up the biscuits. Where's your Christmas tree? Corbin said, wheeling Leota into her spot at the head of the kitchen nook table. From that place, she could look straight out at the garden. It's on the television. Annie smiled at him as she ladled thick beef soup into bowls. Corbin glanced back. That puny thing? It was barely 2 feet tall with a few ornaments on it. It'll be bigger next year. She set the bowl down in front of Leota. As Annie straightened, she looked at him. He knew she didn't want him to say anything more about it. Maybe it was a matter of money, Corbin thought. Leota was living on Social Security, and Annie couldn't get a job and take care of her grandmother at the same time. He held his silence as Annie placed a bowl of soup in front of him. When she had her own, she sat and took Leota's hand. She held her other hand out to him. When he took it, she said the blessing. He felt comfortable in the warm kitchen. He noticed Annie had put up lights in the backyard as well. Are you going home for Christmas? She said, buttering Leota's biscuit. No point. My mother's in Switzerland for the holidays. What are you going to do? Hang around my apartment until registration. The soup was delicious. And eat what on Christmas Day? Annie stared at him. A TV dinner? They're not that bad. But I'll probably go out to a restaurant. Live it up a little. His mother had sent him a sizable check to buy a present. You sound like you're really looking forward to it, Annie said ruefully. He shrugged. What could he say? There was nothing more depressing than eating alone on Christmas. Leota made a harumph. She tapped the table with her pointer finger. I agree. Grandma. She looked at him. Come and celebrate Christmas with us. She offered him a small jar of jelly. Corbin almost said he didn't want to inconvenience them. But who was he kidding? My pleasure. What can I bring? Annie smiled mischievously and winked at her grandmother. Can we ask for anything? As long as I don't have to cook the turkey. No problem. We're having honey-baked ham. Then name it. A cruise, Leota said. They all laughed. Leota most of all. A tree would be cheaper, Annie said. About 4 feet tall. Preferably Douglas fir. It's the best kind because there's room between the branches for hanging ornaments. And I found some beauties in the garage the other day. A tree it is. Corbin smiled. He was actually looking forward to it. There just happens to be a nice lot in front of the supermarket. All the proceeds go to charity. Corbin grinned. I'll go get one right after supper. Annie was putting the last strands of tinsel on the tree when Arba and the children came by to drop off presents for her and Grandma Leota. Annie served warm apple cider with cinnamon sticks and Toll House cookies. Since Arba and the children were spending Christmas with relatives across the bay, they all decided to open presents right away. The children helped Grandma Leota unwrap hers, then announced proudly they had all pitched in to buy the box of soft center chocolates for Leota and the pretty bottle of bubble bath for Annie. Annie handed out their gifts, hoping they would like the dough ornaments of biblical people she had baked and painted. For Nile, she'd made Simeon called Niger, for Kenya, the Queen of Sheba, and for Tunisia, Candace, Queen of Ethiopia. She had talked about them once, when Nile had told her a Muslim friend had said Jesus was a white man's god forced on enslaved blacks. For Arba, she'd made praying hands in chocolate-colored dough. Annie was delighted to see how the ornaments pleased all four of them. She had wanted to give them something special. Something that would last. Time to go. Arba leaned down and took Grandma Leota's hand. You have a wonderful Christmas, Leota. You'll have a few days rest before we get back. God bless. Grandma Leota spoke clearly enough to be understood. Annie walked out onto the porch as Arba and the children left. Arba paused at the bottom of the steps. Is your family coming for Christmas? Not this year. Uncle George's family is spending Christmas in Phoenix with Aunt Jean's parents. They were already committed to it when Grandma had her stroke. But they do plan to come over as soon as they get back. And Mother and Fred? She shrugged. I don't know. I'm sorry. Annie. Me, too, but we had Thanksgiving. I'm glad of that. Corbin's coming, though, and Susan called. She and Sam want to come over in the afternoon. We have a lot to be thankful for. Her smile wobbled. How she had wished the family would come together for Christmas. Lord, I have prayed so hard for reconciliation. Well, you and your granny have a Merry Christmas. Annie. You.
Too. Arba.
Drop by when you can. You know I will. The children become very attached to Grandma Leota. How could they not? Annie waved as Arba headed for home, then went quietly back into the house. Grandma Leota was asleep in her recliner. Jimmy Stewart was wooing Donna Reed in It's a Wonderful Life. Annie quietly gathered the mugs and the cookie plates and carried them into the kitchen. She washed them and put them away. It was barely 8:30, and she was so tired. She sat down on the sofa to rest for a few minutes. Leota looked so peaceful. She didn't want to wake her yet. Closing her eyes, she leaned her head against the sofa. Oh, Lord, there was no room in the inn for your precious son, and there doesn't seem to be any room in my mother's heart or Uncle George's life for Grandma Leota. I don't understand, Lord. I just don't. It's so sad. They're missing all the blessings I'm receiving. She's such a sweet old soul, and I hurt even thinking about losing her. Oh, God, please help me make this a special Christmas for Grandma. Don't let another season go by without her knowing how much she's loved. Nora couldn't sleep. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve, and she had never felt so alone and depressed. I hate Christmas. I've always hated Christmas. Every year I'm disappointed. When I was a child, it was because I knew I wouldn't get what I wanted. Now it's the shopping, fighting the crowds while trying to buy presents that will please everyone, decorating the house, paying good money to have lights strung all over the outside, cooking a big, fancy dinner everyone scarfs down in a matter of minutes. I'm always sick with exhaustion by the time it's over. And what's the point of it all? She stared up into the darkness, listening to Fred snore beside her. She resented how he could fall asleep so easily after an argument, while she lay awake for hours, going over every word 100 times. Usually, when she was in one of her moods, as he called it, Fred could talk her out of it. Not this evening. He'd kept silent until she'd asked him if he cared at all what she was feeling. And his response? Why don't you call Annie? You know you want us all to be together for Christmas. Here. I want her here. Well, that's not going to happen. It can't happen. If we go over there, it'll only encourage her to keep on with this plan of hers. Fred. He'd snapped shut the book he had been reading all evening and dropped it on the table as he rose. How you can know so little about your own daughter is beyond me, Nora. She's committed to taking care of your mother. Nothing you do or say is going to change anything. And that's what really gets to you, isn't it? You're no longer in control. She's throwing her life away. How many years do you think your mother has left? She's not going to live forever. She'll probably live to be 100. You'd better hope she does. And with that cryptic comment, Fred had gone up to bed. Now she was tossing and turning and sleepless. Nora felt the tears running down into her hair. How many had she cried over the years? Starting when her mother left her to go to work? God, I can't go on this way. Sometimes I wish I were dead. Nothing ever works out the way I want it. I called Michael this morning, and he couldn't wait to get off the telephone. She was his mother, and he didn't even care about her. How have you treated your mother? Nora clenched her teeth. She abandoned me first. Michael is just like his father. Brian. The silence pressed in upon her. The darkness was oppressive. Shivering, she curled on her side, tucking herself against Fred, hoping his warmth would warm her. I loved Dean Gardner. I loved him so much I thought I'd die when he left me for that other woman. What was her name?
Dominique.
I kept hoping he would tire of her and come back to me. Well, he did tire of her, but then he met Phyllis and then Penny. I've lost count of the women he's had over the years. What's the name of his new paramour? Monica. She fought the tears pricking at her eyes. God, I gave Dean all the love I had, and it wasn't enough to hold him. He was faithless. And now Emlyn was proving to be just like her father. She'd forsaken Nora, just the way Dean Gardner had. You have forsaken her. I haven't. Her mouth trembled. She'll probably marry the hoodlum, Sam Carter, and be miserable for the rest of her life. And if that's my plan for her, what is that to you? Tears burned hotter as she thought about Susan and Susan's mother and father. Now that their children were grown, they never had to call and ask them to come home. Their house was always full. All through the teen years, Emlyn had wanted to be at the Carters' house every chance she got. Nora used to think it was because of Sam and his rebel without a cause magnetism, but even after Sam was put into juvenile hall, Emlyn kept going. She had loved being with the Carters. Every time Emlyn asked to spend the night at Susan's, it hurt me. I felt as though she were defecting. I wanted her to love being at home with me, but she was like a bird trapped in my hands. The harder I held on, the harder she fought to be free. And now she was free. She was free. And she was never coming back. Oh, God. What is it about me that drives people away? All I've ever done is give my children everything I never had. All I want is for my children to have a better life than I had growing up. All she wanted was for them to love her. All you want is to be their God. No,
I didn't say that.
She could hear the grandfather clock downstairs chime 4. There was no use in trying to sleep. It was almost time to get up. She eased herself from beneath the covers and slipped into her robe and slippers. The tree lights were still on downstairs, and the soft glow lit the stairs. She had wrapped the banister with boughs of pine, putting in touches of holly berries. It looked so lovely and filled the house with a woodsy aroma. The mantel looked perfect with the silk poinsettias tucked into more pine boughs, and the tall red, green, and white candles were the perfect touch. No professional decorator could have done a better job. It looked as perfectly arranged as any store window. It's all for show. It doesn't mean a thing. Christmas means something to Annie. She remembered her daughter's telephone message. The words came back as clearly as if they'd never been erased. We're both doing fine. We'd love for you to come by for a visit. I hope you know you're welcome anytime. Mom.
Mom.
Not mother. She called me Mom. And she'd said it so tenderly. Nora went into the kitchen and ground fresh, gourmet blend coffee beans. She boiled an egg, then warmed a croissant in the microwave. It was too cold to sit in the sunroom, so she turned up the heater and sat in the den, looking out the glass doors at the manicured lawn, topiary pines, and cleanly mulched and weeded ground ready for bulb planting. It would look like a park in the spring. A park for people to walk through and leave. Not a garden where visitors relaxed and lingered. A park where people had to enter through the house and get permission from the owner. Not a garden with a back gate for neighbors to use. Nora closed her eyes. She could see her mother outside the kitchen window. On her knees. Her hands in the soil. It had been such a shock seeing her in that hospital bed. She looked so white. So confused. So pale. So frail. The sunrise glowed pink-orange. The clock in the hall chimed 7. Where had the time gone? All the years of struggling and surviving one disappointment after another. Of searching and searching for some kind of peace. Some sense of accomplishment and purpose. I hope you know you're welcome anytime. Mom.
Mom.
She clung to that word like a lifeline.
Mom.
At 8 a.m. She picked up the telephone, called her daughter, and asked if the invitation was still open. And, of course,
It was.
Chapter 22. Christmas Eve morning. A UPS truck delivered 2 boxes, both addressed to Leota Reinhardt with Uncle George and Aunt Jean's return address. The larger box contained a VCR. What is it? Grandma Leota stared, completely baffled. Annie tried to explain. The second box had a note in Jean's handwriting. We're sorry we couldn't be with you for Christmas. Hope you both enjoy the movies. Love, Jean, George, Marshall, and Mitzi. The box was packed full of movies. The Bells of St. Mary's, South Pacific, The King and I, Casablanca, Pocketful of Miracles, Ben-Hur, Miracle on 34th Street, and A Christmas Carol. A treasure trove.
Grandma.
Which one would you like to watch first? You choose. When Annie tried to install the VCR, she realized Grandma Leota's television set was so outdated that there were no connections. How much did a new television cost? Only a couple $100, but dollars her grandmother clearly did not have.
Oh, Grandma.
I'm sorry. Was this going to be a day of disappointments? I didn't realize. Won't miss what I never had, Grandma said, giving her lopsided smile. Nice thought. Annie nodded, too choked up to speak. She'd never thought much about modern conveniences until living with her grandmother. No dishwasher, not that there was much need for one with only 2 people eating off the dishes, and the washer and dryer were older than she was. Annie had spent one day cleaning out the dryer vent. She had thanked God for his protection because the vent had been so packed with lint, it was a miracle it hadn't caught fire and burned the house down. In fact, there were lots of things that needed to be done. The pipe under the kitchen sink had a leak. The roof gutters overflowed with water because the downspouts were clogged with leaves. One of the back steps felt soft from dry rot, which meant there were probably termites eating away at other parts of Grandma Leota's house. The roof should be redone. Annie had noticed a ceiling stain in her bedroom. Annie didn't want to mention these things because she didn't want to worry her grandmother. Or worse, have her grandmother mistake concern for discontent. If something had to be fixed, she'd find a way to take care of it without worrying Grandma Leota. Lord, Don't let me get distracted by all these little unimportant things. So, what if Grandma's brand new VCR doesn't work? Forgive me for being disappointed. Poor Uncle George and Aunt Jean. They spent so much money on something Grandma can't even use when she would have rejoiced far more over a 5-minute telephone call from them. Shaking her head, Annie brought a tray with hot chocolate and cookies into the living room. After serving her grandmother, she sat cross-legged in the easy chair and sipped her chocolate. Annie's father called at 3. I sent your present late. You won't get it for a couple of days. You want me to tell you what it is? Whatever it is.
Dad.
I'll like it. You're too easy. How's Leota doing? Very well. And you? Wearing yourself out. I have plenty of help. I've told you about Korban. And your mother? Does she help out too? When Annie remained silent, trying desperately to think of something to say that wouldn't put her mother in a bad light, her father gave a derisive laugh. Never mind, Annie. I know her better than that. What she can't control, she chalks off as a complete loss.
Daddy.
I'm sorry. Sweetheart. I'm always saying that to you. Aren't I? How's Monica? I don't know. I haven't seen her since she moved out.
Oh, dear.
How long ago was this? Last month. I thought I mentioned it.
No.
You didn't. She was pushing to get married. I've been down that road before, and didn't want to be on it again. A few years of living with your mother. I don't want to go down that road again either. Daddy. He didn't say anything to that. And she didn't want to end the call on a sour note. I miss you. I miss you.
Too.
Honey. Maybe I'll fly up in a couple of weeks. How many times had he promised to do that? You know you're always welcome. Daddy. Nora and Fred pulled up in front of Leota's house mid-afternoon on Christmas Day. Nora groaned audibly when she recognized Korban Salsek's black sports car. He's here again. Give the guy a chance, Fred said. Getting out of the car. He helped her out and took her hand as they went up the walkway and steps. Annie was outside on the porch waiting for them. She was smiling, her eyes shining. I'm so glad you came. Nora's tension eased at the sight of her daughter. She looked so lovely in her long, green velour dress with a strand of pearls, her hair loose and curling over her shoulders. Nora looked for signs of strain, but saw only cheeks flushed with color and blue eyes shining with delight. And hope. It wasn't until Nora returned the hug that she felt the change. You've lost weight. A couple pounds. I guess.
Come in.
It's cold out here. And Grandma's eager to see you both. Nora took note of the Christmas tree first. It was right by the front door so it could be seen through the window. It was trimmed beautifully with old-fashioned glass bulbs, elves, and tinsel. Unable to look at her mother yet, she glanced around the room, amazed at the freshly painted walls, the polished furniture, the old carpet that now looked new, the table with pine branches and scented candles. A fire was crackling. The house no longer had that old smell of decay. It was filled with the pine scent of Christmas. Had the memories of this house not been so painful, she would have been utterly charmed by it. Korban bought the tree for us, and said. And he helped string lights along the eaves across the front and along the side of the house by the drive. I put lights all through the garden. It looks like a winter wonderland at night. I'll plug them in as soon as it's dark enough so you can see it. Wait until you get the electric bill. Fred laughed as he bent down to talk quietly with Leota. Nora hung back. She had avoided looking at her mother for as long as possible. And now that she did, her heart sank. She looked so old. One side of her face sagged slightly. Who gave you the VCR? Fred said. Uncle George sent it to Grandma and said. Mortified, Nora wished she could hide the box of chocolate-covered cherries she had brought as a gift. What on earth was George thinking? Last year, he'd sent a box of groceries. Actually, Jean had sent it. George didn't even bother to sign his name on the Christmas cards. Their cards always came with George and Jean signed at the bottom, in Jean's handwriting. And now this? A VCR? Were they trying to make her look bad? Do you need help hooking it up? Fred looked eager at the idea and laughed and gave a slight shrug. Actually, we can't. Grandma's TV was purchased before VCRs were invented.
Oh. Well.
That's no problem. We'll get her a new set. Nora and I were wondering what to get you. Leota. Now we know. Touched by his quick rescue, Nora slipped her hand into his. You're looking much better than last I saw you, she said to her mother. Then felt the heat climbing into her cheeks. She hadn't been to visit since her mother had left the hospital. Leota let the evening flow around her. When Eleanor followed Annie into the kitchen, Leota could only pray her daughter wouldn't say something hurtful to Annie. They were like opposite sides of a coin. Eleanor took offense at the least provocation. Annie let everything slide. Eleanor was the warrior set on battling life into submission. Annie was a peacemaker, living with the hurt, swallowing the insulting remarks, and trying to rise above it and move forward. I tried to do that.
Lord.
Maybe that's why watching the dynamics of their relationship makes me want to take a page from Eleanor's book.
Oh.
What I would say to her now if I had the tongue to do it. Maybe if she'd spoken up. Maybe if she'd defended herself instead of keeping silent. Silence didn't always bring peace. Allowing someone to behave disrespectfully more often made them rude and demanding of others. I thought I was letting Eleanor vent her frustration, and that would be the end of it. Instead, her life has been focused on discontent and disappointment. I would love to be able to go back and sit down with her when she was a little girl and teach her all over again. I'd say, this is what's happening. This is the truth. This is what needs to be done. Join forces with me and your grandmother and grandfather, and let's work together to keep this family together. Instead, she had tried to do it alone. For what? For the glory? To be a martyr? To show herself how much better she was than poor Helene Reinhardt, who had to piece together the whole sorry mess by herself without any help from Leota or Papa. Lord, forgive me. Leota heard Eleanor and Annie talking. Why is Mother crying? Eleanor was asking quietly, sounding uncomfortable. The stroke makes it difficult to contain her emotions, Annie said just as quietly. They were acting as though her hearing had failed along with her ability to walk without clinging to someone or something. Oh, Lord, you have frustrated me. I can't talk clearly enough to make myself understood. Except by Annie. She's just like a young mother who understands the gibberish of her toddling child. And that's what I've become, blabbering what I can while I hang on to my walker. Lord, I'd yell at you for allowing this to happen to me if I didn't think Eleanor and George would think I was crazy and make sure I was put away for good. A VCR. For heaven's sake, what was George thinking? And now Fred was offering a television, along with the box of chocolates Eleanor was trying to hide on the side table. I wonder if she thinks I have adult-onset diabetes. And she's going to kill me with kindness. Sadly, Leota could guess why they were being so generous all of a sudden. Would they be so munificent if they knew everything was already settled and filed with an attorney? I'm not being fair. I'm wallowing in self-pity and making myself sick. I know Jean. And I know Fred. And they are both good and generous people. It's my children who can't see past themselves. Lord, I can't think this way. For Annie's sake, I have to lift my chin up and take whatever comes. But I'll tell you this. I'm tired of turning the other cheek. In fact, I'm sick to death of it. Things didn't get easier for Leota as the day wore on. In fact, things became more complicated. Corbin didn't like Eleanor, and he made no effort to hide his feelings. Annie tried to make conversation, but only Fred helped keep it going. Then Sam and Susan arrived, and Eleanor's hackles went up. She was like a German shepherd with a salesman trapped on the front porch. It was a sight to see. Sam couldn't blink an eye without Eleanor observing the nuance. He certainly wasn't making his feelings a secret, either. Every time he looked at Annie, the expression on his face declared, "I'm in love with this girl." All of which only served to madden Eleanor all the more. Lynn Sansoning. Do we own? And Kim stopped by. And not long after came Juanita, Jorge, Marissa, Elena, and Raul. Eleanor kept moving down the sofa until she was squeezed into a corner. And while Fred joined in the general conversation, Eleanor moved herself all the way to the outside edge of the family circle. Chris said to thank you for the information you gave him the other day, Juanita told Annie. He said the group sounded the most hopeful. Miles is declining rapidly. Eleanor looked at Annie. Who are Chris and Miles? They live in the house 4 doors down on the other side of the street, Annie explained. Miles is very sick. AIDS, Juanita said sadly. Leota saw Eleanor blanch. She could just imagine what was going on in Eleanor's mind. Her daughter, Annie, was living in a mixed-race ghetto with an old lady on her last legs, who would linger for who knew how long. And now, her innocent little girl was mixing with homosexuals as well. AIDS. Eleanor stared. Annie met them a few weeks ago. Eleanor's gaze swung to Annie, fierce with silent demand. They're estranged from their families. Miles is dying. Mother. I don't agree with their lifestyle, but they are neighbors and they need our help. Your hands are full already. Anlin. All day. Every day. For who knows how long. Annie blushed. Her eyes became fierce with warning. I fix extra portions and take them dinner a couple of times a week. It's no big deal. Leota couldn't allow this to go on. I gave Annie permission to do it, miraculously. Her words were clear enough for Eleanor to understand. Eleanor lunged forward so that she sat on the edge of the sofa, her hands like open claws on her knees. It's all very well for you to be magnanimous at Annie's expense, Mother. You're over 80. You've lived a full life. Don't you care what risks my daughter takes? It's not enough that she's living here with you in this crime-infested neighborhood, but you put her in contact with AIDS. Mother. Leota used every ounce of willpower she possessed not to cry. Crying would only make things 100 times worse. Besides, she understood Eleanor's fierceness. Hadn't she felt the same way about her children when Mama Reinhardt was dividing their loyalties? Is that what I've done, Lord? Annie stood stricken, looking back and forth as the battle raged around her. The poor girl was standing between the 2 firing lines, not sure where to find safety. It was always the innocent who were killed. What's not right? Corbin's face flushed with temper as he stared at Eleanor. That, unlike you, Annie has a heart. That, unlike you, she's capable of loving someone else more than herself. Now, just a minute. Fred, rose suddenly, like a knight in shining armor to shield his wife. Eleanor aimed her animosity at Corban. "This is none of your business.
Who are you anyway?
What do you think you're going to get by coming over here and kissing up to my mother?" Corban's face turned dark red. "It seems to me it's none of your business either. Mrs. Gaines. You bowed out of Leota's life a long time ago. And Annie's an adult. She can make her own decisions. Stop it." Annie covered her face and started to cry. "Just stop it. All of you." She fled to the kitchen. Eleanor's face convulsed briefly. To anyone else, it was just a flicker, but Leota saw straight into her hurting child. It was like a crack in a concrete wall around a garden. Just a second's glimpse, but she saw that a storm had ripped away at the landscape. Oh, my child, my poor child. Then the mortar of old resentments was poured in to repair the wall. Leota could feel Eleanor's gaze fix upon her in accusation. Maybe this gathering wasn't such a good idea after all. Corban's eyes flashed. Maybe the list should have been cut by two. He followed Annie into the kitchen. Embarrassed, Juanita quickly gathered her children, as did Lynn Sanson. They went out through the kitchen, making their exit quietly. Leota knew they would make apologies to Annie before leaving. "Oh, God. My family, my precious family. Help us. We are torn asunder. The enemy has laid waste to us." Sam sat in stony silence, his eyes on fire. Susan's chin jutted, tears running down her face, her eyes fixed on Eleanor. "Why do you always do this to Annie?" "For as long as I've known her. She's worked so hard to win your approval." "Nothing pleases you." "That's not true." Eleanor was trembling. Leota saw it in her hands, heard it in her voice. All eyes were on Eleanor now. It was ever thus. As you sow, so shall you then reap. The one condemning the loudest eventually received the condemnation. Water didn't run uphill, and Eleanor was drowning. Helpless to do anything and unable to watch, Leota turned her face to the wall and wept. The pains Leota had felt off and on over the past 2 years came again that night. She didn't ring the little bell Annie had put on her side table. She couldn't bear the thought of summoning Annie after such a devastating Christmas day. The poor girl had wanted everything to be perfect. She had worked so hard, prayed so long. Now she needed rest. The pain eased by morning. When Annie came in, Leota said she wanted to sleep longer. Annie looked troubled and asked questions, but Leota lied and said everything was fine. She said she had been having such a wonderful dream. She couldn't bring herself to add to her granddaughter's misery by telling her that something was very, very wrong. Chapter 23. Annie noticed the change in her grandmother in the days following Christmas. She was always restless, shifting her body every minute or two as though no position was comfortable. Though Grandma had often been cranky since the stroke, she was more cranky than usual. Either her speech had improved greatly, or Annie was getting used to it and could more easily understand her. At first, it was funny the way Grandma Leota would talk at the television, telling the news commentator what was wrong with his short-sighted, canned presentation or that his views were idiotic. It was when Grandma started talking cremation that Annie became alarmed. Annie tried to turn her conversation away from death, but Grandma Leota was fixed upon it. "Put me in the bulbs. They need bone meal." Annie called the doctor despite Grandma Leota's protests. "I won't go," Grandma Leota said, chin jutting. She was irascible, but Annie couldn't pretend everything was all right this time.
Oh,
Yes, you will. Something's wrong.
Grandma.
I want a doctor to check you over. Nothing's wrong. You're in pain. I know you are. You try to hide it from me, but I can tell. Grandma tried charm, smiling and patting Annie's hand. It's just my arthritis. Sweetheart. I'm not a green sprout anymore. I'm ripe and ready for plucking. Annie refused to give in. The doctor might be able to give you something to make you more comfortable. I won't go. I won't. You'll have to carry me out of this house. Annie called Corban. He came the next morning, ignored Grandma Leota's vehement protests and downright abuse, lifted her from her wheelchair, and carried her out to Annie's car. It's a good thing her right arm is useless, Corban said, straightening. I think she'd be giving me a black eye. Nora knew something was wrong when she heard the back door from the garage open. Fred never came home this early in the day. What is it? What's happened? Annie called me at the office. Your mother is in the hospital again. Nora's heart sank. Was this the way it was going to be from here on? Her daughter unable to speak to her? Her daughter calling Fred so he could relay messages? Another stroke? The doctor thinks it could be cancer. She's undergoing tests. Nora wilted against the back of her chair. Cancer. How is she going to face this when her life was already turning upside down? Her head ached. Her stomach was in turmoil. She felt sick in body and in spirit. She hadn't felt right since that awful Christmas day. She should have stayed home rather than subject herself to such an emotional beating. Everyone had been against her. All because Annie had run to the kitchen in tears over something she'd said. And then her mother had cried. What did I say? I can't even remember what I said to bring all that on. You'd have thought I was a dog making a mess on the living room rug the way they all looked at me. The tongue is like a fire. Oh, Lord. What did I say? Sometimes, when I'm so upset I can't think straight, I say things, and then I can't even remember what I said. Is that an excuse? I think we should go. Nora. The last thing I want to do is look at my mother in another hospital bed. Would you rather look at her in a coffin? Nora recoiled. How can you say something like that? Because you may not have much time left. She searched his eyes. Just what did Annie say? Was he keeping something from her? Exactly what I've told you. But I have the feeling time is almost up. My time? Why did he have to look at her like that? As though he could see inside her and understand things about her that she didn't even understand. She looked away, uncomfortable beneath his perusal. I don't know what you mean. You know exactly what I mean. You just don't want to face it. He brushed his knuckles gently along the line of her cheek. His tenderness had always touched some deep core within her. She loved him passionately, even when they didn't come together physically for a week or more at a time. She admired and respected him, and she often found herself wondering how she had been so lucky to find a man like him after 2 disastrous marriages. Fred was strong, but his strength didn't come from demanding his own way or believing he was always right. It came from something deep within him. Oh, God, I know I'm not perfect. I know it. It's been driven home to me every day of my life. And it's been 100 times worse over the past 8 months since Annie couldn't bear to live with me anymore. Did I need that pounding on Christmas Day? I've always wanted to be a better mother than mine was. I've always wanted to do what's right, to rear my children to be better than anyone else. And all I've done is alienate everyone I love most. 2 husbands. Michael. Annie. I'm amazed Fred hasn't left me. She closed her eyes. If Fred hadn't been with her on Christmas Day to pick up the pieces, she knew she'd have come home and slashed her wrists or swallowed a bottle of pills. She'd been knocked off her high horse and come home in tears. Again. She always seemed to come home from her mother's house in tears. That house should be called the House of Wailing. Had anyone ever been happy there? Annie's happy there. I don't know what to do anymore. She looked up at Fred. I feel as though no one in the world loves me except you. And how long would that last? How long would it take before she alienated him as well? Annie loves you. He smiled down at her. That sweet, gentle smile. She loved you enough to take your abuse for 18 years. For the first time, Nora didn't protest at the harsh assessment. She could take the truth from Fred because words weren't a weapon for him. His touch, his voice, his faithfulness made her safe with him. Open. Had anyone else said she hadn't been a good mother, she would have done battle. Yet it wasn't easy to hear. Stricken, she closed her eyes tightly and saw in her mind's eye the look on her daughter's face before she fled into the kitchen. Even as angry as she was, Nora had realized she had crushed her daughter's heart. Just as she had on Thanksgiving Day, when she threw away the turkey Annie had made. She hadn't wanted to face it. It had been Susan who slapped her with the truth, and in a small way made her willing to listen to Fred now and feel the truth of his assessment. It is true. Susan is right. No matter what Annie did, I always wanted her to do more. Fred is right. It was abuse. Oh, God. It's because of my mother that I'm like this. And then she remembered her mother's tears. No, it's not my mother's fault. It's my fault. Oh, God. It is. Why do I behave like this? Because you don't measure up. You never have, the dark voice said. And you still don't. What do I have to do? Fear and anguish were choking her. I'm so afraid, and I don't know what to do. Fred took her hands and drew her up out of her chair. He held her close for a long moment. Just be there for both of them. She was trembling, her head aching. I love you, Fred said. Do you know that? But for how long? Fred drew back and cupped her face. Look at me, Nora. When she did, scarcely able to see him through her tears, he said, I know you a lot better than I did when we courted. And I love you better now than I did on the day I married you. I don't know how. His smile was tender. God knows. He kissed her, as though sealing a promise. I'll get your coat. Corbin was glad he'd stayed, especially when Annie told him she'd called her mother and uncle, and both were coming. She was going to need all the support she could get, especially after the doctor just told her he didn't think Leota should be going home again. Better if she was transferred into a convalescent hospital for 24-hour care during her last months of life. It seemed everything was wrong with the old lady's body. Corbin thought about Leota joking with him a few months back. I'm like an old car. Chassis dented and rusty. I'm leaking fluids and can't even get out of my chair without a jump start. Tears burned his eyes. He held them back, swallowed them down, put on a stoic face for Annie's sake. When had Leota stopped being that cantankerous old hag to him and become Leota? An old lady he loved? Hands clasped between his knees. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. If you're really up there and you care, please don't let Leota die. Get her well enough so Annie and I can get her out of here and take her home. That's where she wants to be when her time comes. Let me do that much for her. Have you heard anything more? At Nora Gaines's voice. He raised his head sharply. Annie fumbled for his hand.
No.
Nothing. They said it would be a while. Corbin held her hand firmly and met Nora's gaze in challenge. She looked back at him, but he didn't see a hint of the hostility that had been there on Christmas Day. She just looked sad and old. It was as though she had aged in the few days since he'd seen her last. Strange. Suddenly, though he could scarcely believe it, he could see some of Leota in her. Maybe it was the eyes. He'd never noticed before. We came right away, Fred said. He extended his hand. Thanks for helping. Corbin. Corbin stood and shook hands with him. He couldn't see any way out of it without being rude and hurting Annie in the process. However, if the guy was dismissing him, he'd better think again. He didn't let go of Annie's hand and sat beside her again. I'll stick around until we know more. Fred nodded. Of course. Nora sat in a chair across from Annie. Annie glanced at her, and then away. I could almost pity the witch, Corbin thought. Then again, why should I? She brought it on herself. If Annie never speaks to her mother again, who could blame her? One word from Annie would be more than Nora Gaines deserved. Susan Carter had filled in details of how Annie had lived most of her life, a puppet on strings, yanked hither and yon by her controlling mother. Suddenly another thought lashed razor-sharp across his mind. Weren't you the guy who had wanted to put all the poverty-level old folks in a government facility where no one would have to deal with them? Weren't you the guy who wanted to get the old folks off the street and out of sight? After all, this is a youth-oriented society, right? Old folks could be a real nuisance. He swallowed hard, fighting the rush of shame that washed over him. Admit it, Corbin. You could barely stand the sight of Leota Reinhardt the first time you met her. You were repulsed by her wrinkles, her soiled polyester dress, her unkempt house in a ghetto neighborhood. You came with all the answers and wanted her to confirm them, just so you could get an A in a college course. It was true. All of it. What is it about Nora Gaines you really dislike? Why not take a good, hard look at that?
He did.
And he knew in an instant what it was that had roused his animosity. The reason wasn't nearly as altruistic as feeling compassion for Annie. It was far more personal. Nora Gaines had hit his sore spot. She'd recognized him for who he really was. Why did you come here? The sarcasm of her question had cut his conscience wide open. Why had he come? To use Leota Reinhardt. To get what information he needed and then walk away and forget her. And there was something else. Nora Gaines reminded him of Ruth Coldwell. Ruth had said things to him on her way out that had made him see himself more clearly. And he hadn't liked what he had seen. She was wrong in what she'd done. But was he any more right in the way he'd chosen to live with her? Had he ever thought about the consequences? And with Leota, his good deeds came from purely selfish motives. Her desperate need had given him entrance into her life. No wonder she hadn't liked him at first. Corbin grimaced. I'm more like Nora Gaines than I am like Annie. I'm self-centered and self-absorbed. I shouldn't have brought her here, Annie said in a husky voice. Nora's response was quick and gentle. You did the right thing.
No.
I didn't. Annie jerked her hand from Corbin's and stood. She paced the waiting room. I should have listened to Grandma. She wanted to stay home. I should never have brought her here. You did the right thing, Nora said again. Fred nodded. She needed a doctor. Annie. I think she knows she's dying, and that's why she wouldn't tell me she was in pain. She's in pain? Nora asked softly. Annie turned, her face ravaged by conflicting emotions. She's been in pain for years. Mother. Pain you wouldn't even understand. She turned away again. Tensing, ready for attack, Corbin waited for Nora Gaines to say something harsh and cruel. But she said nothing. She looked pale and sick. Or maybe it was the sight of her brother, George, striding into the waiting room that kept her from lacerating her daughter again. Jean came in behind her husband, looking weary and cautious. We heard the message on the answering machine. George looked from Fred to Nora to Annie. Corbin smiled grimly. George's gaze barely acknowledged his existence. We'd have been here sooner. But we had to find a babysitter. What did the doctor say? She's undergoing tests right now. Annie turned, squaring her shoulders as she faced him. The doctor said it would take a few hours. She glanced at her watch. We should hear any time now. Jean went to Annie. I'm so sorry. Honey. How can we help? There's nothing we can do but wait and pray. Aunt Jean, Annie said tearfully, receiving the hug and returning it. There's plenty we can do, George said, his jaw set. We can see that Mother gets proper care this time. Corbin stood. Now. Just a minute. You're not a member of this family. George ground out the words. So, but out of our business. He's my friend. Annie stepped around Jean. And it's my mother we're talking about. George, Jean said, her voice pleading. This isn't the time. This is as good a time as any. His face was flushed, his eyes dark. I thought you were going to deal with your daughter. Nora. Tell her what we discussed. Nora leaned forward in her chair and covered her face. We're all upset. George, Fred said calmly. Upset. You're right, I'm upset. I get back from a Christmas with in-laws and find a message on my answering machine that my mother is in the hospital again. I just finished talking with the doctor, and he said Mother has probably been in pain for weeks. If she'd been where we'd wanted her to be in the first place, she would have had professional help before this. Annie's face convulsed. Corbin stepped forward. Hey. Man. Where do you get off talking to Annie that way? He wanted to knock George on his self-righteous backside. She's been taking care of Leota night and day. Where have you been? I've got a business to run. I have a family to take care of. I'm not some snot-nosed rich kid going through college on a trust fund. Corbin felt the heat rush into his face. Yet, George sounded positively smug. I know all about you. Sociology major. Big paper to write. Did you think I wouldn't want to find out the whole story on some guy who just shows up one day to help a little old lady out of the kindness of his heart? I hired someone to find out about you. Wrath melted into shame. You could have asked me. What did you think? I was after Leota's massive estate? She lives from one social security check to another while her daughter lives in Black Hawk and her son. Get out of here, George bellowed. Or I'll throw you out. The staff at the nurses' station looked at each other. Do you think we should do something? A candy striper said to one of the nurses. The medical technician stood in the supply room listening to the heated conversation. He shook his head. You stay out of it. I've already paged the doctor and a chaplain. Someone in there is going to need a doctor. They sound like they're going to start a fist fight. It won't be the first time, another nurse said. Everyone trying to do what they think is right. No one wanting to take responsibility. And the poor old lady caught in the middle. I don't think that's what's going on, another staff member said. The granddaughter wants to take care of her. Get real. Did you see the girl? She can't be more than 18. Still wet behind the ears, and she's supposed to have that kind of responsibility. Maybe if she had some help, a nurse said, writing notes on a chart. From what I hear, the patient and her daughter have been estranged for years. And the son isn't close to her either, said another, going into the medicine cabinet. It sounds like they care.
Oh.
They care all right. Put her away and let the state pay the bills. That'll leave something for them when... What an awful thing to say. How do you know so much? The other nurse slipped the chart back into its file. All you have to do is listen. It's not our business what they think. Our job is to take care of the patient. A chaplain walked by, heading for the waiting room. That poor little old lady. The granddaughter wants to take care of her, the candy striper said again. Doesn't sound like she'll get help from anyone in that room. The head nurse picked up another chart. Well, the patient won't be here long. Is she going to die? We all die sometime, but I didn't mean that. She could last a long time. You never know in these cases. They can surprise you. And miracles still happen. What I meant was we're short on beds. And she's going to need long-term care. Dr. Patterson will have her moved into a convalescent hospital unless the family comes to some kind of agreement. Doesn't sound like they can agree on anything. How sad. The young candy striper shrugged. It's better than the alternative. The head nurse slipped the chart back into its place and went down the hall to check on a patient. One of the nurses was checking over the med chart and the meds in their small paper cups. She glanced at the medical technician who was checking orders. What do you think? Hiram. I feel sorry for Mrs. Reinhardt. Hiram knew death could sometimes be an ally. He could hear the arguing going on in the waiting room. He'd listened to the nurses without adding his opinion. He'd drawn blood from Leota Reinhardt not more than an hour ago. It wouldn't be hard to get his hands on the doctor's report and see the prognosis. He'd helped terminally ill patients before. Maybe he could help Leota Reinhardt.
2.
Leota knew something was wrong the moment Annie came into her room. Though her granddaughter smiled cheerfully, Leota could see the puffiness around her eyes, the redness of them. She was pretending everything was going to be fine. Annie took her hand. I'll get you out of here as soon as I can. Grandma. Her mouth worked, and she swallowed convulsively. I'll do whatever I have to. They giving you trouble? We're just working out some details. Leota saw the pain in Annie's eyes, the strain. She saw other things as well, things she hadn't noticed over the past weeks of being in her granddaughter's care. A pity she had to have a stroke to learn what it was like to have a loving daughter. Annie was everything Leota had hoped Eleanor would be. Kind, gentle, unselfish, honest, joyful. Eleanor had been such a sweet little girl, so eager to please. Circumstances had damaged her. Poor Eleanor had learned to lock away hurt by hiding inside herself. Maybe someone would be able to break through the walls and shake her out of herself. Maybe then Eleanor would be the woman God intended her to be. Whatever happens, God, don't let them ruin Annie. Don't let bitterness take root and choke out her faith. Lord, would you do that for me? Put a high hedge around my granddaughter. Make a wall. Put angels in the watchtowers. I've failed you. I wasn't able to rear a child after your own heart. How ironic that it was Eleanor who did it. No, that's not right either. I mustn't think that way. It was you. It was you all the time, Lord. It was you who made this miracle. Grandma? Annie was searching her face. Leota tried to concentrate. She mustn't let her mind wander so much. Don't worry about me. Whatever happens, honey, you know who holds the cards. Annie's eyes lightened, warmed,
Glowed.
I love you.
Grandma.
I love you so much. A litany from her heart. I love you, too. Leota couldn't begin to tell Annie how much the past months had meant to her. So many barren, lonely years. And then the idol. Precious. Precious. She didn't want to think about the storm coming. Lord, I am too old and sick to dress myself for battle. You'll have to put my armor on for me. The doctor said, he's given you something to help you rest, Grandma. I'll come back in the morning. Annie leaned down and kissed her. Someone was speaking to her from the doorway. Annie glanced up, nodded, and then looked down at her again. I have to go now, Grandma. Hang on, please. Don't go home to the Lord yet. George came in next. He didn't say much, but Leota could feel the tension radiating from him. Anger held in check. Had she inconvenienced him again? What time was it? Maybe he was supposed to be at work instead of visiting her in the hospital. Jean approached. Why was there such a look of shame on her face? What was going on? George and Jean wished her a good night and left. Then Eleanor and Fred came in. It's a regular family reunion. Everyone but the grandchildren. Leota had never seen her daughter look so heartsick. Fred had his arm around her shoulders as she came closer. When Eleanor put her hand over her mother's, emotions flooded Leota. Oh, Lord. She is softening. Oh, Lord. Lord. It's finally happening. It is. Leota wept. How long had it been since her daughter had touched her? The last thing Leota wanted to do was frighten her daughter away so soon. But she couldn't seem to hold the flood back. Annie said it was the stroke. Emotions could no longer be restrained. Eleanor's face convulsed. She turned away slightly. But Fred was turning her back again, whispering encouragement. Before Eleanor could say anything, a nurse came into the room. I'm sorry, but the doctor said it's best if Mrs. Reinhardt rests now. You can come back tomorrow morning and visit. Eleanor was in control again. Or so it seemed, until she looked down, her gaze barely brushing Leota's. Good night, Mama.
Mama.
She hadn't said that since she was a little girl.
Mama.
Mama. Leota remembered her little darling screaming after her as she was held tightly in Helene Reinhardt's arms. Mama. Mama. Don't go. Leota wanted to travel back in time. She reached out to her daughter, but Eleanor was already turning away. Oh, God, give me a few more minutes with her. Why couldn't that nurse allow them another 5 minutes? Miracles happened in less time than that. Leota had seen Eleanor's broken spirit. Was she contrite as well? She raised her hand weakly from the bed. Ellie. It was Fred who noticed her. He leaned down and took her hand in his. I'll bring her back tomorrow morning. Leota. Keep the faith. He kissed her hand like a gentleman. And then they were gone. Annie unlocked her car. Corban was with her, and she could feel the anger radiating from him. He was still fuming over the scene in the waiting room. Listening to Uncle George rant and rave, she had wondered if she was wrong, and he was right. Maybe she was being thoughtless and immature. Then she had seen Grandma Leota in that hospital bed. She couldn't bear to let her live out the rest of her life in a convalescent home when it was within her power to take her home and care for her. Lord, I know it won't be easy. Father, I know I'm near exhaustion and I need more help. Jesus, help me do the things I need to do with wisdom. I can't stand alone. Maybe some of what Uncle George said about me having a martyr complex is true. If so, get me out of that mode and make me discerning. She'd call Marion Carter and get a list of professionals who could help. She'd talk to the bank about a reverse mortgage or whatever was needed. Corbin took her arm. Are you sure you're all right to drive? Annie? I'm fine.
Corbin.
Thanks for supporting me through this. It isn't over. Annie. I know. That's why I'm going home. I'm going to pray and make some phone calls. And then I'm going to rest. Tomorrow morning I'm coming back and getting Grandma out of there. What time? Grandma usually sleeps until 8. I'll be here at 7:45. If we have to zip her up in a body bag to sneak her out, we'll do it. Annie gave a broken laugh. She'd be game for that, I'm sure. It would suit her sense of humor. She took his hand in both of hers. Thank you, Corbin. She saw something flicker in his eyes. With a sense of regret, she released him. She hadn't meant to give him a wrong impression. I'll see you tomorrow morning. She slid into her car. He closed her door for her and stepped back as she buckled up and started the engine. Giving him a wave, she backed out of the parking space and headed toward the exit. When she pulled out of the lot, she glanced in her rearview mirror. Corbin was still standing there, watching her. Nora. Fred called when she left him talking with Dr. Patterson and headed down the hall. All she could think of was finding Annie before she left. Nora walked as fast as she could down the corridor to the elevator. Fred caught up with her as the doors opened. Honey. Wait a minute. I can't wait. I have to talk to Enlin. She stepped into the elevator and punched the button. As soon as the doors opened again, she rushed out, racing for the hospital entrance. People stared after her. She didn't care what anyone thought. She didn't want her daughter to drive away without speaking to her. She'd never seen Annie look so torn or so filled with loathing. How could George lambaste Annie that way? If it hadn't been for the interference of that chaplain, Nora would have told her brother what she thought of his tirade. The cold air hit her as soon as she went through the automatic doors. Hugging her coat closer, she scanned the parking lot and spotted Corbin Salsek walking along a line of cars. He was alone. Her heart sank. Fred came up behind her and put his hand beneath her elbow. She's gone. Fred. You'll see Annie again tomorrow morning. I can't leave things the way they are. Did you see the look on her face? I saw, he said bleakly. What do you want to do? Nora drew the fur-lined coat more firmly around herself. Still the cold seeped in. She felt chilled from the inside out. Enlin has had all these months to hear my mother's side of everything. I want her to understand my side. Maybe you should wait. Honey. She's upset. She turned on him. I'm upset, too. That's my mother in there. She understood the quiet look he gave her. About time you realized that. She uttered a broken sob and closed her eyes. I never thought I'd feel this way about losing her, but it's tearing me up inside. I've never wished her to die. Haven't you? Mother never cared about me. And I can see Annie doesn't think I care about her. And I do. I do. He put his arms around her. I know you do. She pushed away from him. I want her to know it. I want Enlin to understand what it was like to live in that house. If Mother dies now, do you think my daughter will ever listen to my side? I have to talk with her now. She dug in her pocket for a Kleenex and couldn't find one. Fred handed her his freshly laundered handkerchief.
People walked around them.
Fred took her arm and gently drew her to one side. The wind was coming up from the bay. Nora felt desperate. Please, Fred. He looked every day of his 57 years. All right. He put his arm around her. And they walked across the parking lot to his Lincoln. As he opened the door for her, he said, "When you start talking, Nora, keep in mind this may be the last bridge. Try not to burn it." Annie hadn't stopped crying all the way back to Leota's house. She pulled her car into the driveway, locked it up for the night, and went into the house. She flicked on the kitchen light before locking the back door and closing off the small laundry room. She had pleaded with God all the way home to bring healing to Grandma's body so that she could have more time with her. And if that wasn't his will, she'd pleaded that she could bring Leota home to die. It would be better if she did some chores or something so she could calm herself down before calling Susan's mother and asking for help. She had to get rid of this feeling of panic in the pit of her stomach. Father,
Please.
Jesus,
Help me.
Holy Spirit, give me wisdom. Give me the words to convince. The doorbell rang. Annie groaned. Oh, God, I don't want to see anyone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I need to clean up the kitchen. The frying pan with the congealed scrambled eggs had been dumped into the sink, the unused dishes and silverware still on the nook table. She scraped the eggs into the garbage can under the sink. Setting the pan under the faucet, she turned on the hot water and squirted some liquid soap into the stream. The doorbell rang again. It was probably Arba. She usually came by in the evening to say hello and spend a few minutes with Leota. Oh, Lord, I forgot about the children. They would have come by today. Shutting off the water, Annie headed quickly into the living room. She flicked on the porch light, glanced out the curtain, and then drew back in shock. In its wake came cold rage. Go away, Mother. Leave me alone. Anlin. I need to talk with you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't care if I ever see you again. She turned her back and headed for the kitchen. How could her mother come here now? She had sat silently in that waiting room, letting Uncle George ran on. Your mother agrees, Uncle George had said. You were going to do something about your daughter. Did you call the lawyer? Her mother, the betrayer. The doorbell rang again. Annie stood at the kitchen sink, shaking. She turned the water on again. She let it run until the sink was almost full before shutting it off. Closing her eyes, she prayed fervently. God, make her go away. I'm not up to seeing her now. Lord, help me hold my temper. Jesus, I can't bear any more. I think I hate her after tonight. I hate her as much as she's hated Grandma Leota all these years. Shock ran cold and deep through Annie at the thought.
Oh, Lord.
Is this the way it will be? May it never be so. Only make her go away. Make her go away until I'm calmer. Make her go away until I can think. She drew a lungful of air in through her nose and blew it slowly from her mouth. It was a technique her piano teacher had taught her to calm the jitters before a recital. Her heart was pounding and she felt so hot. Bloodlust instead of the cleansing blood? Jesus. Help me. The doorbell rang again. Something burst inside her. Okay. Mother. If that's the way you want it. She strode back through the living room, unlocked the door, and yanked it open. Did it ever occur to you, I might not want to see you tonight? She clamped her teeth before she screamed. Or ever again. Anlin. Please. I need to speak with you. You never know when to leave people alone. Do you? This is the only time. You always have to do things on your time schedule and in your way, no matter how anyone else feels. Annie. Fred's voice came from behind her mother.
Please.
Hear your mother out. The expression on his face smote Annie's conscience. Fred had always treated her with the same tenderness he would his own daughter if he'd had one. It wasn't fair to put him in the middle of this. Relenting, she unlocked the screen door and moved back so they could come in. 5 minutes, mother. And that's it. 5 minutes is all you can spare your own mother? How many times had Annie heard that faintly sarcastic whine of self-pity in her mother's voice? Annie looked at her. You've used up 30 seconds. Her mother blinked and then sat slowly on the sofa. My mother's turned you against me. That's rich. Mother. Especially considering all the years you've done your level best to poison me against Grandma Leota. Her mother looked shocked and then devastated. But Annie had seen that look before. How many times had her mother used that look against her? How could you get AB+, Emlyn? I'm so disappointed in you. If you needed help, why didn't you tell me? I would have hired a tutor. What do you mean you want to stop taking gymnastics? The physical therapist said you could compete again next year. If you'd only apply yourself a little more, Emlyn, you could play that piece without the music. Veronica's daughter is head cheerleader. How can you be satisfied just being a pom-pom girl? Annie struggled against the resentment rising up in her, the hurt that had sometimes almost overwhelmed her. She had toyed with the idea of suicide the year Susan invited her to church camp. Had she not met the Lord that summer, she wouldn't even be alive today. Did her mother know how far she'd pushed her? I never meant to poison you. Emlyn. Of course not. The bitter anger poured out of Annie, despite her efforts to stop it. You just took every opportunity to tell me what an awful childhood you had and how your mother was so terrible. You made sure I never had any time with her. God forbid that I might get to know my own grandmother. Annie, Fred said, again in that tender voice. Who are you serving in this? It was enough to draw her up short. Who am I serving? Oh, Lord. Lord. I came here to explain how I felt. Her mother's voice cracked. Oh. Mother, Annie said, weary and sick at heart. You've told me 100 times how you felt. Dumped. Unloved. Neglected. And you've paid Grandma Leota back in kind. You make it sound like I was avenging myself. Weren't you? As soon as you were able, you left. I got married. Miserably married. You've told me that, too. Michael's wretched father. And it was all Grandma's fault you left home so young. You've made no secret you hate her. I don't hate her. Words are cheap. I've never seen you do anything for her in the 18 years of my life. I can count on 2 hands the number of times we came here, and you always sent me and Michael outside, as though Grandma were some kind of disease you didn't want us to get. And within half an hour, you'd have one of your convenient headaches, and we'd all have to go home. You talk against her the whole way. I can't be in this house without remembering what it was like. I love being in this house. I love being with Grandma Leota. Her mother's face jerked as though Annie had struck her. You don't understand. Annie had seen what bitterness and resentment had done to her mother. Oh, God, don't let me become like her. My anger is so great, I could destroy her with it and be glad. And then what? I'd live with regret for the rest of my life, because I love her. She's my mother, God help me. Oh, Lord, please, light my way. Be with us here, Lord. We need you. She let out her breath. Grandma Leota has memories, too. Mother. She was hurt. You don't know anything about what was going on. Eleanor and George didn't understand. And it wasn't my secret to tell. Her mother stiffened. And you do? Fred put his hand over her mother's. Maybe if you told us. Annie. She wouldn't listen. Fred. I'll listen, her mother said angrily. I'll listen. If you listen. I have listened. Mother, I've listened to your side all my life. You want me to repeat what I know? You were 3 years old when Leota handed you over to Grandma Helene. And then she waltzed off to work like a single woman and enjoyed a life of her own without so much as a glance over her shoulder at the children she'd dumped. And when she was home, all she cared about was her garden. She never cared about you. All she ever cared about was herself. Annie dashed the tears angrily from her face. Isn't that what you were going to say? Her mother's face jerked again, tears flooding her eyes. It's the way it was.
No.
It wasn't. It was the way you perceived it through your child eyes. Grandma Helene said she. Don't you dare blame it all on her.
She's dead.
She can't defend herself. And at least she had the decency to finally put it all together for herself. Annie could scarcely believe the words had come from her mouth. Her mother looked at Fred, her face crumpling. I told you. Annie. Fred looked at her, pleading. For God's sake. She's your mother. Shame filled her. Honor thy father and mother. I'm becoming just like my mother. Annie wilted into her grandmother's recliner. Oh. Jesus. Forgive me. I'm hammering the nails into your hands all over again. What sort of witness am I of your love? What can I do to make it right? Forgive her. Her hands clenched on the armrests. I do.
Father.
Oh. Lord. I do. But I can't say it because she won't understand why I'm forgiving her. How can she? She doesn't know what she's done. She doesn't know the half of it. I feel as though I've fallen away. Rise up. I'm sitting in the darkness here. Let me be your light. And the light is truth. Truth. Suddenly calm inside, Annie knew what to say.
Mom.
You never understood what was going on. Her mother raised her eyes. She looked desolate. What didn't I understand? My mother didn't love me. You're so wrong. She sacrificed everything for you and Uncle George. The reason Grandma moved in here in the first place was to see to your needs. She didn't have enough money to support you on her own, and Grandpa Reinhardt couldn't get work. That's a lie. Emlyn. My grandfather went to work every day. He left the house every day, and he sat on a bench in Diamond Park. He was German. Mother, think this through. He was an immigrant with a heavy German accent during World War II. No one would hire him. He was using up what savings he had. He knew he was going to lose the house. And then what would happen? So he wrote to your father, who was serving overseas, and asked him for help. Your father wrote to Grandma Leota and told her the situation. She was having financial troubles of her own, trying to make ends meet on your father's military allotment and rearing 2 children by herself. So she moved in here and went to work. She thought it was the only way they could all make it. She's the one who paid for the house and the food and utilities and the clothes on everyone's back. Her mother looked frightened. But Grandma Helene said my grandfather was an engineer. Annie wondered if her mother had listened to a word she had said. I don't doubt he was an engineer, Mother, but not an employed engineer. Your grandmother didn't know he couldn't find work. He was too embarrassed to tell her. He went out looking for a job every day until he realized no one would hire him. If all that's true, Why didn't my mother tell Grandma Helene? She said almost defiantly. Grandma said the most awful things to Mother. And she never said anything about this. Because Great-Grandpa Reinhardt was her only friend in this house. If she told her grandmother the truth, what would that have accomplished? She might have avenged herself on your grandmother. But she would have shamed her grandfather in the process. So she kept silent. She thought everything would turn out all right when your father came home. Do you remember what happened? When the war ended and your father came home, your grandfather signed the house over to him. Why would he do that? Mom, if what Grandma Leota said wasn't true. Her mother closed her eyes. I can remember the night that happened. Grandma Helene was screaming and crying and calling my mother a whore and a thief. She said my mother was unnatural because she didn't want her children. George and I hid under our covers and cried. Annie's heart broke for the frightened child her mother must have been. Her mother let out a shuddering breath. And my father, I was terrified of him. I was so little when he went away, I didn't know him when he came home. He was so tall and broad and blonde, and he had the coldest blue eyes. Just like one of those German Aryans you read about. Her face was white, her expression distant, remembering. Once he got so mad, he put his fist through a wall. That one, right over there by the kitchen door. Her mouth curled. He was always losing a job because of his temper. And then his drinking. He turned into a lazy drunk. Annie uttered a broken sob at the description. She had never met her grandfather, but her heart ached for him. Your father was a master carpenter whose life was shattered by the war. His parents asked him to look for family members when he got to Germany. He did. And he found some. Oh, Lord, help her hear this and walk in her father's shoes long enough to understand. They were working for one of the concentration camps. They were supplying the soldiers who were exterminating Jews. Your father was a translator in his unit. When his relatives begged for mercy, he and another in his unit shot them down. Grandma Leota said he talked about it only once to her and never discussed the war again. Her mother's face was white. I remember Grandma Helene asking him questions in German, and he said he found nothing. Did he ever speak German again? Mom? Her mother closed her eyes tightly. No. Grandma asked him once why he wouldn't. And he said he wanted to forget he was German. He was ashamed. He didn't understand that Germans were not the only race capable of atrocities. It's mankind. Beneath the veneer of civilization, the flesh is weak and given to all manner of sin. There, but for the grace of God, go we all. I never knew any of this, her mother cried out. Grandma Leota said they weren't her secrets to tell. Great-Grandma Helene must have found out because Grandma Leota said she changed shortly after your grandfather died. He must have finally told her before he died. If not all, at least the part about Grandma Leota paying for the house. I don't think anyone but Grandma Leota knew about what happened in Germany. Whatever your grandfather told Grandma Helene after he was buried. She never spoke another unkind word to Grandma Leota. They made their peace. Grandma said they loved one another in the end. Her mother cried bitterly. I feel as though Grandma Helene poisoned me. Maybe she did. Just as you've tried to poison me. Mother. Don't say that. Please don't say that. It's time you faced it. Show some compassion. All the things Grandma Helene told you out of ignorance about Grandma Leota, you've repeated to me. Not once, Mom, but over and over. Year after year. This is your opportunity to change things between you and Grandma Leota. You won't have her around forever. Grief flooded her mother's eyes. Shame as well. Why didn't my mother tell me all this years ago? Annie was filled with sorrow. Oh, Mom. All you had to do was ask. The medical technician delivered the vials of blood he had taken from several patients to the downstairs laboratory. Another technician was looking through a microscope. She straightened, rubbing the back of her neck, and glanced up at him with a smile. "How's it going?" "Hiram." "Busy day." He would go off duty in another 2 hours. "I'm taking my dinner break. I think I need a good jolt of caffeine." She went back to looking through the microscope. "Bring me a cup, if you think about it. And a brownie if they have any." The cafeteria was almost empty, which suited Hiram just fine. He needed to be alone to think. Walking along the glass-fronted counter, he picked meatloaf, mashed potatoes, corn, a piece of apple pie, and coffee. Finding a table in a back corner, he made himself comfortable. From where he sat, he could see a full view of the room. He liked to be able to see who was coming in and going out. He'd found the time and opportunity to read over Leota Reinhardt's chart. Having a pre-med major in college, he'd always dreamed of being a doctor. Unfortunately, his grades hadn't been high enough to get him into medical school. Furthermore, he'd had to drop out of college the last year and help his mother take care of his father, who had developed Alzheimer's. They'd finally put him in a convalescent hospital. Every time he took his mother to visit, she came home in tears because his father's mind was so far gone that he didn't even remember who she was. It broke his mother's heart. Maybe if he'd gotten along better with his father, he would have felt the same. Twice his father had gotten pneumonia. Both times, he tried to convince his mother to tell the hospital not to go to heroic measures to save the old man. "I can't do that. He's my husband. He's your father." "Not anymore," he'd wanted to say. Whatever part of the man that had been his father was long gone. Hiram had begun to hate going to that convalescent hospital. He'd begun to hate the sight of that sick old man who was just the shell of a human being. He felt sorry for Leota Reinhardt's family. She was half paralyzed from a stroke. Add cancer to that, along with congestive heart failure, arthritis, and a few other minor problems like borderline anemia, and her life wasn't worth living. If she did live, her granddaughter, a real beauty, would spend the next year or two or more working night and day to take care of an old woman who wouldn't even be able to carry on an intelligible conversation with her. Considering how the rest of the family was reacting, it seemed the old woman hadn't been all that nice anyway. No one but the granddaughter would miss her. Every year, there were more elderly. People were living longer and longer. All well and good if they were healthy, but unfortunately most weren't. Every year, he saw more old people coming into the hospital, filling up the beds, and using up tax dollars he and his generation paid. He'd read that almost 30% of the Medicare dollars were going to the care of people during their last year of life. 30%. He'd read that by the year 2040, 45% of the expenditures would be paid out to let these people cling to life for a few more months. It didn't make sense. In fact, it seemed cruel to him. Cruel to make the old live longer. Cruel to make the young pay for it. You only had to look at their relatives' faces after a visit to see that it was agony, watching a loved one slowly break down and die. Didn't he know it from personal experience? Some of his patients reminded him of moldering corpses that, by some accident of nature, still drew breath. They smelled of decay. They put animals to sleep. Why not human beings? He hated to see people suffer. People ought to be able to die with dignity. If the government could fund abortions for drudges and welfare recipients, why not extend death with dignity to the old? It made perfect sense to him. The arguments were the same. He carried the thought further, rolling it around some more. If people didn't want to shell out money to support crack babies or babies born into poverty or babies born with handicaps, why would they want to finance long-term care for people who couldn't pull their share of the workload anymore? It ticked him off how much money he had to pay in taxes every year. The more he made, the more the government took. And where was it all going? To drones. How long had it been since Leota Reinhardt had held a job and paid taxes into the system? 2 decades? Besides that, how many thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money were going to be spent keeping her alive for a few months longer? Benefits and burdens should be measured. It wasn't right to prolong life. He'd seen people suffer agonies untold with cancer and emphysema and diabetes, where bit by bit the body died off. And family members suffered right along with them. Like he had. Like his mother had. All the talk about dying being a part of living. If that was the truth, then what was the big deal in helping the process along? He'd overheard enough of the shouting in that waiting room to know Leota Reinhardt didn't want to end up in a convalescent hospital. The family didn't want to be responsible for in-home nursing care, except the girl who didn't know what she was getting into. And the guy shouting didn't want to see the entire estate siphoned away by private in-home nursing care that might last as long as the old lady did. That beautiful girl ought to be out dancing and having a good time instead of saddling herself with a sick old woman who wasn't ever going to get any better. One injection. That's all it'd take. And all Leota Reinhardt's suffering would be over. No one even had to know. He looked up and around the room, vaguely uncomfortable, defensive. Sometimes he felt as though someone was watching him, as though someone could read his thoughts. A pity he couldn't say what he thought without risking his job. He was more compassionate than most. He cared about patients, and he hated watching people suffer. Why should he feel apologetic for wanting to help a patient die with dignity? It had been hard the first time. He'd felt sick for days afterward. Sick with guilt, sick with fear, sick with feelings he couldn't even identify. But he'd gotten over it. He thought about it all the time, and the reasons why he'd done it. It was right. He knew he was right to do it. He had made the decision after overhearing the patient's 20-year-old daughter, hysterical and screaming at the doctor. "Can't you do something? Why does she have to suffer like this?" The doctor hadn't had the guts to do what should have been done weeks earlier. But he had. During the quiet hours of the night shift, when all the visitors were gone and the nurses were working on charts and counting meds, he'd gone into the room and given the patient an injection. She hadn't even opened her eyes. She had died with dignity. The second time had been a little easier, and with each one after that he'd spent less and less time feeling anything but relief. He'd helped 10 patients in a hospital in Southern California, most of them with cancer or emphysema. Then he worked in San Francisco and, over a period of 3 years, helped 20 more with AIDS. Seeing all those dying patients had gotten to him. All that suffering, not to mention the cost. Thousands and thousands of dollars a month just to keep one patient in medicine. How insane was that? He had several vials of morphine and succinylcholine chloride in his locker, given to him by one of the nurses he'd gone out with in San Francisco. He wasn't alone in the way he felt. There were others, and the numbers were growing. There were so many who needed help. After all, where was the dignity in being incontinent, slobbering, and half-paralyzed? If he were in Leota Reinhardt's place, he'd want someone to show a little mercy. Nora stopped trying to defend herself and listened. Annie stopped lashing out and accusing and began to relate everything Leota had told her about those early years. For the first time in her life, Nora began to see things through her mother's eyes, and it hurt. Oh, how it hurt. She kept seeing that dream image of her mother on her knees in the garden, looking toward the house with such longing in her eyes. Had it been a dream? Or had she seen her mother like that time and again while she was in the kitchen doing her grandmother's bidding, soaking up the bitter words and letting them take root in her soul? "She loves you, Mom." She never said so. She showed you by working. I would have liked to have heard the words. Maybe you did. But you weren't listening. Nora started to cry. How many tears had she shed in her lifetime? Gallons for herself. And now she was weeping for her mother, feeling the pain as though it were her own. And wasn't it? I don't know what to do. Annie was crying.
Too.
Help me,
Mom.
I want to bring her home. The doctor said she needs to be in the hospital. She's so sick. The doctor said she needs extensive care, Annie said.
Determined.
But you're giving up your whole life. Annie leaned forward, her hands open, pleading.
Mom.
She doesn't have a lot of time, and I want to spend every day I can with her. Don't you want that now? Don't you want the chance to get to know her? You never did before. You never saw her or who she really was. Nora was afraid, so afraid, of making the wrong decision. How many times in her life had she been wrong? So many times she couldn't count. And this time it mattered. It mattered so much. I could spend time with her in a hospital. There are excellent ones, you know. There's one not far from us. Isn't that so, Fred? You could come home, and Lynn. We could go together and visit her. It wouldn't be the same, and you know it.
Mom.
If Grandma had a choice, when the Lord calls her home, she'd want to be on a chaise longue in her garden. Nora felt torn. Fred put his hand over hers and squeezed gently. He was looking at her, the tenderness of his expression encouraging her. You know what's right, Nora. You know in your heart what your mother would want. Wouldn't you want the same thing? To have your family around you. To be in your own home? All right. Annie, she said in a broken voice. I don't fully agree that this is best. But I'll help you. We'll bring her home tomorrow. Relief filled Annie's eyes. Eyes so warm and thankful. Nora had never seen that look in her daughter's eyes before, at least. Not for her. Tomorrow might be too soon.
Annie, Fred said.
The doctor said she's very weak. Maybe it'd be better to wait a few days.
Mom.
Please. Nora let her breath out slowly. All the wasted years of bitterness. Maybe this one act might pave the way to a new relationship with her mother. However brief it might turn out to be. I'll help you bring her home tomorrow morning. Leota dozed. It was difficult to sleep with all the noise and activities of the hospital. Nurses coming and going, a patient in the next bed moaning until she was given another shot that eased her pain and made her sleep so soundly she snored like a man. Then there was that medical technician who seemed to hang around. He just a minute ago stood in the doorway, then moved on when a nurse had said something to him. Her mind drifted back to the years just before the war, when Bernard had been whole. She could see him in that dance hall, watching her. She could remember the wind in her face as they sat in the rumble seat riding home. The tune of Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree with Anyone Else But Me ran in her head. She could see Mama Reinhardt knitting socks for Bernard. She remembered the air raid sirens going off and the block warden in her hard hat knocking on the door and telling them they had to black out the windows better because light still showed through. They'd saved everything for the war effort. Bacon grease for making ammunition, toothpaste tubes, tin cans, glass jars, newspapers and magazines when she'd finished reading and rereading them a dozen times. Nothing was wasted. How her victory garden had flourished. She'd grown enough rhubarb, lettuce, cabbage, tomatoes,
Peas. Corn.
beets, carrots, and potatoes to keep the neighborhood fed. Mama Reinhardt had canned hundreds of jars of cherries, plums, apricots, and applesauce. She could still see that Jewel tea truck come around the corner, selling everything from hairpins to crackers. And the Borden's milk truck and the Swedish bakery truck. She used to sell some of her vegetables to old Toby, who came around with his pickup. He always ran out of produce long before he ran out of customers. She thought of Cosma, her dear friend. She'd never forget the permanent Cosma gave her. She said I looked like Rita Hayworth with all my red blonde hair in wild curls. We went shopping in San Francisco, and the sailors whistled, and all I could do was cry because I kept wishing Bernard were home to see how nice I looked. Cosma took a picture of me in that one-piece sunsuit I wore all summer long in the garden. I struck a Betty Grable pose. Bernard wrote back and said the guys in his unit told him he'd married a dish. I wonder what I did with that sequin beret. I used to have a straw hat with giant roses and a chapeau with a barnyard of feathers. How funny I must have looked. She let her mind fill with memories of Eleanor and George when they were little. She loved the tiny curls on the back of George's neck, the smell of soft skin and the curve of Eleanor's baby neck. And those chubby legs. Mama. Let me dream about those far-off days as though they were near again. Lord. Let me remember what it was like to have a whole man looking forward to a bright future and 2 babies. Healthy and happy. Don't let my mind drift to the dark years. And yet, they too were sweet in their own way. Yeah, though I walked through the valley of the shadow of death and I dwelt in darkness, you were light to me, my Lord and my Redeemer. All those years, when Bernard sank into his depression and used to call out for help, I looked up to you. How many times did I go out into the sunlight and walk with you in the garden and talk with you in my heart? How many times did I go out there at night and look up at the moon and stars? And you were there with me. You, the lover of my soul. The medical technician was back at the door again. What did he want? Why was he back again? He was behaving oddly, looking down the hall one way and then the other. Was he back to take more blood? Surely the 2 test tubes he took this afternoon had been enough. He'd had a carrier with tubes in it when he came into a room before. His hands were empty now. He came into the room, pausing to watch Leota's roommate sleeping. His presence distressed Leota. Something about his manner filled her with dread. Lord, what's going on here? Why is he behaving so oddly? I'm afraid. What am I afraid of? I'm in a hospital. They help people get well here, don't they? Why this feeling of danger? Eleanor is coming back tomorrow. Fred said he was bringing her. I could feel her heart softening. Oh, God, the years I've prayed for this to happen. Maybe tomorrow morning will be a new beginning. Maybe tomorrow morning I can touch her hand without her pulling away. Maybe tomorrow morning I can tell her I love her and have her finally believe me. The man moved away from the other bed and approached hers. He didn't look her in the eyes but glanced toward the door one more time. How odd. Just a little something to help you sleep, Leota. Why would he carry a syringe in the pocket of his coat? Any half-wit would know it could become contaminated. For just a second, he looked into her eyes. That was all the time Leota needed to know what the man had come to do. Troubled, Nora stared out the front window of the car. It was raining, and the windshield wipers swished back and forth. She had no cause to worry. Fred was an excellent driver, and the traffic was light this time of night. So why this strange sensation of restlessness? What's wrong? Honey, Fred said, flicking the headlights to bright again after a car passed by them. I don't know. Just a funny feeling. She felt the strong urge to go to her mother. Now. Not tomorrow morning. Now, turn around. Go back to the hospital. It was foolishness. About what? I was just thinking about seeing my mother tomorrow morning and wishing I didn't have to wait that long. Do you want to go back to the hospital? Nora looked at him. It's after midnight. Fred. She'll have gone to sleep long ago. And if she were awake? What would you want to say to her? Her throat felt so hot and tight. She looked out the windshield again. I'd say I'm sorry. I'd say I do love you, Mother, even though it's never seemed as though I did. It was because I loved you so much that I've been so angry. I'd say please forgive me for all the cruel things I've said and done. I'd say so many things I've kept bottled up for decades.
She sobbed.
Mama, I've missed you. That's what I'd say. Fred reached over and brushed his knuckles lightly against her cheek. We can go back if you want. Say the word, and I'll take the next off-ramp. She almost said yes, then mentally shook herself. What was she thinking? It was well past midnight. She was letting her emotions run away with her again. She had spent a lifetime letting her emotions control her. Besides, she could imagine what the nurses would have to say if she showed up at this time of night and insisted on seeing her mother. What was she supposed to say? I want to make amends? I want to wake up my mother so I can say I'm sorry? It's all right. Fred, she said, putting her hand on his thigh. I can wait a few more hours. What did one more night matter?
Oh, God.
Don't let him do this.
Oh,
Please.
Lord.
Annie said to hang on. Fred said to keep the faith. Eleanor is so close to becoming herself again. Lord. Help me. She could hardly move because of the medication already given her. She raised her hand, but the technician only smiled. I understand, he said. It'll all be over soon. You won't suffer anymore. Oh, God. He doesn't understand me. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not alive for my benefit. I'm alive for the sake of my children. Oh, Jesus, open his eyes. Show him. Make him understand. Oh, Jesus, stop him from doing this terrible thing. I want to live. I want to see my daughter in the morning. I need time, just a little more time. Her mind was in torment, her heart in terror. What will happen to Eleanor when she comes? What about George? Will he withdraw more and more until he's just like Bernard?
Oh,
Lord. My sweet Annie. Will she think I gave up?
Oh,
Father in heaven. She could feel the coldness of death approaching. Darkness closing in around her. It won't be long now. Leota, the man said.
sure.
Don't struggle. He put his hand over her mouth. Relax and let it happen.
Hang on. Hang on.
She tried to claw at his hand but hadn't the strength to break free.
Hang on.
But she couldn't. Her mind and will were not sufficient to overcome what he had done. He lifted his hand, took hers briefly, and squeezed it. It'll be over soon, he said as though he were doing her a favor. He frowned as she looked up at him. It's better this way. Better for everyone.
Oh.
This poor deluded boy. He doesn't look much older than Corban. She watched him turn away and quietly leave the room. He must think he's done something good.
Oh.
Lord. Forgive him. He doesn't know what he's done. She thought of what Bernard had found in Germany all those years ago. This boy thought she had no quality of life. He thought her life wasn't worth living anymore. She had no purpose. No value. Is this mercy, Lord?
Is it?
Her heart broke.
Oh.
Lord. Lord. I waited so long to be reconciled. I prayed a million prayers. And tomorrow might have been the day of salvation for Eleanor.
Oh.
My sweet, beloved baby girl might have returned to me.
Oh.
Jesus. How I've longed for such a day. It's time, beloved. light warmth. The presence of love was with her, raising her from the husk of her body and wiping her tears away. I have counted every one and kept them in a bottle. The voice was within and without and all around. Come, beloved, see what I have prepared for you. She vibrated to the sound of love, like a harp played by the master. Still, a part of her resisted. What of my children? Lord, I love them so. What will become of my children? If they seek me, they will find me. He held his arms wide. Trust me, beloved. And with a sigh of surrender, Leota Reinhardt went home. The telephone rang as Nora was finishing the last touches of her makeup before she and Fred headed back to the hospital. Everything froze inside her at the sound. Fred answered on the second ring. She had a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. Her heart was drumming. Dropping the mascara, she hurried out of the bedroom and down the stairs. Who would call at 6:30 in the morning? Only Annie. Or George. She came into the family room and saw Fred standing with his back to her. He was talking softly. He put the telephone receiver down slowly and turned toward her. Annie. It was all she could manage. Her heart was pounding so hard she thought she'd pass out. He nodded. He didn't have to say anything. The reason for Annie's call was written all over his face. I'm sorry. Nora. I'm so sorry. We should have gone back last night. I should have told you to turn around. You had no way of knowing, hadn't she? Oh, God. Why didn't I listen to you? Her mother was gone. Chapter 24. Annie received a call from Charles Rooks the morning her grandmother's short obituary ran in the Oakland Tribune. I have Leota Reinhardt's will as well as some documents she was having me hold for her children. I'd like to hand-deliver these. Could you contact Eleanor Gaines and George Reinhardt so we could all meet in my office? I'm located near Lake Merritt. He gave her the address and telephone number and asked if it would be convenient for them to meet the following afternoon. I'm sure they'll be able to meet with you. Mr. Rooks, Annie said. I'll call and let them know. I need to speak with you as well. Miss Gardner. Me? Yes. I can't meet with the others without having you present. Surprised and confused, she agreed to attend. There was no mention of a funeral service in the paper, Mr. Rooks said over the telephone. If it hasn't already been held, I'd like to attend. Would that be all right with you and the family? Annie closed her eyes, willing herself not to cry again. There wasn't a service, Mr. Rooks. Uncle George had said there was no point in going to such expense when Grandma Leota hadn't attended church for years. When Annie had argued that she had taken her grandmother numerous times over the past months, he said, Has anyone called to ask about her? Arba comes by frequently. She's a neighbor. She can pay her respects at the house. He was adamant. Why would anyone care to attend a service for an old lady they didn't know and who hadn't been part of their congregation for more than a few months? Had she given lots of money? No. Then no one would bother. Nothing could dissuade him. It was Jean who told Annie later that she didn't think her husband could get through a funeral service. Jean said he'd only been to one and swore after seeing his friend in the casket that he would never attend another funeral as long as he lived. No service at all? Charles Rooks said. Not a formal service. Some of us gathered here at her home and had our own memorial for Grandma yesterday. Arba Wilson and her 3 children, Mother and Fred, and George and Jean and their children had been there. No one had said very much. Annie hadn't had time enough to prepare anything in the way of pictures or mementos. Not that her mother or George would have wanted to view them. Her mother had seemed beyond tears in her grief. Annie wondered what would happen to her mother now. She wasn't angry anymore. The resentment had been exorcised. Instead, her mother was consumed by guilt and shame for all the wasted years. And for not listening to whatever it was that had told her to turn around and go back and see Grandma Leota the night she died. "I lost my chance," she'd said. "I'll never be able to tell her." If only Grandma Leota had been able to hang on to life a little longer, one day would have made so much difference. The doctor said he was certain she had passed away peacefully. Annie was grateful for that. She imagined her grandmother closing her eyes, going to sleep, and then waking up with the Lord. Oh, if only Grandma had been at home. "I'd like to send flowers." "Miss Gardner." Charles Rooks's voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Where is her resting place?" "That decision hasn't been made yet." "Mr. Rooks." "Grandma Leota told me she wanted to be cremated." Annie would pick up the ashes when the funeral home director called her. Oh. She knew decisions would have to be made, but she didn't feel comfortable discussing them with Charles Rooks. She didn't know anything about him, other than the fact that he was an attorney who had handled her grandmother's will. She wished she could discuss things openly with her mother and uncle. Her mother had cried when Annie received the call that she needed to sign the papers for her grandmother's cremation. Her uncle said he had no idea where to have her buried. After all, what did it matter? Annie met her mother, Fred, and Uncle George in the lobby of the office building where Charles Rooks practiced law. Her mother looked pale and wan. George looked calm. "I've contacted a real estate firm about Mother's house," he said on the elevator ride up. That seemed to bring life back to Annie's mother. "What about Enlyn?" "I assumed she'd want to move back in with her friend and go back to art school," he said defensively, glancing at Annie. "Or move back home." "Isn't that what you were hoping would happen, Nora?" Annie looked away. The surge of anger that rose inside her was far from godly. She knew she had no right to judge anyone, but her heart cried out against them. "We don't have to discuss this now, George." "There's no reason to get so upset, Eleanor." George looked at her disdainfully. "I doubt the house will sell that fast. Annie can stay for however many weeks or months it takes to unload the place. In fact, that would be convenient. Someone will have to maintain the place until we find a buyer. Annie could go on living there rent-free. Of course, if you want to keep the house, Nora, we can have it assessed and you can pay me for my half." Annie pressed her lips together and fought tears. She didn't want any of them to see the effect Uncle George's words had on her. How could he talk this way? Unload the place. What a terrible way to speak about Grandma Leota's home. All the years of memories bound in that wonderful little house. And the garden. Grandma's refuge. She had said once that she met there daily with the Lord. Annie could imagine how much it would hurt Grandma Leota to know her son had no sentiments about her or her property. He couldn't wait to sell it and collect whatever money it would bring. Money. Bloody lucre. That's all he seemed to care about. That can't be true. Oh, Lord. That can't be true. "I don't want to discuss this right now." Her mother was angry, her voice cracking. "It'd be easier on everyone if we made these decisions as soon as possible." Uncle George couldn't wait to get on with his life. Was that it? He wanted to avoid the grief, the guilt, the emptiness he must now feel with no chance of ever working things out with his mother. "The least we could do is wait until we find a decent resting place for her," Annie's mother said. "She should be next to Papa. Don't you think?" "Fine.
George.
Do you remember where Papa's buried? I was in Vietnam, and I was in the midst of a divorce." The elevator doors opened, and Annie stepped out. Seeing a drinking fountain, she headed for it. She leaned down, wishing she could cool her face in the cold water. How could they go on like this so soon after Grandma had passed away? Uncle George reminded her of a carrion crow, picking at Grandma's remains. And Mother. What would happen to her mother's life now that she had no chance to ask for forgiveness?
Oh, Grandma.
If only you'd lived another day, another week, another month, another year. I love you so much. I miss you. There were so many things you still had to teach me. So many wonderful stories to tell. I wanted more time.
Oh, God.
Why didn't you let me have more time with her? Fred touched her shoulder. Are you all right, Annie? She straightened. He must think she was going to drink the fountain dry. I'm trying hard not to say anything I'll regret. Lord, give me strength. And a case of laryngitis. Fred put his hand on her shoulder. The last few days have been very hard on your mother. Annie could see just how hard. Annie wished she'd explained weeks before what had been going on all those years ago. I should have had it out with her long ago. Perhaps then there would have been time for her mother to be restored to Grandma Leota. But she had been silent and patient, just as Grandma Leota had been silent and patient all those years. Now Annie wondered if her mother would ever get over the guilt and sorrow for all the years she had stayed away, nursing her grudges and refusing to seek the truth. Will she go back to blaming Grandma? Lord? Will my mother start thinking Grandma Leota cheated her from a chance of reconciliation? Like death was the last dirty trick. How she wished Grandma Leota had felt free to speak up years ago. I know your reasons for keeping silent, Grandma. But what good did it do?
Oh,
Father. Even if she had told Mother and Uncle George the truth, would they have listened? Fred looked troubled. Your mother had the feeling we should go back to the hospital the night your grandmother died. But we didn't act on it. I wish we had.
Annie.
Now it's going to be like a raw wound. One more burden for your mother to carry, along with all those years of bitterness. I'm afraid for her.
Fred.
Grandma loved her. I know she did. I've no doubt of your word,
Annie.
but I wish Leota had had the chance to say it for herself. As it stands, I don't know if your mother will ever be able to believe it, especially considering the guilt she carries now. He looked tired and sad. We'd better join the others. Charles Rooks greeted Annie when she entered his office with Fred. Her mother was already seated in a brown leather wing chair. Uncle George had taken the other in front of the attorney's desk. Annie and Fred took the sofa against the wall. The attorney introduced his secretary, who offered everyone coffee. They all declined. Uncle George was in a hurry, as usual. He had a business appointment in San Francisco in 2 hours. People who moved fast didn't have time to think about their losses. The secretary closed the door quietly on the way out. Charles Rooks passed out copies of Grandma Leota's will. Annie wondered why he gave her a copy, until he started to explain that there was no property to dispose of in the will. It had merely been drawn up to make sure Leota Reinhardt's wishes were not thwarted. What are you talking about? What wishes? Uncle George was clearly confused and getting angry. There's an estate. Granted, it's not much, but she had a house, free and clear. That's worth something in today's market. Anlin Gardner owns the house.
What?
Uncle George turned toward her, his face reddening. A bubble of laughter came from her mother, quickly choked back by a soft sob.
No.
I don't. Annie stared at the lawyer, disbelieving. You're mistaken. Mr. Rooks. There's no mistake. Miss Gardner. We discussed it at length when I met with Mrs. Reinhardt at her home. I have a copy of the deed right here, which your grandmother mailed to me. But that's impossible. Annie felt all the warmth draining from her. Yeah. Right. Uncle George said. His face mottled. I should have known. She must have had you sign the papers, Charles Rooks said calmly. I imagined she said they were for something else. She made her wishes clear to me when we talked last. She wanted you to have the house and the garden. The garden seemed to be the most important thing to her. She said you tended it the way she once did. Uncle George glared at Nora. I should have known this would happen. I thought it was Corbon Salsek who was after something. I should have looked closer to home. He glared at her again. Were you a part of this scheme? Think whatever you want.
George.
What does it matter now? Mom wasn't part of any scheme. Annie didn't even try to keep the outrage out of her voice. There wasn't any scheme. I'm telling you both. It's a mistake. Grandma asked me to sign some papers, but that was only so that I could handle paying her bills. Uncle George stood up and faced her. Tell me straight out you don't want our house. Tears welled. I would never have asked Grandma for the house. Uncle George. Not in a million years. You should know me better than that. Clearly, he didn't know her at all. It's fair, George, her mother said in a broken voice. It's exactly what we deserve. It shouldn't surprise us that Mama disinherited us. We abandoned her years ago. Speak for yourself. Eleanor. I've never held on to grudges the way you do.
No.
You just didn't care one way or the other. You're just like our father. He went white and then red. That house belongs to us. He looked back at Charles Rooks. I'm going to fight you on this. I'm afraid you don't understand. Mr. Reinhardt. None of this was my decision.
His voice was cool now.
However, I'm not finished. Please, sit down and we'll get to the rest. The rest of what? Uncle George took his seat. Mother didn't have anything except the house. He looked weary and sick. What about savings? Or a checking account? Annie blushed. Sick at heart. Charles Rooks explained quietly. Amlin Gardner's name is on both accounts. Why should I be surprised? Uncle George's voice was riddled with enough sarcasm to tear Annie's heart to shreds. How much was in those accounts? Are we allowed to know what's been stolen from us? Grandma was living on Social Security. Annie couldn't keep her voice from wobbling. There was never more than a couple $100s in her checking account. She told me she'd arrange for a transfer of funds from her savings whenever insurance or taxes came due. Oh, Grandma Leota, how could you do this to me? Is this retaliation for all the years of neglect? I can't believe it. I won't. I'll sign everything over to you and Mother. I didn't stay with Grandma Leota because I wanted something from her. I stayed with her because I loved her. She hadn't meant to cry, but she was. She wanted to get up and run out of the room, but Fred moved closer and put his hand on her knee as though to hold her there. She'd have to crawl over his lap or the coffee table to escape. I'm going to fight this, Uncle George said again. Charles Rooks lifted his hand. Your mother thought you might, so she made stipulations to make sure you wouldn't be able to do so. She only had to give you $1 to prevent you from contesting the will. She made it $100 each. Uncle George started to speak. I will say again, Mr. Reinhardt, I have not finished. Allow me the courtesy to proceed. All of you. Once you do, you'll find you have nothing to contest, nor would you want to do so. He looked squarely at Uncle George. The more you say now, the more you'll have cause to regret later. Get on with it then. Annie was shaking violently. Very well. Charles Rooks nodded. Your mother made provisions for both of you. He looked from Annie's mother to her uncle. He lifted 2 manila envelopes and held them out, one for each of them. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at the provisions your mother made for you. He leaned back in his chair, saying no more, just watching them. Uncle George opened his envelope quickly and slid the contents out. He leafed through the documents, his face paling, then filling with color, then paling again to a pasty white. He went back and looked at them again, more slowly, studying them one by one. Annie's mother held her envelope as though it had a snake inside it. Annie had never seen her look so uncertain, so frightened. Uncle George said the Lord's name under his breath. Trembling, her mother opened her envelope and began to go through the contents, one document at a time. A frown. Confusion, then comprehension. She looked utterly devastated as tears slipped silently down her white cheeks. Your mother was a remarkable woman, Charles Rooks said quietly. He leaned forward again and clasped his hands on his desk mat. She told me she purchased those stocks years ago on the advice of a good friend. A very wise and astute friend, I would say. She had those documents in her house up until a few weeks ago. She had no idea what they were worth. When I told her, she asked me to keep them with her will. Uncle George started reading aloud. Exxon, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, DuPont, AT&T. He shook his head. IBM, General Motors. He looked as though he'd been poleaxed. He stopped reading, but he didn't raise his head. He shut his eyes for a long moment and then said, We should get Mother a headstone. Something really nice. Nora gave a hoarse sob, dropped the papers, and covered her face. Uncle George winced. I didn't mean that to sound so. He looked up at the attorney. How did she do it? I didn't think she ever made that much money. I imagined she invested a few dollars at a time during the years she worked for a living. Grandma Leota had worked a long time. Annie watched her mother tuck the documents back into the envelope as though she couldn't bear to look at them. Her hands were shaking. She scrubbed the tears from her face like a child. Annie ached for her. Grandma Leota had tried to show how much she loved her daughter. But Annie could see this inheritance had only added to her mother's burden of guilt. Oh, Lord, will she ever understand? Uncle George rose first. He extended his hand to Charles Rooks, thanking him as though he were the one who had poured the bounty upon him. Then he turned and looked at Annie. She saw the flicker of shame cross his face. I'm sorry, Annie. I was out of line. I should have known better. He checked his wristwatch. I have to run. He took a step toward the door, then paused. Do you need me to go to the funeral home and help you make arrangements for a stone? I could meet you tomorrow. Grandma told me what she wanted. Uncle George. I'll take care of it. Tell them to send me the bill. Her mother rose. She didn't shake hands with Charles Rooks. She held the closed manila envelope in her left hand as she turned toward Fred. Still trying to take it all in, Annie started to follow them out of the office. Miss Gardner, Charles Rooks said. She paused in the doorway and looked back at him in question. He came around his desk. These belong to you. He handed her the file containing the deed to Grandma Leota's house and a short note in her grandmother's writing with a savings account number, location of her safety deposit box key, and a scripture reference, Isaiah 40 verses 27 to 31. She thanked him and went out, catching up with her mother and Fred at the elevator. They rode down in silence. Fred kept his arm around her mother. Annie didn't know what to say. Her car and Fred's were parked side by side in the basement lot. I'm sorry about the house, Mom, Annie said. I never intended for Grandma to give it to me. Don't apologize.
Annie.
You loved her. That's far more than I ever did. Her mother raised her head, and Annie saw the anguish look on her face. Don't ever apologize. Her mother's heart had been softened, then completely broken.
Oh.
Mom, Annie said. Weeping, she embraced her, feeling her mother's anguish as though it were her own. Annie was shocked when she saw the small, wooden box that contained Leota Reinhardt's remains. It wasn't much bigger than a shoebox and weighed only a few pounds. The funeral home proprietor informed her that George Reinhardt had called and said he would take care of any expenses for a stone or urn or whatever Annie told the proprietor she thought her grandmother wanted. Annie had already paid for the direct/budget cremation, non-commemorative, before Uncle George had decided to be magnanimous. We should get her a nice stone. Grandma, how would you feel about having a gigantic stone cross on top of you? Or some marble angels with great big wings. They could be playing harps. A bubble of laughter came from her unexpectedly. I'm sorry, she said, mortified. What was wrong with her? She wanted to scream and cry and laugh at the same time. She stared at the papers. Direct/budget. She felt so guilty looking at those words now. Since the doctor had been aware she had the power of attorney, all the arrangements had been left to her. She hadn't known what to do. It had cost $850, almost everything Grandma had left in her checking account. That had taken care of everything, filling out official documents, sanitary care of Grandma's remains, removing Grandma's body from the hospital to the mortuary, refrigeration, use of facility and equipment, transportation to the crematory, and inurnment of cremated remains. All the things Annie wished she had never known about but had to under the circumstances. Had Uncle George learned of his windfall sooner, he might have insisted Grandma Leota be embalmed and laid to rest in the bronze, non-rusting casket with this champagne Whitehall velvet interior. I'm going to lose it.
Lord.
I'm going to lose it completely and become hysterical. I want to pound on this table until it cracks in two. Poor Uncle George. What was going to happen when the truth hit him between the eyes? No amount of money would ever ease his guilt. And her mother. Fred had called that morning and said she wouldn't be coming to the funeral home to help Annie with the decisions at hand. Her mother was so sick she couldn't get out of bed. Annie's eyes welled with tears. Her throat ached. Reading through the option descriptions, she realized her grandmother had been taken away in a cardboard box. Oh, God. How could I have let that happen? Grandma, I'm so sorry. She reached out and drew the box of Grandma Leota's ashes closer. It was hard to breathe. Would you like to be alone for a few minutes, Miss Gardner? She nodded. The man left the book listing services, products, and prices open on the table. He had been so kind to her when she called from the hospital. What must it be like to run a mortuary and see the dead and the grieving every day? She had to get down to business and decide on an urn. Taking a deep breath, she reined her emotions in tightly and pressed them down deep inside. Still, feelings bubbled to the surface. Oh, Lord. Did they take Grandma away in her hospital gown? I never thought of that. I should have taken something nice for Grandma to wear when she was cremated. A nice suit. A pretty dress. A wedding gown. And her Bible. Grandma would have liked to have had that in her hands. Annie opened the book and paged through it until she found the pages with the urns. She wiped her eyes, blew her nose, and studied the pictures. The urns were in various shapes and quite lovely. Painted chests, royal blue cloisonne, ebony marble, urns of mahogany, cherry, maple, walnut, and poplar. The most expensive one was cast bronze on white marble and looked like a Roman vase. It was called the Aristocrat. Annie's lips twitched. Oh, Grandma Leota. How you would love that. She laughed. She couldn't help herself. It just bubbled out and then died. The cost was over $1,000, but that would satisfy Uncle George. The man seemed to know the precise moment to return to the small conference room. Have you decided? Yes, I have. She turned the black binder around so that he could see the picture she tapped. I'd like this one. Please. A good choice. Annie filled the first few days of Grandma Leota's absence washing sheets and blankets and remaking the beds. She vacuumed, scrubbed the kitchen floor, scrubbed the bathroom floor, washed the windows, polished the furniture, and cleaned the stove and oven. She cleaned Barnaby's cage every morning and made sure he had fresh food. He hadn't said anything for a while, and she hoped he wasn't going to get sick and die, too. Arba came by the first night with a casserole. She didn't linger. You let us know when you're ready for company, she said and left. The casserole was still in the refrigerator. On the third day, Annie went out into Grandma Leota's garden. The air was cold, the trees winter-barren, the ground hard. When Annie looked up at the lead-gray sky, her chest ached so badly she thought she'd die. She almost wished she could. At least then she would be with the Lord and Grandma Leota. She heard the gate open and saw Arba and the children entering the garden. She tried to smile, but her mouth trembled. She couldn't speak a word of greeting. The pain was still bottled up inside. Oh, honey. Arba's dark eyes filled with tears. You need to let it out. She shrugged because she didn't dare try to speak. Kenya came and wrapped her arms around Annie's waist. Mama says Grandma Leota's in heaven. What do you feel like doing? Arba said, gently pressing. Screaming. Then you do it. Girl. Why should the old Israelites be the only ones to rend their clothes and wail? Annie started to cry. Ah. Honey. Is that the best you can do for your granny? The pain burst forth then, and Annie did wail. Arba and the children surrounded her, laying hands on her, crying with her. That's it, Arba said over and over, weeping with her. That's it. Let it go. Honey. Let it go. And Annie was the better for it. During the weeks that followed, Annie went through Grandma Leota's things. Grandma had precious few clothes. In her bottom drawer, Annie found the jewelry box mentioned in her note. Annie found the safety deposit box key and put it on her keychain. There was a blue velvet box with a string of pearls and a note. All my love forever, Bernard. Another white box held an acorn, 2 blue feathers, 3 agates, and a package of sweet pea seeds, still marked 10 cents. Annie wondered what the collection meant. None of the items were worth anything, but they must have stirred memories for Grandma. She wished she knew what sentiment they held for her grandmother. She couldn't help feeling she had lost an entire library of knowledge and wisdom when Grandma Leota had died. There was so much Annie hadn't had the opportunity to learn. Sam Carter called several times and came over every few days. One day he smiled at her tenderly. You're not going to let me get too close, are you, Annie? Still think I'm a rogue. It's not that, Sam. I think I understand. Except for one thing. Annie. What's that? You're not Catholic. You can't be a nun. She smiled at that. You don't think an evangelical Protestant can dedicate her life to God? I suppose so. But what a waste. She laughed. I should hope not. Perhaps one day she would marry. But for now it didn't seem to be God's plan for her. She was content, with the boundaries clearly drawn. Sam stayed the rest of the afternoon. They talked about Grandma Leota, life, the garden, what Annie planned to do about the house. When she saw him to the door, he gave her a rueful smile. I should have snapped you up when you were 15 and madly in love with me. I lost my chance. Leaning down, he kissed her cheek. Corbin came by and helped her take the boxes down from the attic again. She asked him if there was any chance he would get back together with Ruth, and he'd said not a chance in Hades. Then he broke down and cried. Alarmed, she sat with him on the sofa and listened as he poured out his misery about his child being aborted. She'd cried with him then. She talked to him about the Lord and forgiveness, but he withdrew from that. He wanted to consign Ruth Coldwell to the pit and leave her there to burn for all eternity. The hotter the fire, the better, as far as he was concerned. We all sin. Corbin. Yeah. Right? But not the way she did. What sort of woman kills her own child? There's no difference in God's eyes between Ruth having that abortion and you wishing her dead and in hell for it. She saw his eyes flicker. She didn't want him to misunderstand her. And I'm no better than either of you with the bitterness I allowed to take root in me. Sin is sin, Corbin. There's no big or small about it. It's all the same in God's eyes, and unless you confess it and lay it at the cross, it separates you from God. That's why we need Jesus. So we can be reconciled. She got no further than that. He said he'd taken philosophy courses. She could see his anger. He said he knew all about Christianity. He said he was sorry to offend her, but he thought all that stuff about Jesus dying for the sins of the world was hogwash. It was too easy. And it was a crutch for people who'd messed up so badly nothing could be fixed. When they did things that bad, they ought to suffer for it. And then he was on his feet, apologizing for crying like a fool. He was out the door before she could say anything else. Annie had felt sick at heart, watching him drive away. She'd known the instant she mentioned the word sin. He wasn't ready to hear the good news. She'd seen the change in his eyes. The walls went up. He couldn't get away fast enough. Annie didn't expect to hear from Corbin again after that. Then he showed up on a Wednesday morning 3 weeks later. She was up on the extension ladder, holding an electric sander to the paint-chipped eaves. He had to shout to get her attention. She shut off the machine, lifted her goggles, and pulled the mask down from her mouth. Well. Hi. Stranger. She grinned down at him. Come to help. Sure. I've got some spare time. She took him at his word and put him to work. Chapter 25. Nora dreaded the approach of Easter. Ever since Annlyn had telephoned and said she was opening Leota's garden for a party to celebrate the resurrection, Nora had felt sick with apprehension. She didn't know if she could stand to go back into that house and be surrounded by memories of her mother. Yet, there was no way to decline Annlyn's invitation without hurting her daughter deeply and risking estrangement. She couldn't risk losing Annlyn again. They were just beginning to really talk as mother and daughter. Since her mother had passed away, Nora had felt her life crumbling from the inside. Besides the heavy burden of guilt over how she had treated her mother for so many years was the added shame of finding out she was related to those who had taken part in exterminating Jews and Christians during World War II. The more she thought about it, the more she shrank inwardly, and the more empathy she felt with her father and mother. What would people think of me if they knew? She couldn't even talk about it with Fred. When he suggested grief counseling, Nora said absolutely not. She would never be able to call Pastor Bernie and ask for his help. She had said terrible things to him that day she had sought his counsel. Perhaps if she apologized. But why would he listen? It seemed every way she turned, she saw people she had hurt. She needed to make amends, but she was so afraid no one would give her the chance. Or, even if they did, they wouldn't believe she was sincere. How many loved ones have I lost over the years because I thought I had all the answers? Brian Taggart, Dean Gardner, Michael. It's a miracle I haven't lost Fred. I don't want to risk losing Anne Lynn. Oh, Lord. Seal my lips.
Keep me still.
I'm so afraid of ending up alone the way my mother was. I did abandon her. I wanted to hurt her the way I was hurt. And I did hurt her. I hurt her over and over again, year after year, right up to the very last day of her life. How many Mother's Days had passed without Nora so much as calling her mother and asking her how she was? She remembered the times her mother had called and Nora hadn't even tried to hide that she couldn't wait to get off the line. So many times Nora could have included her mother in family dinners and at the children's birthday parties. I remember things Mother said to me that filled me with anger and resentment. And now I realize she was trying to tell me something important, and I wouldn't listen. I had no idea of the burdens she carried, nor was I willing to find out. I was too busy living life my way. Would she one day have a grandchild like Annie, who would love her no matter what she'd done? I thought I knew more than everyone else. I thought I knew everything about my mother. Why was it so easy to think the worst of her? Why couldn't I have just once swallowed my pride and listened to her side? Oh, why didn't I go back to the hospital that night? She'd already lost Michael. Jesus. Please. Don't let me drive Anne Lynn away again. Nora felt as though she were locked in an elevator going down into a dark hole. There was no escaping. Fred insisted she see the doctor, but when she was given a prescription slip for Prozac, she refused to fill it. She knew the cause of her despair, and it had nothing to do with a chemical imbalance in her body. It had everything to do with guilt and shame. Why should she be spared pain when she had caused so much? Oh, Mama, maybe if I'd had a month with you to talk everything over. A week would have meant so much.
Even one more day.
Oh, God, I would have been glad for 5 minutes to tell her I'm sorry and ask for her forgiveness. But that'll never happen now. You're punishing me for all the years I neglected my mother, for all the years I despised her and made no secret of it. I allowed bitterness to blind me. I allowed it to choke out every chance of a relationship with her. No wonder she could never say she loved me. How could she when I treated her so abominably? Fred had finally become impatient with her last night. He said it seemed all the energy she had expended trying to shape Anne Lynn's life to her specifications was now focused on torturing herself. You've become prosecutor, judge, jury, and prison warden all rolled into one, he'd said in exasperation. Maybe so. But wasn't it only fair? Annie's been working hard to make this a special Easter for everyone. If you go over there and mope around the entire day, looking like death warmed over, you're going to ruin her party. One of these days, you're going to have to stop playing God. Shaken, she made up her mind. She would pretend for Anne Lynn's sake that she was joyous about the religious significance of Easter. But to do that, she needed to look her best. She needed to smile as though she meant it, whether she felt like it or not. So she had a massage and a facial. She went to her hairdresser and her manicurist. Fred had suggested she shop for a new spring dress, but she didn't feel up to that. Besides, she had a closet full of clothes from which to choose. She could give away half of what she owned and not miss anything. Clothing used to matter so much to her. She had been so ashamed of her family's poverty, so determined to show she was as good as everyone else. No, that wasn't right. The truth was, she wanted to show she was better. I covered up my shame with pride. That's what I did. Isn't it, Lord? Like naked Eve putting on those fig leaves. I've been hiding. Easter morning, Nora stood in her dressing room, looking through her clothes. She felt like wearing black, but knew Enlin would hope for something that announced spring and the resurrection. She finally chose white slacks and a candy pink blouse with pearl buttons. She topped the outfit off with a mint green blazer and long scarf in pastel yellow, pink, and green. She wore a circle of gold leaves with pearl buds on the lapel. Looking at herself in the full-length mirror, she was satisfied with the overall effect. She looked fine, more than fine even. On the outside. Fred approved. His eyes glowed as she came down the stairs. He kissed her when she reached the bottom. Perfect. You look beautiful. The word cut her heart deeply.
Perfect.
Was that at the root of her troubles? Hadn't that always been her goal? Perfection in everything. She had to look perfect, be perfect, have perfect children. What a mess she had made of everything in her constant striving for perfection. I am a sham. All through church, Nora kept thinking about her childhood and all the ways she had tried to be better than everyone. Grandma Helene had expected perfection, but Nora knew it was unfair to cast blame on her grandmother. Grandma Helene had been miserable, and she had made everyone around her miserable. Just as I have done. Grandpa Reinhardt sat on a bench, but my husband's ran away. I swore I wouldn't become like my grandmother, and that's exactly what I became. Hard, determined to have my way, punitive when I didn't, bitter with life, grasping for control, manipulating. I don't want to be like that anymore. Oh, God, I don't. But how do I change? Oh, Lord, I don't know what to do anymore. Help me. Oh, please help me. After the service, Fred talked with the pastor, while she went to the ladies' room. Pastor Bernie smiled at her when she returned. He even extended his hand and said he was pleased to see her in church again. She said she was glad to be back. Then she gathered her courage and said, I'm sorry, Pastor Bernie. I behaved badly. He didn't let go of her hand, but put his other over hers. All is forgiven. I'll listen next time. She and Fred didn't say anything on the way through the hills to Oakland. Fred turned on a CD, filling the car with soothing, orchestral sounds. Her stomach was a hard knot. Fred seemed preoccupied. Was he worried she would say or do something that would cause trouble? It's a perfect day for a party, he said when they took the Fruitvale Avenue off-ramp. Blue skies and sunshine. Yes. It was a perfect day for a garden party. Oh, God. Help me get through it. Help me. Help me. Fred drove up the road next to the freeway and took a right. At the top of the hill, at the head of Annie's Street, was a new neighborhood watch sign. Nora wondered if it was her imagination, but the houses along the avenue looked neater. Lawns were mowed, and there was no litter blowing around. The bars on the windows had been removed from the home across the street from her mother's house. No. Anlin's house. She corrected herself. Perhaps, if she thought of it that way, it would be more bearable. Corbin Salsek's car was parked in front. There were cars lined up in Annie's driveway. Hers. Susan Carter's old VW. And an old Firebird. Annie was going to have a full house. The house. Nora stared. Gone were the black water stains, the dangling rain gutters, the paint-chipped eaves. The house was a freshly painted candy pink with white trim. It had a new roof, and the small lawn was lush green, mowed short and edged. The flowering plum was in full, pale pink splendor. The trimmed and shaped camellia and azalea bushes in front were covered with pink and white blossoms. Hanging pots on the front porch overflowed hot pink and purple fuchsias. Even the white picket fence that lined the right side of the driveway was repaired and freshly painted, along with the carport and garage. Annie's been busy. Fred smiled at Nora as he opened her car door and helped her out. It looks wonderful. Nora could scarcely take in the transformation. Flower pots filled with pink and white geraniums were on each step. 2 white wicker chairs sat on the front porch, a small wicker table between them, on which sat half a dozen clay pots with tree saplings. Each pot had a white ribbon tied around it. The front door was open. The screen unlocked. A little card that read "Come in" had been taped over the doorbell. The living room was empty except for Barnaby sitting on his perch. "Whatcha gonna do?" he said, bobbing his head. "Whatcha gonna do?" Contemporary Christian music played quietly on the radio beside Leota's old recliner. The carpets had been cleaned, the furniture polished. There was a new painting above the mantel, a portrait of Leota as a young woman. Nora drew in her breath softly and held it, her throat aching. She remembered her mother looking like that. She had been beautiful. On the right side of the mantel was an elegant marble and brass vase filled with lilacs and narcissus. The room was filled with sweet fragrance. Everyone must be out back. Nora glanced at Fred and nodded, then caught her breath when she looked through the kitchen window to the garden beyond. It was like a wonderland of colors. Memories flooded back, and for a moment, she thought the wave of sorrow would overtake her. Then other concerns rushed to replace them. "I have to smile for Annlyn." She saw other guests in the garden. Corbin Salsek, Sam Carter, Susan Carter and her parents, Arba Wilson, Juanita Alcala and Lynn Sanson, and their children. They all had reason to think ill of her. Hadn't she always thought the worst of them? She had to gather all her courage to follow Fred out the back door and face them.
"Mom."
"Fred," and Lynn said, and came to greet them. Nora had never seen her daughter look more beautiful, though she was wearing old, faded blue jeans and a pale yellow sweater that had seen better days. Her hair was a wild mass of red blonde curls, and her cheeks glowed with color. She had been out in the sun and had a golden tan. Her blue eyes shone with joy. "Oh, Mom, you look so beautiful," she said, and for just a moment, seeing her daughter's expression of pure love, Nora felt beautiful and cherished. She and Fred greeted others and made small talk. Everyone was friendly, smiling and welcoming her and Fred. And Lynn served her a tall glass of fruit punch and went inside the house to bring out more trays of food. Nora couldn't get over the garden. She had never seen it look so beautiful, so fully in bloom. And the funny things Annie had thought to tuck in here, and there made her smile. Who would have thought of using bowling balls in a garden? An old, red flyer wagon was filled with beribboned saplings in pots. "They're from the apricot tree," Annie informed her, following her mother's gaze as she came up with the food tray. "There's one for everyone to take home and plant. It's a lovely idea." And she meant it. Annie's smile was pure delight. Nora saw Fred deep in conversation with Tom Carter. The telephone rang, and Annie hurried into the house, leaving Nora on her own to wander. The garage and apartment built at the back were painted to match the house. Shutters had been added and painted with exquisite flower designs. The door was open. Nora peered in and saw several of the children playing a board game on the braided rag rug. And Lynn had been hard at work here, too. The apartment had been repainted a sunny yellow with brightly colored border designs. Gone were the old bed and couch. They'd been replaced by shelves laden with books and games and art supplies. The only other furnishings were 2 card tables, one with a half-finished puzzle, the other with coloring books, a can of crayons, and a plastic bag of clay. The walls were decorated with childish works of art. There were 2 easels. One was 2-sided with paint tray holders so that a child could paint on each side. The other was Annie's. The brick walkway had been swept and repaired with mortar. Nora's mother's old gardening clogs were by the gate, violets planted in them. Red blaze roses covered the old fence and arbor. The scent was heady. The gate was open to the Victory Garden. How many hours had her mother spent working the soil, planting, tending, harvesting? Nora remembered now how neighbors had exchanged vegetables with her mother. The lady next door had traded green beans for pearl onions and zucchini for tomatoes. Now beneath the blossom-covered fruit trees were yellow daffodils, red tulips, grape hyacinths, and white narcissus, rising from a sea of tiny indigo blue starflowers and foam-white alyssum. Nora had never seen anything so beautiful. Marion Carter came and stood next to her beneath the rose arbor. Amazing, isn't it? The minute I saw it, I thought this must be what it was like in the Garden of Eden. Yes. Nora's throat was tight. It smells like heaven, doesn't it? Yes, Nora said, inhaling the mingled scents of roses, lilacs, white narcissus, honeysuckle, and gardenias. I was a fool when I said Annie could never be an artist. Marion smiled. People can be like Monet paintings. You have to get some distance before you can see what they are and appreciate their full beauty. Touched by her kindness, Nora smiled at her. Thank you. Marianne put her hand on her arm. Why don't we refill our glasses with punch and sit down over there so we can get to know one another better? Nora smiled. I'd like that very much. Annie said you were graduating this June, Corbin said to Sam as they leaned against Annie's car and watched the guests in the garden.
Yep.
With honors. Not too proud of it. Are you? Sam grinned. Sure. I'm proud. Not bad for a guy who barely squeaked through high school and spent a few months with Youth Authority. He lifted his can of soda in a mock salute. Took me a while to grow up. Do you have a job lined up? I've had some interviews. I'm thinking about taking a job with the LAPD. Maybe I'll get lucky and end up working with the Youth Authority again. In a different capacity, of course. But I'm planning to hold off making a decision over the summer. I'd like to do a little traveling before tying myself down to a 9-to-5 or whatever. What about you? Annie said you're graduating in June, too. Magna cum laude. I hear. Impressive. Still planning to do your postgraduate work at Stanford?
No.
Cal has a better graduate program. So, I've decided to go there. Yeah.
Right.
I wonder why you want to stay so close to Oakland. Ignoring him, Corbin watched Annie move among her guests. She was so beautiful she made his heart ache. Man, you've got it as bad as I ever did. Corbin glanced at him.
What? Annie.
Your tongue's practically hanging out. He watched her for a moment and then gave Corbin a rueful smile. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Give up. Just because you didn't get anywhere with her doesn't mean I won't. Sam laughed. Pretty sure of yourself. Aren't you? Even if you were a Christian, you wouldn't have a prayer. Corbin's eyes narrowed. Sam Carter was full of ill tidings. Not that he'd expected a rejected suitor to give him any encouragement. Still, he'd take the bait. Why not? Because she's already married. Married? He glanced at Annie and then back at Sam. What are you talking about? She's not married. She's as married as anyone can be, Corbin, old boy. You just don't get it. He smiled ruefully. Took me a while. Even after she told me up front I was wasting my time. I thought I could wear her down with my charm and good looks. His expression turned tender as he watched her. Has she talked to you about the Lord?
Sure.
Jesus Christ always came into their conversation somewhere. Even when he tried to steer things down other paths. She always came back to God. I've been taking a comparative religions class. Sam laughed again.
Oh.
That'll impress her. Sam Carter could be more irritating than a rash. I don't know much about religion. I thought it might be interesting to find out more. Religion is one thing. Faith is another entirely. So, Annie said, all you have to do is watch Annie to see the difference. She say anything else? Corbin looked away from Sam's amused expression. She'd summed up the entire course in a few sentences. Every religion in the world is about man trying to reach up to God. Like working your way up the ladder. They're all about striving to achieve something for yourself. Christianity is the only religion about God reaching down to man and offering salvation as a free gift, with the added bonus of a personal relationship with the Creator God through Jesus Christ, who was there in the beginning. Corbin sighed. She talked about grace being a free gift. Sam lifted his can of soda in salute. It's free, all right. But it didn't come cheap. And there's the rub. Old man. Our sweet Annie's passionately in love with the one who paid the price for salvation. He cocked his head and smiled sardonically. Think you're up to competing with Jesus Christ? Faith can bring people together.
True.
But what's the basis of your faith? I'm not sure yet. Before he met Annie, he'd never thought about having faith in anything but himself. Sam grinned at him. She'll make a believer out of you yet.
Buddy.
And then she'll cut you loose. Corbin glanced at him in annoyance. Sounds like sour grapes.
No.
I'm just hoping the next time I meet a girl like her, she'll be the marrying kind. Sam's expression was tender as he watched Annie. The thing with Annie is she just wants everyone to feel the same joy and sense of freedom she does. He shook his head. She is something to watch. Isn't she? Corbin couldn't agree more. She was radiant, and some of that joy seemed to overflow to everyone she came near, except for Nora Gaines, who looked thinner and paler than the last time he'd seen her. Annie's mother had looked like a scared little girl when she came out the back door. Now she was sitting with Susan's mother, talking and looking less stressed out. Still pensive, but reachable. Annie joined them for a moment, took her mother's hand and squeezed it, leaned down and kissed her cheek, and then went to talk with her Aunt Jean. George Reinhardt was talking with Tom Carter and Fred Gaines. Corbin wondered how old George was faring now that his mother had gone on to meet St. Peter at the pearly gates, leaving him a nice, fat bankroll. At first glance, he didn't look any happier than he had the first time Corbin met him. Annie looked his way and smiled. Much to his chagrin, she smiled at Sam Carter.
Too.
She wasn't partial. It's a pity Annie doesn't need us, Sam said, straightening away from the car. Maybe one of these days. Don't hold your breath. She's got everything she wants right here, in Leota's garden. Corbin had only an inkling of what that meant. Annie set out platters of food on the dining room table and left the fiesta dishes stacked to one side so that guests could serve themselves when they felt like it. Uncle George, as usual, was sitting alone in the living room, watching a ball game. He had a beer beside him, one he had taken from the six-pack he had brought. Sadness filled Annie as she watched him. He had been sociable for an hour and then retreated. At least Jean was having a good time, talking and laughing with Arba. And last she saw Marshall and Mitzi. They were in the game room having fun with the other children. Life was going on all around Uncle George, but he seemed blind and deaf to it. She thought of Grandpa Bernard and the things Grandma Leota had said about him. Was Uncle George going to become like that? Locked inside himself with whatever demons plagued him? Lord, what is he afraid of? And what about her mother? She was trying so hard to be courteous and pleasant to everyone. Obeying the rules.
Oh.
Grandma Leota. I wish you were here. She pressed her lips together and finished putting out the silverware and napkins. Her mother had talked with Uncle George for a little while and then gone into the bathroom.
Was she still in there?
No. The bathroom door was open. Annie found her in the second bedroom, looking at the wall where several pictures were hung. I've never seen this picture. Her mother was looking at the one of Helene and Gottlieb Reinhardt on their wedding day. I found it in the attic. The one of Grandma Leota and Grandpa Bernard was in Grandma's bedroom. And Fred gave me a copy of your wedding picture. I had to wheel and deal to get Dad to send me a picture. And I've left a space for Michael. Maybe I could have a copy made of his graduation picture from college. I'll do that for you. She looked at the shadow box, and Annie wondered what she was thinking. Annie had put the silver star, bronze star, and purple heart in it along with some tools from a box in the garage, a measuring tape, a hammer, plans for the apartment, and some nails. Her mother's gaze moved to the plaque in the center of the wall. Annie waited, saying nothing, giving her mother time. She had spent painstaking hours doing the calligraphy, making sure every word was spelled correctly. After all, it was in German, and she didn't speak it.
Denn also hat Gott die Welt geliebt, dass seinen geborenen Sohn gab. Damit alle, die an ihn glauben, nicht verloren werden, sondern das ewige Leben haben.
Johannes 3:16. It shouldn't be so easy, her mother said quietly. Guilt her mantle. The only thing the Lord won't forgive is the refusal to believe and accept the gift of His Holy Spirit. I believe.
But,
studying her mother, Annie ached over the grief she saw in her face. Eleanor Gaines would bear the consequences of her behavior over the years and live the rest of her life with regrets. But she didn't have to live the rest of her life believing she had never been loved. God loved her. So had Grandma Leota. Her mother needed to know that. She needed to accept love so that she could move forward and do something constructive with her life. Grandma Leota had understood that and, with God's guidance, she had provided for it. It was time her mother knew it. Annie walked over to the old sewing machine sitting beneath the window that overlooked the driveway and rose-covered picket fence. Grandma said you were a talented seamstress, Mom. She told me you used to go down to the fancy dress stores and look over the new styles, then come home and make improvements on them. She said you had the talent to become a wonderful designer. Did she? Yes.
She did.
She was very proud of you. Grandma said all the women in our family have been artists of one kind or another. Grandma Helene was a master with the embroidery needle and in the kitchen as a cook. Great Aunt Joyce was a wonderful painter and graphic artist. Grandma Leota had a green thumb. You're our clothing designer. She saw the telltale moisture in her mother's eyes. Father. Is she listening? Really listening? Annie knew her mother was trying hard to turn over a new leaf. To be better than she had been. To be brave. But that would never be enough. She needed to relinquish herself and let God show her what He had made her to be. Would she be willing to surrender her pride for that great purpose? Today could be the beginning. Please. Lord. Please. You've softened her. Will she take the seed? It's yours, Mom. Annie ran her hand over the polished wood of the antique Singer's sewing machine. You can take it any time you want it. It belongs to you. Anlin. Everything in the house belongs to you. She heard the hurt in her mother's voice and knew she felt rejected despite the fortune and stocks she had been given. Grandma Leota left things to me because she knew I'd pass them on when you and Uncle George were ready. This belongs to you, Mom. Grandma wanted you to have it. Her mother drew in a shaky breath. How can you be so sure? She looked so vulnerable. So hopeful. Like a little girl desperately longing for something just beyond her reach. Open it. See for yourself. Annie walked over, kissed her mom, and left the room. Nora trembled as she stood alone. She remembered the hours she had spent at this old sewing machine. She had found such pleasure and satisfaction in the work. She had lost herself in it. When had she stopped?
Why?
Was it the year she ran off and married Brian? She had bought another sewing machine, then a newer one. But as the years rolled by, she had enough money to buy things off the rack. And there had never seemed to be enough time to sew. She was too busy driving Annie to school or music lessons or whatever else she'd planned for her to do. Nora ran her hand over the old machine, seeing it now with new eyes. Just as her mother had retreated to her garden, she had retreated to this room, losing herself in her work, dreaming her dreams, hoping there was more to life than loneliness and rejection. Oh, Mama, we weren't so very different, were we? Why couldn't I see that before? Lifting the cover, Nora reached in and pulled the old machine up, locking it into position. A white envelope was taped to the front of the machine. Eleanor was written in her mother's handwriting. Hands trembling, Nora opened it. My dearest Eleanor, I knew one day you would return to yourself and open this machine again. I'm so proud of you. I remember standing in the doorway and watching you as you sewed. You had such amazing concentration. You took such care. You were never satisfied unless you'd done the job right. And you made beautiful things, darling, the kind of things only an artist can create. Artistic talent runs in our family, you know. Your father was a master carpenter. Just look at the fireplace mantel, the apartment behind the garage, the arbor to the Victory Garden. Grandma Helene could make the best strudel this side of the Atlantic. And your grandfather taught me how to grow things. You have a wonderful heritage. I like to imagine you sitting at this sewing machine again one day and making costumes for church pageants, maternity clothing for poor young mothers, play suits for children, and nice dresses for little old widow ladies like me. And the Lord will bless you for it. I know He will. You said to me the other night that I never loved you. Oh, you are so wrong, my dear. You are the daughter I prayed for, Eleanor. I loved you from the moment I knew I was expecting you. I loved you even more when I held you in my arms. I named you after a great lady, a woman of great character, the woman I know God intends you to be. Trust Him, and He will mold you into His vessel. And remember, I never stopped loving you, Eleanor, even during all the years you believed otherwise. You are the daughter of my heart. Even when we are apart, I hold you close. And wherever I am at this moment, as you're reading this letter, be reassured, my beloved, I love you still. Mama. Nora wept. She read the letter again through her tears and then held it against her chest. Finally reading it again. Annie told me I'd find you in here, Fred said from behind her. He put his hands on her shoulders and kneaded her muscles gently. She said your mother wanted you to have the sewing machine.
Do you want it?
I do. More than anything. More than all the stocks, for they only represented cold cash. She had felt disinherited when the will was read. And now, she felt like the prodigal who was welcomed home by a rejoicing parent. She folded her mother's letter carefully and tucked it back into the envelope, then put it in her jacket pocket and kept her hand over it. She had what mattered. She had what really counted.
Love.
George brought the van, Fred said. Maybe I can talk him into moving the sewing machine for us this evening. They could spend the night. They never have before. There's always a first time. We've plenty of room. The children could ride over in the car with us. That would be nice. Fred turned her around and lifted her chin. He studied her. Are you all right? Not yet.
But
I know now my mother loved me. Thank you, Lord.
Oh.
Thank you. He leaned down and kissed her. I love you.
Too.
Nora. I have from the moment I met you. And I always will.
Oh.
Dear Jesus. I'm so undeserving. And so very, very thankful. She went into her husband's arms and rested in his embrace a long moment. Will you do me a favor? Fred. Now what? He said in a teasing tone. She drew back slightly and looked up at him. Don't call me Nora anymore, she smiled. Call me Eleanor. Annie finished drying the last of Grandma's fiesta dishes and put them away in the kitchen cabinets. The washing machine was going with the tablecloths and napkins and several dish towels. The leftovers were put away. She had sent German potato salad home with Arba, wedges of apple strudel with Juanita, and German potato sausage with Lynn Sanson. Smiling, Annie closed the cabinets.
Well.
Lord. We had an international day. Didn't we? Like a meeting of the United Nations in our backyard. It had been a wonderful day. Everyone she had invited had come to the party in Grandma Leota's garden. Juanita had even managed to get her husband, Jorge, to participate. He was a quiet man and rather wary among the throng of people milling around the garden, but he had gradually warmed up when his wife had introduced him to Lynn Sanson and her husband, Gwyn Tanning. It was the first time the men had met and spoken. Amazing, since they had been neighbors for 3 years. Halfway through the afternoon, Annie had decided to organize a block party. Summer wasn't that far away, and it would be a perfect time. When she mentioned the idea to Arba, her friendly neighbor said she was all for it and willing to help. So was Juanita. They spread the news to the other neighbors. Lord, I want to know everyone's name by the end of summer. Men, women, and children. But it's going to take dynamite to get some of them out of their houses. People are so afraid. Father, I want this neighborhood to be like neighborhoods used to be, when everyone knew one another and people talked over their back fences. Grandma Leota had told her what the neighborhood had been like 50 years ago. She knew it could be that way again. It was already starting. Opening the garden to the children had brought the mothers over to visit. Arba, Juanita, and Lynn Sanson often sat on her patio now, talking, even when Annie was working, which was often since Arba had introduced her to Miranda Wentworth, an interior decorator. Ever since Miranda had come to see her painted trims and borders, Annie had more offers than she could fulfill. And the gallery wanted another painting. The proprietor had come over and made an offer for Grandma Leota's portrait, but Annie declined. She was thinking about painting Arba, Juanita, and Lynn Sanson as they sipped tea together in the garden. They were wonderful to watch and would be even more wonderful to paint. They were all so different. Arba in her bright colors, Juanita in her old-fashioned 50s-style dresses, Lynn Sanson in her black pants and white shirts with mandarin collars. Different, but perfectly matched. Everyone loved the garden, and everyone brought something to it. Annie was always receiving potted plants, seeds, or doodads to tuck into leafy corners. Sam had brought a ceramic angel today, a silly, chubby, booinged child that didn't bear the slightest resemblance to real angels written about in the Bible. Grandma Leota had planned and laid out the garden. All those years she had toiled and planted, always hoping and praying this little piece of earth would become a sanctuary for those she loved. Grandma Leota had dreamed her dreams and prayed her prayers while kneeling on the earth and planting bulbs. She had believed it would all happen someday. She never gave up hope. How Grandma would have relished this Easter day. Annie wished she had been sitting among her flowers, seeing how everyone responded to the beauty of her garden. Sam, Susan, Corban, Arba, and the neighbor children had all shared the workload of bringing it back. Annie wanted people to feel at home in here. A garden wasn't meant to belong to one person. A garden was for sharing, for exercise, for joy, for prayer. A garden was an open-air cathedral to the glory of God, a living monument to the birth, life, death, and resurrection of the Lord. Every season was a trumpet sounding, Every sunrise and sunset a daily reminder of God's glory. Here, in this small corner of a small neighborhood, Annie hoped people would come to understand a little better the way things were meant to be. Her mother was going to be all right after all. Uncle George and Fred had carried the old sewing machine out to the van. Though Uncle George had agreed to move it, he had resisted spending the night in Black Hawk. He said he had to be at work in the morning. Poor Uncle George, debt-free, forever debt-ridden. Would he ever lay his burdens down? Annie knew Grandma Leota had written a letter to him as well. With everything put away in the kitchen, Annie went into the living room and picked up Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson. She ran her hand over the worn cover. Grandma Leota had told her how much Uncle George had loved to read as a boy. This had been his favorite book. Annie had put it on the side table, hoping Uncle George would pick it up and leaf through it, and find the letter tucked inside. He hadn't touched it. He had spent most of the afternoon sitting alone and watching television. She had not seen him even glance through the albums she had compiled and left open on the dining room table. Her mother had taken one of the old scrapbooks with her. The time just hadn't been right for Uncle George. Perhaps the next time he came, he would be ready to look around, to think back, to wonder. Perhaps he would be ready then to ask the painful questions and receive the redemptive answers. Lord, please soften him. Annie opened the drawer in the side table beside Grandma Leota's recliner, placed the book in it, and closed it again. God would tell her the right time to take it out. In the meantime, she would keep praying. Grandma Leota had taught her that. Never give up. Never despair. No matter what we feel or think, keep praying. Choose hope. The scent of lilacs and narcissus filled the living room. Annie looked at Grandma Leota's portrait. Her heart had been in her throat as her mother paused to look at it before leaving. You do have a gift, Annie. Don't let anyone, including me, tell you otherwise. Then her mother had looked at the marble and brass urn that had contained Grandma Leota's ashes and was now filled with flowers. Your grandmother loved lilacs. Her mother had touched some of the blossoms. Yes,
She did.
she loved daffodils too. Eleanor had turned and looked at Annie. She'd smiled, her eyes filling with tears. And roses. Annie had smiled back. Her mother knew. Those, too.
Oh,
It was a wonderful day. Grandma Leota. And you were with us every moment of it. Close to our hearts. You are alive and well and with our Lord. Everything had been picked up in the living room. The door was locked. Annie went back into the kitchen and through to the back porch. She went outside into the cool evening air. Crickets were chirping and several frogs croaked. They were attracted to one corner of the garden, where she'd made a fountain. She had used half of a wine barrel and a small pump she'd bought from a hardware store on East 14th. She tucked in submersible, marginal, and surface water plants. She loved the sound of running water. It was like living water, and the frogs would keep the garden free of bugs. She walked the path to the Victory Garden. The moon was out, reflecting light off the white alyssum, the gardenias, the pale blossoms on the fruit trees, the star jasmine and narcissus. The flowers themselves gave light. The darkness was broken by starlight, moonlight, and white flowers, and the air was filled with their sweet fragrance. Annie remembered the first day she had looked out Grandma Leota's kitchen window to the garden. It had been unkempt, weed-choked, barren in patches. The trees and bushes had been in dire need of pruning. Grandma had told her what it used to be like, and Annie had imagined it and longed to see it that way again. Under Grandma's guidance, the work had begun. The soil had been turned, softened, mulched, planted. The trees and bushes had been pruned and cut back. It had been hard work, but well worth the aching muscles, broken fingernails, scratches, bruises, and blisters. Along the way, surprises had cropped up. Bulbs Grandma had planted and forgotten years ago had appeared. Perennials long gone had left their seeds and bloomed again. New life had sprung up everywhere as though God had blessed this little patch of earth. All day Annie had watched family members, friends, and neighbors wander around the garden, and she kept thinking how they were all like flowers. Some were poppies, blooming bold and brief. Others were like ornamental vines, passion flowers, or trumpets. Still others were shy violets and wallflowers. And all together, what a beautiful world they made. Everyone different, everyone amazing to behold. Annie was so thankful for having had even a little time with Grandma Leota. She had never really thought about a garden's significance until she came to know her grandmother. Grandma Leota had told her once that everything important had happened in a garden. God created the garden for man and placed him in it. Adam and Eve fell into sin in a garden. Jesus taught in a garden. Our Lord prayed in a garden. He was betrayed in a garden. And he arose in a garden. And someday, her grandmother's eyes had shone, we will all be reunited in the garden. Not all. Perhaps. Annie frowned. Corban had waited all day and all evening, so he could be alone with her. She knew he was in love with her, and she had tried to dissuade him from saying anything that might later embarrass him. Yet he was persistent, determined, far more than Sam had been. But then Sam was a Christian. He had been able to understand and accept. If only Corban would come to that saving faith and have the direction, purpose, and joy he yearned to have. Maybe then, life wouldn't be so difficult for him, so pointless and frustrating. I'm in love with you,
Annie, he had said.
I can't love you the way you want, Corban. What else could she say but the truth, even when it hurt him? She could see his frustration and feel his longing, but she was content. She would keep trying to turn his attention to the Lord. That's all she could do. Even when he tried to talk her out of living alone, or living in the inner city, or living for others rather than herself, she would pray for his salvation. I'm where I'm supposed to be, Corban. I'm where I want to be. What more could I possibly want than to live in the garden? Maybe in time he would understand what she meant. Annie stood on the lawn, inhaling the fragrant evening air and gazing up at the night sky. It was long past midnight, the darkest time, and yet the stars shone brighter now. This was your day, Lord. Oh, I know every day is your day, but this one was extra special, and I thank you for it. You are amazing. Oh, Father, I thought there was no chance of restoration and reconciliation when Grandma Leota passed on. I had so hoped we would have her a while longer, and Mother would have time to make amends. For whatever reason, it wasn't to be. Oh, Lord, I confess I almost lost hope when Grandma died. I thought whatever plan you'd made for my poor, broken family had somehow been destroyed by Satan. And then you reminded me of the garden and the serpent and your promise of a deliverer.
And Jesus came.
I remembered Noah and his wayward sons and how you told them to spread over the earth and multiply, and, instead, his descendants gathered together and built the Tower of Babel in rebellion against you. You went right ahead and fulfilled your plan when you confounded their language and scattered them over the face of the earth. Man strives to do things his own way, and yet, it is always your will that prevails. Annie raised her hands in exultation to the God of heaven and earth. Oh, Lord, my God, I delight in you. She laughed aloud, so happy she felt her heart would burst with joy. Oh, Lord, Lord, how majestic you are. Only your plan will come to completion. Evil may seem to reign. Wars may come, and violence may spread over the earth, and man may take life itself into his own hands, but you prevail. You always have. You always will. I can rest in that knowledge. I can cling to your promises and listen to your voice, and walk in your ways. I can trust you whatever the world may say or do. Someday my time will come, and however it does, I know you will not lose me. You will bring me safely home. A soft breeze caressed her face, and she inhaled the incense of the garden. Sighing, she lowered her arms and smiled. She went back into the house. Morning would be here soon. And there was work to do.